Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise. On his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to another episode of the LANCESCURV show. I know you've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. We have with us Brother Zamal Tamaray once again. And I'm just so overjoyed to have you back, my brother. And you have some teachings lined up. I mean, like dominoes waiting to fall. How are you, brother?
I'm doing well. I'd like to issue greetings to the family. The global family. I'm glad to be back. Good to be amongst you guys once again.
Yes.
And Lance is so busy. I don't know. I got lucky today, and I was able to get on the show.
No, I wasn't going to make anything. I wasn't going to make anything mess us up on this one. Like I said,
I got to start getting appointments and stuff with
no,
Lance.
No.
He's getting a little bit too big for his britches. But we made the connection.
I'll never be too big for you, brother. And like I said, I keep myself humble. And like I said, I'm just trying to put that work in, and you're a crucial part of that work. And we can't starve our people here from Brother Zamal. You know, we have to keep it going on a regular. And there are a lot of things that I've have had to do catching up, but at the meantime, still putting the work out. And like I said, that ain't going to happen again. We're going to keep on going. And I'm glad everybody's here, and your very name represents a particular quality, and this is why everybody's here. You know, for you, for what you bring, the way you bring it. You are that restaurant that seasons the food unlike no other, and that's why I'm here. And as you teach, I'm going to sit here and just mute myself and let you flow, and you flow on as long as you want. Because this is long overdue.
Everybody or everybody?
Everybody and everybody. Whichever way, everybody. We're going to say it like that.
Well, I'd like to give a shout out to, because, you know, like I told you before, I'm just, I consider myself to be a member of the, just another worker bee, and I'm part of the collective hive mind. You know, so I do my part, you do your part, and together we can do something real special, you know?
Exactly, exactly.
And we just have to be hive-minded on a global basis, and I think Black people now more than ever are becoming that. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's more so than I've ever seen before.
Yes.
And I can only expect and hope and know that with these different changes, political changes, cultural, social, political changes, earth changes, you know, that it would only intensify.
It is.
So, yeah. And I'm particularly gratified to see people from the diaspora calling in from different countries.
Isn't that something?
Like, yeah, you have, of course, Jamaican. And then I haven't heard anybody from South America. I haven't tuned into a lot of your shows, but some of them do stand out. And the ones that I did hear, of course, Carrie Lux is always a staple.
Yes.
I did hear a show from a sister, shout out to her from Ethiopia. She did a recent show that I really enjoyed. I think I mentioned that. It's funny that I heard that show. What was her name? Was Mercada? Makeda?
Yeah, I have to go back to pronounce it the right way. I don't even want to jack it up right now. But
I'll probably jack it up. Yeah. Sister Makeda, that was a wonderful show. I really enjoyed it. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from her. And it's funny that it was just really odd that I heard the show right after I had spoken with someone, Ethiopian, because there's a lot of Ethiopian restaurants around here, and a lot of good Ethiopian restaurants. So I was ordering Ethiopian food one night, and I was speaking to a brother from Ethiopia. He wasn't very conscious.
McDella. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Let me write that down. McDella. Yeah. That's a pretty name. McDella. Okay. I don't know how I jacked that up. McDella. She said what it meant, but it has an interesting meaning. McDella. Okay, got it. But anyway, I spoke with a brother from Ethiopia, and I was kind of like, you know how when you ever do martial arts, and you do one of those blows where you have your fist is an open fist,
right?
But it's not like a closed fist, and you just you thrust it into somebody's chest and knock the wind out of them.
Exactly.
That's how I felt when I talked to this guy, because I was a little. It just kind of put me down a little bit, but then, that's just a temporary thing. But when I talked to him, some of the same things that she discussed on the show were some of the same things that we actually talked about.
See that?
And the first thing I told him, and I don't know if the family has seen the brother from Ghana, the president of Ghana. He did a presentation, and he was talking about the Rockefeller file.
Yes.
And he was talking about, you saw that? Okay. Yes. He talked about their plans. And it sounded like a conspiracy, this and that, and he was just reading from the information. So I tried to express this to him, the brother, and I told him, and the minute I mentioned the word Ghana, he snickered and laughed and said, "Oh, Ghana? Is Ghana a civilized country?"
Wow.
And I was really taken aback. And so I started, engaged him a little bit more to find out what he meant by it. So I said, what do you mean by that? Uncivilized country. So Ghana is a part of Africa, and so is Ethiopia. So are you trying to say that Ethiopia is better than Ghana? And so basically, he felt that Ethiopia is a first world country from an African standpoint, and Ghana was like lesser. He wouldn't come out and say it. And so I started asking him questions, and I said, well, was Ethiopia once part of other African countries, like Eritrea, Somalia? And I said, well, who drew those artificial lines around the new Ethiopia? Was it the Ethiopians, or did foreigners have anything to do with that?
Right. So
if foreigners had anything to do with that, do you guys really have any type of territorial independence? And so I asked him also, I said, so are they wearing face masks like everybody else, like they're wearing in Ghana? And he goes, yeah. I said, so they have no social or cultural independence, because foreigners are the ones who are dictating their public health policy, their public health reality. And then I asked him, I said, so do Ethiopians owe China any money? Do they owe any foreign powers any money?
Oh, you chopped them.
Goes, no, I was trying to engage him. And so he goes, well, I don't know. And I said, well, they do. So they're just like, other African countries. They have no economic independence.
Right.
And so when I asked him also, I said, so where does the word Africa comes from? He didn't know. And I said, well, my research says that it comes from a European. It's not even, that's not even the name of Africa, but I use the name because that's what people are familiar with. And I said, well, even where does the word Ethiopia come from? That comes from foreigners. I mean, that's a Greek word. I read that the Greeks called the Ethiopians people of the land of sunburnt faces. That's why they call them Ethiopians, because they said that their face was black. So basically, you have no freedom even to name yourselves. And I was really trying to drive the point home. I don't know if he got it or not, but And I'm like, who created or presides over your educational system? Ethiopians or foreigners?
Ooh.
So foreigners, they do monitor your educational system, so you guys have no educational independence. That's the bottom line, brother. I see you like all the other African countries and all the other black nations around the world. I said, welcome to the club. I said, we have the same plight, but due to misinformation, pervaded and
Propaganda,
foreign imposed educational systems, we want to think we want to think we're somehow better than our brothers and sisters when we all share the same plight. And I just left him with that. And I hope that it made a dent, because I think I would argue that with our people globally, we have issues with sellout blacks. You know, the bootleg blacks, the sellout blacks,
yes.
The bootleg blacks. We have issues with Caucasians. You know, and with so-called what they want to call it. I call it white inferiority masquerading as white supremacy, because if it's supreme, it doesn't need to parade around and tell people how superior they're supposedly are.
Exactly.
You know, so I think the biggest problem we have is really the most debilitating issue we have is ignorance. Mm-hmm. It's not them. It's not even anybody in our race. It's just, I think ignorance is the biggest problem of humanity anyway. But anyway, that was my encounter with him, and then along came this sister that did that Mecadella. She did that presentation, and I was
it just brought it on home for you, huh?
Yeah, she brought it on home. She really brought it home. And then the other brother you mentioned, he did a show a couple weeks ago. I think it was Akretu.
Oh yeah. How do I pronounce his name? Akretu. He went off. He was in the show going off.
He did a great job.
I had to bring him back.
Another brother. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you know what? I'm confusing him with the other brother that came on. There was an African brother that came on too.
Oh, Kalechi.
Yes.
Oh yeah. We talked about that.
Yes, that was great.
And he brought it in nice and slow and calm.
Yeah.
And then it grew on you. In the peace and quiet, he was just saying little things, and it was
Yeah. So, but yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to them. I really enjoyed, those shows, and I just haven't heard a lot of the other shows, but I haven't had a lot of time to listen.
No, I understand.
But anyway,
I understand. But I'm glad you're here, and that's the whole thing. I like to put out quality, and I like to put out quantity, and to sustain that. Many will put out quantity, and it's not quality. Now, you never know when you have someone new come on, but I try to vet them a little bit. But it has to be something. It could be on so many different levels that affect us as melanated people. But it's my responsibility if somebody wants to do something. Like today, we had the morning show. We had Mr. SCURV today going off. It's Lily Fire.
Again?
Oh, yeah. I think that's one of her best ones. Yeah, right?
Uh-oh.
And then we had Mr. Political going off. And so, this is the fourth show for the day, like I said, and maybe there'll be a fifth. But, we go with the flow. And like I say, I just want to keep it high-powered some days, because there's other things I'm doing. There were 2 days within the last week that I did one show a day. And I was like, oh, man, I'm slipping. So I love it when I have full shows like this. And everybody is not going to be able to make it to every one. But I want to give that option. I don't want you to come to the channel and say, it's been 2 weeks and he hasn't done anything. You're not going to check after a while. I like it when you check. I spoke to YouTube last night. They're investigating the notifications not going up. But it's a bunch of malarkey. Everybody checks. Yeah. They check. I love when you check and you find it. It's like finding a $50 bill on the ground. Like, wow, I got something. I'm not saying I'm worth all of that, but I'm just saying that it's nice to know that you're going to get this content that has no commercials in it, no foolishness. Sometimes we have shows that we laugh about or whatever, but it sinks into your subconscious mind. So with you being here this evening, in the way that you put rapid fire information down, it's like an action show. When you salivate to say, I want to watch a good action and just overwhelm me with the information. Well, this is what it is, but it's not a violent thing. And so I know everybody opens up their conscious and subconscious minds to what you bring. And it's like going to your favorite restaurant. You know you have your favorite plate, but then the waiter comes in and says, I know what you like. Here's something new. So you come new all the time. You know, when you bring the information, you'll talk about this, you'll talk about that, but it's always interesting the way you bring it. So we don't question at all. Your name alone is gold to us.
Well, that's most appreciated. And just like my name is gold, everybody else is. I enjoy everybody else too. I even remember Sister Miko did something a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
I remember she said that. I think I remember she said something along the lines of they took away our culture and language, religion, or something to that effect. But today, since they took that away, today I'll do my part to restore a portion of that lost culture in my own small way.
Exactly.
You know, so I appreciate the diversity of all the brave and powerful souls, female and male, that come on the show, because all of us are a piece of the pie. And like I said, no individual is the entire pie themselves.
There you go.
So, yeah. So everybody's not up to me.
And once we know that, but see, to know that, you have to come to a place where the ego is ego free. And then you can really enjoy life. When you have to babysit ego, it messes up your day. It messes up your life.
I haven't heard that once on this show. I haven't detected ego from anyone on this show.
That's right, and that's
that underscores your ability to screen people. You screen people, you're doing something right.
Sometimes, you know, when you go outside, open the door, the flies will come in. But for the most part, you know, you can feel it in the spirit. You can feel it in the spirit.
Don't get me wrong, though. Supersized personalities are one thing, but egotistical personalities are another.
Right. You can be supersized. Yeah.
You got the supersized personality. So, but this show it's really great, and I think the LANCESCURV show is more than just a show, but I think it's kind of like a genetic informational repositories designed and
I like that. Only you can do it. I like that.
It's designed and constructed specifically for mental uplift. You know,
man, I tell you, if I ever get a Starship Enterprise of my own, I'll be Captain Kirk and you'll be Mr. Spock. But Mr. Spock is the one who's really running the ship. The way you just
hey, man, as long as I'm on the ship. If I'm on the ship, that was one of my favorite shows.
I know.
Star Trek. Star Trek. All of the
original.
The
the
original one and the later ones and all the other ones. So, you know. Now I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, why am I talking about this? What is this all about?
Yes.
What is up with these funny looking people in the thumbnail? Are these real people? Yes, those are real people. Why is this even relevant? Trust me, it's more relevant than you could even begin to imagine. So stick around to get all the details. It's going to take me a minute to flesh everything out.
Take your sweet time.
So for those of you that are patient, because I know one brother, he listened to one of my tapes, and he was like, I was wondering why he was talking when I did the legal tricks and corporate fictions and legal tricks and corporate fictions, and he was wondering why I was going into such detail about the importance of names and the terminology that's used in the banking and in the language of business. And so if you guys stick around and be patient, I'll get to the point. But 2 points really I want to make throughout this entire talk is two topics I'd like to cover today. One, I want to deal with stories of what they call the so-called reptilians, both modern and ancient.
I'm going to mute myself right here while you start, brother. I'm going to mute myself for a second. Take care of nature. Get out this protein drink out of me. Come back and sit down, and I'll be right here. The sound is going good. Give me 60 seconds, but continue on, brother. Okay? All right.
So I want to cover the stories of these so-called reptilians, both modern and ancient. Everyone's been hearing about these reptilians, so we want to get to the bottom of this. And then the second thing I want to do is to just let you guys know what exactly this has to do with us. What does this have to do with black people? Because we hear the stories, but we never hear or we never know what the relevance is to us as a people. So once and for all, we get to cover this reptilian theme, and like I said, get to the bottom of this. And I promise you that this will probably create a firestorm of controversy. But I stand with the facts, not with the social fallout that's bound to ensue. That's bound to come on the heels of my words today. So some people will reject it. Some people will embrace it. But I guarantee you one thing: you'll never look at reality the same way you did after receiving this information, or this affirmation, if whatever, however you want to characterize it. Now, I know you guys have heard about Mr. David Icke. Everybody knows who David Icke is, I'm sure, by now. And everybody knows about him. Everyone has heard of, or many people have heard of, one Zachariah Sitchin. But before both of them, there was a man named Dr. Malachi Z. York. In the 1960s, he was also known as Baba Yanun, and he has many other names. So Dr. Malachi Z. York's been talking about this information and relaying and making it relevant to us as a people since the 60s. So the information I'm about to present comes directly from him, and it also comes directly from my own personal research. So today, we'll go way beyond David Icke. Now, in reference to Mr. Icke, for those of you who don't know, David Icke is the man who has made many revelations about geopolitical machinations of his race, the race that's currently occupying the global seats of power, as well as he's covered extensive information and accounts about reptilian, extraterrestrials, and so-called lizard people. It's nothing personal against Mr. Icke. I have some of his books. His books are very well written. They are very informative. They are very interesting. They are very detailed. But I must say that they are woefully incomplete. They include many gaps and they don't tie all the pieces together, especially when it pertains to you and me as Black people. Now, this is not a criticism of his work. It's just consider it an astute and a first-hand observation. You see, everyone can have a savior but Black people. Chinese can have one in their image. The Indians from the subcontinent of India can have a savior in their image. Of course, Europeans have one in their image. And we too, as a separate and distinct people, should have one in our own image. But David Icke, I think, is doing a good job. I think he's doing a stand-up job, probably even an outstanding job, a first-class job. I would even go so far as to say that he's doing a superlative job for his own people and for those to whom he was sent. And in my humble and earnest opinion, Black people, he was not sent to you. His job is to prepare his bloodline, his phenotype, his gene pool for the coming earth changes. He's sent to a certain genetic demographic, and that demographic is not you. And you have one sent to you of your phenotypical persuasion, of your genetics, and of your bloodline that has a specific message for you as well. But of course, many reject him because he's dark-skinned, he's Black, he looks like you and me. But the important thing is the words that he's written and the revelations that he's made over the years. Now, different medicine, of course, applies to different ailments, and all medicine does not work for all people. That is why everyone needs their own individual prescription, specifically tailored to their own physical phenotype, or their own biochemical and mental, behavioral / and other needs. And as world renowned editor David Ike is, he does not speak numerous ancient languages. He has not written over 1,000 books, and he has not translated all of the scriptures from the original dialects. You know, he has not translated hieroglyphics. He has not prescribed a medicine specifically for us. But I do know someone that has transcribed, transliterated, and translated the three religions, the three Abrahamic religions, to connect the dots. I know someone that has consistently done this. The bulk of what you'll hear today will just be based on his teachings, and of course some of the research that I've run across myself. Again, his name is Dr. Malachi Z. York, also known as Panabab Yanun or Baba Yanun, and he's born of a Ghanaian woman, Ghanaian mother, and a Sudanese father. He's been mercilessly smeared by the media to keep you away from him. And some of you who are not prone to do any research, some people like that, they tend to believe everything they hear on TV. But this information, I guess, won't be for you. But I'll just put the information out and I'll let you guys, you make your own decisions. So I guess the first thing is the modern stories of reptilians. So what about these modern accounts of these so-called reptilian type beings? You know, the question is, I guess I could ask is, why are so many people reporting the same thing? You know, the reports are many and the reports are varied, but the stories are so consistent and they're so frequent that they cannot be ignored. It's either, you could look at it as being either a case of modern mass hallucination or a case of everyone is in fact seeing the same thing or variations of the same thing. So what we'll do today is we should probably put on our Sherlock Holmes gear, our investigative attire, and get to the bottom of all this. So no matter where you go, no matter what city, state, county you live in, no matter the locale, the geographic region, the country, the continent, the stories are all the same. Of course, with some variations. The theme is always about those damn reptilians, as they call them. So, I mean, there's so many modern sightings of reptilians, or there's so many contemporary accounts of reptilians that I couldn't even list them all. I mean, there's thousands of accounts. Supposedly, there were ancient mummy reptilian skeletons discovered in Peru with 3 fingers. I ran across a story of a black woman that supposedly killed a reptilian in the 1950s in the South, in the southern states. There was a book written about a mass murderer. I think he was from the 80s or the 90s. His name was Ted Bundy. I think the name of the book was The Only Living Witness, The True Story of Ted Bundy. And his Aunt Julia talked about Ted Bundy and how he would report different episodes that he would have in his mind about knives and how he looked and acted with children and how he believed in Santa Claus. He hated vegetables, and sometimes he imagined ogres and scaly things crouching in his closet waiting for night to fall. That's just an account from the book. And then, of course, you have the story of the lizard man in South Carolina. There was an article, the newspaper article was Lizard Man, South Carolina's Answer to Bigfoot. That was in Columbia, South Carolina State, August 1988. And then there was another account of a Bishopville lizard man, the most famous case. I mean, there's stories of underground reptilian bases. There's the Gator Man sightings in New Jersey in 1973 and New York in 1977. There have been stories of a creature from what they call Sinking Creek in Stephensport, Kentucky in 1966. There was a Highway 13 reptile man in Medford, Wisconsin in the 1990s. Then, of course, there's the story of the Loveland frog in Loveland, Ohio. This is from 1955 and 1972. And if my memory serves me correct, these stories were reported by 2 former police officers. They reported seeing a bipedal, of course, bipedal means a two-legged, a bipedal short amphibious hominids or humanoid type creatures. Like, imagine seeing a frog on two legs. That's almost the size of a human. That would be something to see.
I know.
Imagine seeing something like that. And then, of course, there's other stories. Like, there's a story of the Riverside Reptoid in Riverside, California in 1952. A man said that he saw a creature of the Black Lagoonish type. If you've ever heard of that story or that show called The Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yes.
That thing, basically a monster with webbed, face and the face of a fish and, all these scales and whatnot. It's just a monster, basically. And then I saw one article that said swamp man filled with curious onlookers, bounty hunters. And then there was creatures that were actually captured in Brazil I'll talk about in just a minute. And, of course, you have the reptilian agenda stories by African shaman Credo Mutwa. And Credo Mutwa, I don't know if he's still living or not, but he did some interviews with David Icke called The Reptilian Agenda, and it was pretty, very, very detailed.
Right.
And I don't see why an old man like that with shamanic knowledge would have any desire or inclination to lie about some of the things he talked about. And also he had many of the artifacts that showed what these creatures look like. So, then, of course, you have what they call the Bishop. I think I mentioned the Bishopville Lizard Man. A word about the Bishopville Lizard Man. The Bishopville Lizard Man was first reported in 1988 in July. He was reported by locals of, they were reporting seeing a reptilian-like creature near the Scape Ore Swamp. And there is recorded, car vandalism was recorded as if they were chewed up by a metal-piercing animal. And the sheriff at that time was Sheriff Liston Truesdale. He did the investigation. People were describing a 7-foot-tall, bipedal, greenish-brown reptile creature. Okay. Now, the person that had a really interesting encounter with this creature was Christopher Brown. He was 17 years old at the time, and his father reported an account. They went to Sheriff Truesdale, and the guy was just shivering. He was really afraid to even recount the story.
Right.
And that's even according to Sheriff Truesdale. So he says that he was attacked by a scaly, man-like creature. He was pulled over on the side of the road due to a blowout. He had to change a flat. Imagine having to change a flat in the middle of a dark, especially in the South. You got the Klan to worry about, and you got Bigfoot to worry about, and you got reptilians to worry about. Then he sees a tall figure in the moonlit night coming towards him.
Oh.
In a situation like that, Lance, what would you do?
I would have to
Pull out the muscles.
turn into a Usain Bolt or the Incredible Hulk. One of them. You know what I mean? No,
Fight or flight.
No, but
either or.
Yeah. But with me, like, I'm crazy that way where I get scared and run right at the thing that I'm scared of. I'm not a punk like that. I'll evaluate what's the best thing, but certain things you're not going to fight. But if I knew I couldn't get away, well, I'm going to have to fight. Okay, so, and there won't be any fear in that decision. I just turn around, grab something, and just start smashing, digging my eyeballs out, whatever. I'm fighting for my life, and I'm quick. I'm a fat man who's quick. So, yeah, it would be interesting to see something like that, but I wouldn't want to be put in that situation.
No. So, anyway, he's changing his tire. As he jumps in, this thing speeds up, coming towards him. And so he caught a glimpse of it, and he saw a creature. He said it had 3 fingers. Again, another creature of the Black Lagoon monster type. He quickly starts the car. He pulls off in the car. The creature jumps on top of the car. Like in the movies, reaches in the car with long black claws. He frantically accelerates the car. He tries to shake it off. He said it was a red-eyed devil.
Wow.
And he says after the creature falls off, it still pursues him on foot. So he rushed into the house to tell his father, this 17-year-old boy. His father determined from the damage to in his son's car and the panic and the fear that something really happened. So that was that story. So this lizard man maniac grabbed Lee County by the tail. That was actually the name of a newspaper article they had. Lizard man maniac grabbed Lee County by the tail. So his name was Christopher Davis. He was actually later murdered. I don't know what happened with that, but he was actually later murdered. Other people actually saw the same thing in that neighborhood. Around May of 1988, a crop duster, you know, those guys that they fly those planes that put those chemicals on the crops.
Yes, yes.
Frank Mitchell, he saw the same thing. He saw it run across a runway from his plane. He said it wasn't a man. And then in October of 87, it was sighted once again near what they call the Scape Ore Bridge by one George Hoffman. And so then spring in 1986, a guy named George Pilot, he saw it in the swamp, And then, you know, CBS News got a hold of it, the evening news with Dan Rather. They interviewed Sheriff Truesdale. That's all documented. Oprah show, you know, they called Chris Davis. The Good Morning America, they did a live broadcast. And then Colonel Mason Phillips of the Army Corps of Engineers said that he saw the creature too. He said he saw the thing run across the road. So numerous sightings. And then, you know, in 1990, it was spotted by another family. They were leaving McDonald's, and as they drove down the road, you know, this creature, you know, lunged toward the car and caused the mom to swerve away from it. The son saw it as well, and they were scared to death, so they called the police. The son reported the Bigfoot-like creatures with hair. Some people reported that. And then, I mean, there's so many other stories, like in British Columbia in 1972, they called this thing the Thetis Lake Monster, the THETIS, Thetis Lake Monster. Some kids reported a monster emerging from the lake. Chased the kids, nearly grabbed one of them, but he wasn't successful. And then 1973, 1977, Gator Man. There was a Gator Man story in New Jersey. You know, people reported seeing a reptilian humanoid. And then, you know, in 1966, Shreveport, Kentucky, there was a creature from Smoky Creek. They said he was covered in scales. They said that this person saw this creature in his yard. It walked on two legs. It was amphibious. They looked at each other, and it ran into the night. Imagine that. Maybe the reptilian was scared of him.
Right. Well, let me just interject that 75% of the earth is covered in water.
Exactly.
So how are we, you know, with the part that we have, imagine being able to go underwater deep. And we're not just talking about deep for us, but really deep. There are things down there that we could never imagine that can't come up. You see what I mean?
Really deep.
Yeah. So we can't be the only things here. We are actually the minority, but we think we own the planet. And so there are things that we have yet to discover that we're going to have encounters with the more and more we push and the more people that we have on the earth.
That's what we think. And they say that the waters are 95 to 98% unexplored.
See that? There you go.
You know, you can only go so far, and when you go so far, you have to come back up.
Right. But see that?
Well, if you think that's interesting, just keep on listening. I'm gonna cover that in some great detail.
Yes.
What's under the ocean? This is a very, very interesting story in Brazil. This story they called this the Alien of Varginha. It's spelled Varginha. And if you guys want to look it up, it's called the Varginha Incident. Varginha as in apple. The Varginha Incident. This happened in 1996 in a small town in Brazil called Varginha. People were awakened on their farm by panic sounds of their livestock. They saw what they called a UFO in the sky. And just because you see a UFO does not mean it's necessarily from outer space, because as I covered in Nazi Germany and the Polarity War, that can be a ship built by your government or some other government. The time that it's a UFO is if it's built like if it's not aerodynamically designed, then it's not from here, because it doesn't need to conform to the laws of this plane or this dimension. But anyway, they saw what they called a UFO in the sky, and it could also have been an IFO too, or what they call a USO, underwater submergible object or something like that. So the local press reported such stories from other residents days later. So this is what happened. There are two residents, two sisters, last name Silva. I think one's named Lillian Silva and the other one's Valkyria Silva. They were around 14 years old, 16 years old, and they later walked home with a friend. They took the shortest route home through the woods in a place called the Jardim and Deer. And then they were startled by a strange being that they encountered crouching down near a wall. Now, keep in mind, this was after the crash, right? So they soon realized that it wasn't a human. So as they approached, the being turned around and they said that it had large, bright red eyes. So they immediately ran in horror. The girls burst into their front door in tears. So even after being comforted by for some time, even after the fact, way after the fact, the younger sister was still extremely upset. So others in the area also saw the same thing. And the Sunday TV show, I think it was called Fantastico, in that language, Fantastico. They picked up the story about this being. So, long story short, a cover-up ensued. The Silva family received a visit from 4 of those so-called men in dark, those men in black, men in dark suits. They never identified themselves, but they offered large sums of money as an inducement for the girls to deny their story.
Oh, wow.
Nevertheless, they never denied seeing what they saw. Okay? So even when returning to the area with an investigator later, they were extremely upset and fearful. So I did see the eyewitnesses' account of the crash and the fire myself. I saw it on the documentary. Right. According to the story, there were multiple non-human beings wandering around in a state of disorientation because, of course, like I said, there was a crash. Right. So according to them, it was they were non-human beings wandering around in a state of disorientation. And when all was said and done, they were apprehended by the firefighters and the military. So if you look up the UFO files, the Brazilian UFO crash, there's even a book about it called Incident on Varginha. So is it true? I don't know if it's true. You have to ask the people of Varginha. I wasn't there. Even an old lady confirmed that she saw the exact same thing. She said it wasn't human. So that's one account. So according to another story, there was a black woman that killed a reptilian in the South in the 1950s. This story was relayed by a woman who identifies herself as a Hebrew Israelite. She said that her great aunt shot and killed, or her great aunt relayed a story about her shooting and killing a reptilian. She says her great aunt always sat with a double-barrel shotgun next to her, which is, I guess, would have been a pretty common thing back in the day. My grandfather would do the same thing, or he was, pretty loaded. So after hearing pig squeals and dogs barking and the cows being really upset, all the animals went crazy on their farm because they on a farm. So she saw a frogman walking towards her from the pond next to her barn. She said it was about 5'5" or taller, had webbed hands. She shot it dead, and she saw green blood.
Oh, wow.
Remember that for later on. Green blood. Yeah, footnote that. So her husband came out of the bed. He walked up to it. She swore it was, it was a true story. She said, as God is my witness, she's reported to have said, and her husband buried it by the barn. So 1 month later, according to the story, they were awakened by a blue light that shone over the house. So they stepped outside and they saw a flying saucer next to their pond. I know people may think this is crazy, but stick around. We'll see how crazy this is. They came off the ship. They retrieved the body by simply placing their hands over the mound, and the carcass rose out of the grave, just like in the movies. I know it sounds crazy. I'm just reporting what the story, the story that I ran across. I wasn't there. Then they raised their hands over the pond, and a spaceship emerged out of the large pond. Obviously, that was the source of the ship that had transported the killed, I guess their killed brother. So they looked at the husband and the wife. They returned to their ship and they zoomed off into the sky. And this is why she always kept her double-barrel shotgun with her at all times. That was the story. That was the story. And then I ran across another very interesting story. This story is the lizard man of, what do they call it? The lizard man of Honey Grove. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. The lizard man of Honey Grove. Again, another contemporary story. And this is basically what it said. I'm just going to read her words verbatim. She said, "My name is Kelly, and I'm a 55-year-old female. I am a 55-year-old female, and I live in a very small town in Texas. It was called Honey Grove, Texas." Okay, again, this is 1984. It didn't have a lot of people in it. Probably at the time, maybe 12 to 1,400. And one night, I had to put I have two daughters, and I put them to bed, and I went to sleep. Well, my dogs went to barking ferociously, and up against my house, I heard twigs breaking. Well, my eldest daughter had a Shetland pony, so in my mind, I thought the Shetland pony had gotten loose. I got up out of bed, and I went to the front door. My front door had 9 panes of glass in, and right catty-cornered from me, 25 feet, was a street light, a very bright street light. What I saw walking across that street, I will never forget. I saw a lizard standing on 2 feet with its back to me. He had crossed the road, and his tail was so long it was still halfway in the road. He was gray, and I could see scales. His arms, for lack of a better word to call them, went between his hip and his knees. He was just nonchalantly walking across the road. Right under the street light across the street from me was houses, but behind those houses was a sawmill. I was in shock. I had never seen or experienced anything like this before in my life. My world was black and white with no gray, and pun intended. He never looked my way, and I never left the house. She's kind of like a lot of run-on sentences. It put me in shock, and I was totally in shock in her that night. As a matter of fact, I didn't go to sleep the rest of the night. I just stood there looking out. It was looking at my front door long before or long after he had passed beyond my field of vision. So she was just in a daze. I didn't tell anybody about the sighting. This is my first time telling it, and I was estranged from my family, and I just didn't tell no one. I mean, I didn't want to be Honey Grove was a small town, and I did have 2 small children, and I didn't want any type of flack, I guess, coming towards me or mine or my daughters, so I kept it to myself. I only saw him that one time. Like I said, he was just nonchalantly walking across the street. There had been other sightings back then, not of what I saw, but of Bigfoot, and I'm trying to remember other people's names, and since I talked to you, I've been trying to remember, but a lot of times the guys would go down into the hollow to, there was a hollow down there somewhere, and they would want to go hunting, and the dogs would never even follow them. They would not go down there, and they would be a scream of it. They said the guys would say it almost sounded like a woman in pain, and I don't know of any animals that would sound like that, but I have heard many rumors about people that have seen Bigfoot in that area along the same timeline. So that's her story.
It's trying to trick you, make you think it's a woman in need. You go down there and there's some big monster coming at you.
Hey, go for it. I won't be the guinea pig. I'll let somebody else do it. So that's her story. That's her story. Again, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. But there's other stories that just keep coming up. There's a story in either 1924 or 1934. The LA Times reported a story of a mining engineer. The newspaper title was Hunt for the Lost City of Lizard People. Another newspaper article was something along the lines of Lizard People Catacomb City Hunted. So he had heard about this city from some Native Americans, and he was testing for mineral deposits, and he found underground tunnels in the shape of a lizard. So these tunnels were shaped like a lizard, and he had located a large cache of gold tablets. And in response to this, guess what the city did? The city flooded that tunnel, and they closed it down before this information could reach the light of day.
Wow.
So that's just one other story. And then you go to places like Peru. Peru, they have stories of the iguana man. There's an iguana man, reptilian of the Peruvian people. They call him the people called the Mochica people. Mochica people. And they have statues like that in Peru, and they have similar statues also in Japan and way on the other side of the world.
Right.
And then you have these African mermaids in Zimbabwe. You know, they're Zimbabwean workers. They were tasked to install water pumps in what they call the Gokwe Dam and the Osborne Dam. And they complained of being terrorized by water beings with fishtails. So the reports of some people, there were reports of some people vanishing, people being chased, people being attacked. The Zimbabwe water minister had to come into the had to intervene, and he even had to intervene so that they had to recruit white workers to do the same type of work, and the same thing happened. They saw the creatures and they got scared, and they refused to go back to work.
Right.
So in some parts of Africa, police refused to even go for fear of mermaids. So
wow.
So after consulting the tribal leaders, they said that the mer beings were upset because those places where they wanted to do their work were their favorite congregating spots for their species. And then there's a large dam at Lake Kariba, is also a place of many sightings. So there stories like that they abound in Africa. Like in South Africa, you have to ask yourself, why were the ancient people obsessed with drawing images of humanoid beings with fish tails and water spears if they lived in a semi-desert wasteland? Because where they lived was a wasteland, a semi-desert wasteland, and here they are drawing images of beings with fish tails and humanoid bodies, human upper bodies, human torsos, and fish tails, and that's how they spent their time. They spare time. So you would think people living in a desert without water bodies would have other things in mind,
right?
And then, of course, in Alaska, the Eskimos, they call them the Inuit. They have stories too. They have stories of what they call the what do they call that? They call that the Kalipaluk. I'll just spell it. It's spelled Q-A-L as in Larry, U as in uterus, P as in Peter, I as in Ida, L as in Larry, two L's, L-L, then U as in uterus, R as, well, actually K as in kite. So Kalupaluk. They call it a Kalupaluk. So in one case, there were two Eskimo girls. They heard, they have ice of course, in that part of the world. They had ice. They were standing on ice, and they heard like some hard knocks on the ice. And so this large humanoid creature jumps out, breaks through the cracks, jumps out, fish-like face, sharp fish teeth, wearing, as they say, many people have said that it wears duck skin clothing. I guess they make their own clothes from the same type of duck skin that the Inuits use to make their clothing. They make their own waterproof parkas like that. And they said that, again, this is the Inuits' account. This is not my account. I didn't see no Kalipaluk. I didn't see any of these things. I've seen things before, but not this. That's a whole nother story. They said that they had, it had seaweed-like hair, duck-like feet, short legs, and webbed fingers, scaly skin, blue-green color, long arms, yellow fish eyes, very large yellow fish eyes, 4 feet tall, smelled like dead fish. The girls were frozen with terror, and eventually they were able to run away from it. So, these stories, they dovetail with contemporary stories of missing people in Alaska. There's one account of a man on a foggy Alaska beach, actually 2 guys. The story I saw was an Indian guy and a white guy. They were on a foggy beach, Alaska beach. the white guy decides he wants to go off to another part of the beach, and the Indian guy was okay, cool. A few minutes later, the guy lets out a blood-curdling scream, and by the time the Indian guy found where he was, it was real foggy, so it was hard to find, difficult to see. He saw that. He said that he saw after he heard the screams, he ran to the spot, and when he was able to finally see, he said that he saw. What did he see? Like a three-toed footprints leading into the water, and his friend was gone. They never recovered him.
Wow.
And by the way, it's been said that the ideal swimmer, they have short legs and long arms. This is what they said about a great swimmer named Mark Phelps. There was an old swimmer named Mark Phelps. Right. He had, long, and this is how they describe this creature. That's how it was built. Just as an aside. And then, the indigenous people of Indonesia, they have their mermaid stories. They call them the orang ikan. It's spelled Orang Ikan. IKAN. It means human fish. Orang means human. Ikan means fish in their language. So it's such a interesting story. I think I want to read that too. Let me read a little bit about that, how this thing works, this orang ikan. This is 1943. We were in World War II. Japanese soldiers, they were stationed on a small remote island in the, what they call the Kai, or the Kei, K-E-I island chain. They reported seeing strange creatures in the water, and they said that they had limbs and a face somewhat similar to a human, but with a mouth like a carp, like a fish, filled with needle-like teeth. And they were described as typically being around 150 centimeters tall. They had like pink or salmon-colored skin. They had prominent spines or spikes of some sort on their heads, and even their necks and their shoulders, spikes. So these strange creatures were not really, what you would think of as a classical, beautiful mermaid, because they, Hollywood likes to dress things up.
Oh yeah, make it beautiful.
Yeah, they make them beautiful, and but they had 2 long arms and 2 frog-like legs, both of which ended in wicked. They had long, long talons. So basically, they said on several occasions these beings were seen near the beaches of mostly in lagoons. In one case, 2 of the creatures were spotted playing in a lagoon, and another was reportedly seen swimming near a beach, doing what would look like a breaststroke. And so one report was told by all these reports came from the soldiers, the Japanese soldiers. One soldier said that he saw one of the creatures on a beach one night, and at first the soldier had thought it was a child until it turned around and he could see in the moonlight that its facial features were not quite right. So the creature quickly ran headlong into the water after it was seen and did not resurface. And so that was one encounter, and then they had reports of troops engaging the creatures. One patrol of the Japanese soldiers, they claimed that they had slogged through a thicket of underbrush and they came upon an isolated lagoon. And at first, things were real peaceful and serene, and then because that's a pretty much a quiet island. But then there was a sudden thrashing in the water, and they thought that it was some type of a large fish. So they looked on to see what would happen, and then they looked through their to see what type of fish would be causing that commotion. And as they squinted and gazed at the water, they saw a strange being lurch out from beneath to pull itself up onto a rock, some type of rock outcropping. And it was described as being pinkish in color, having ape-like features, devoid of hair, and it possessed an oversized mouth like a fish with arms that ended in webbed claws and hands. This is in Indonesia. So the creature, according to the story, quickly turned to the soldiers looking at them and reportedly let out some type of gurgling, burping noise that the troops did not translate as being what they considered to be friendly. So soon after, they saw another one making its way through the waters towards them in a really, really smooth fashion. You know how like a crocodile is swimming towards you real fast and smoothly?
Yeah.
That's how it was swimming towards them. So they said the speed that it was approaching was like startling, and the claws that something that really stood out in everybody's mind. And so as the second creature silently darted towards them, they said the one on the rock continued the gurgling, coughing noises, and the men started to fire at it, which is, I think I would have did the same thing. And then the water erupted in spouts of water and kicked up by bullets, and the fire was directed towards the rock. But shortly after that barrage, the creatures were gone, and the people were just wondering what they had just seen. So another case, these same soldiers, one of the soldiers took a break to cool himself off, and he said he poured some water over himself to cool down, and as he opened his eyes, he saw staring back at him the face of a horrible thing with a fish mouth and spines like a sea urchin protruding from the surface, not even 3 feet away from him. It had a real strong fishy stench. And so he immediately grabbed his firearm and he just started unloading, because he was, he didn't know what that thing was capable of doing. So, but the most interesting story of all, it dealt with the he was the sergeant of the team, Mr. Taro Horiba. He was summoned by the chief of one of the nearby villages, and the villager said, "Okay, you want to see what these things look like? You want to see if it's real? Come check it out." So he told him that he had found a dead orang-utan on the beach earlier that day, and the body was available for viewing. So the sergeant was skeptical, but he went to take a look at it, and he was. As he made his way, he saw that the villagers were like really fearful and scared. And so he was wondering if he really wanted to see what was in the hut, but he went to see what was in the hut face to face. And when he went in there, he saw what he had never seen before. He said that, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. He found sprawled out on the grass, laid out at the chief's home, a dead creature laid about, 160 centimeters long. Had the head of a red-brown shoulder-length hair, it had spines along the neck. The face was like quite ugly, combination of human features, fish features, and a low, short nose, broad forehead, small ears, and the mouth was like lipless. You know how fish, they have no lips.
Yes.
It was wide, it was lipless and wide like a fish, and it was specifically described like that of a carp, filled with really, really tiny, sharp, needle-like teeth, which were, I guess perfect for grabbing and holding prey. And so the creature's fingers and toes were so long and webbed, and they ended in what he said were translucent claws. And so this guy, Sergeant Horiba, also reported that there was a sort of algae attached all over the body, which gave the body a greenish color in some places. So, and he said the stench, of course, the stench of the beast was said to be so horrific. It was like a combination of rotting fish and fetid meat, And this guy, Sitaro Horiba, this sergeant, the Japanese sergeant, after seeing this orang-utan, he attempted to get the zoologist in his country, from his home country, to investigate, but he was only ridiculed and he was sneered at, and nothing else was done about it. So other Japanese soldiers, like I mentioned, they were the ones who reported this story. So, and there's so many other stories. There's another story I want to relate to you guys. See if I can find it. This story was written. Dr. Malachi wrote a book called Extraterrestrials and Creation some years ago, and he related a story of what they found in a cave in Mexico City. It was in 1944. They made an accidental discovery, and the man that made the discovery was, I think his name was Waldemar Julsrud. Julsrud, and his first name was Waldemar. And so they were in a place called Acambaro, Mexico. So Acambaro, Mexico is in the state of Guanajuato. It's 175 miles northwest of Mexico City. So it says here, the strange archaeological site there yielded over 33,000 objects of ceramic, stone, including jade, and knives of obsidian, so knives made of obsidian, that were sharper than steel and still used today in heart surgery. Jalsrud, the man, a prominent local German merchant, also found statues ranging from less than an inch to 6 feet in length, depicting great reptiles, some of them in active association with humans, generally eating them, but in some bizarre statuettes, an erotic association was indicated. You hear that? In some bizarre statuettes, an erotic association was indicated. To observers, many of these creatures resembled dinosaurs. Jalsrud, his name is also spelled Jalsrud, Julsrud or Jalsrud. Jalsrud crammed this collection into 12 rooms of his expanded house. There, startling representations of Negroes, Orientals, and bearded Caucasians were included, as were motifs of Egyptians, Sumerians, and other ancient non-hemispheric civilizations, as well as portrayals of Bigfoot and aquatic monster-like creatures, weird human-animal mixtures, and a host of other inexplicable creations. They say non-hemispheric. Of course, Mexico is in one place, and what do you have Orientals and Negroes and Caucasians doing over here in these lands? You know, and a host of other inexplicable creations: teeth from an extinct Ice Age horse, the skeleton of a mammoth, and a number of human skulls were found at the same site as the ceramic artifacts. Radiocarbon dating in the laboratories of the University of Pennsylvania, and additional tests using the thermoluminescence method of dating pottery were performed to determine the age of the objects. The results indicated that the objects were between 6,500 years, dated to about 6,500 years ago, around 4,500 BC. And then a team of experts at another university, they were shown half a dozen of these samples, but they were unaware of their origin, and so they ruled out the possibility that they could have been modern reproduction. However, they fell silent when they were told of their controversial source, you know, in Mexico. So in 1952, what happened was there was an effort to debunk this weird collection, which was gaining a certain amount of fame. So there was an American archaeologist named Charles C. DePiso, or DePiso. He claimed to have, minutely examined more than the then 32,000 pieces. So this is 32,000 pieces that he supposedly examined in detail within not more than 4 hours spent at the home of Jalsrud. So how do you do that in 4 hours, 32,000 pieces? In a forthcoming book, long delayed by continuing developments in his investigation, archaeological investigator John H. Tierney, who has lectured on the case for decades, points out that to have done that, DePiso would have had to have inspected 133 pieces per minute steadily for 4 hours, whereas in actuality it would have required weeks merely to have separated the massive jumble of exhibits and arranged them properly for a valid evaluation. Right. So basically he tried to debunk that, and the Smithsonian always has a hand in cases like that, and they want to, they just want to basically want you to think that they're the masters of the universe. They want to monopolize information. They want to monopolize. If they monopolize information, by definition, by controlling human thought, they control human perception, and by controlling human perception, of course, by default, they control human activity or the lack thereof. So that's another case. So, like I said, there's a lot of cases. Like I said, I wasn't there. I didn't see this. But, there's another book. There's a book actually written called The Body Snatchers by Susan Reed. And it really ties into a lot of this information that we're talking about now. So now you've heard some of the many modern day stories. I mean, I can go on and on about the modern day stories, but I think you guys get the picture. You've heard some of the many modern day stories about humanoid aquatic creatures, reptilians, lizard men, reptoids, amphibious, two-legged creatures, and what can you say? There's so many more stories. Like I said, I mean, since I wasn't there, like I said, I can't say that. I can say this: while anyone, myself included, can discount the truth about any single incident, it is not the single incidents that concern me. Instead, it's the consistency of the message that is of paramount importance to me. It is the consistent theme that is of primary interest to me. So that trumps any individual story, because what we should be examining is the totality of the message.
Yes.
And though the incidents vary, the message is the same. There are also many contemporary cases of human reptiles that live in actual families. That thumbnail picture that Lance put together with his artwork. I don't know how long did it take you to put that together, Lance.
It wasn't long. It wasn't long. I play my music and zone out. That's what I love to do. I mean,
he just put that together. Those are real pictures. So that thumbnail picture of those images of the scaly, the one on the right is a scaly, a little boy. And for the show, that's a real person. I mean, I wouldn't call him a monster, because he has a condition, a skin condition. And then the other person on the left is a Asian man or young man, and both of them have a real case of what they call ichthyosis. And so he has an extreme case of, both of them actually have an extreme case of it. And of course, Western so-called medicines, they cannot adequately explain it. The only person that I know that has explained that to date is Dr. Malachi Z. York. So let me read a little bit about this little boy, the one on the right on the thumbnail. The article is Small Toddler Suffers from Rare Disorder Called Lamellar Ichthyosis, representing a snake-like skin that caused him to shed his skin every 6 weeks. So it says here, I'm just going to read a little bit. A 10-year-old boy in India is covered with the human snake. His skin is covered in large scales throughout his body. The name of the kid is Jagannath, and his surname is still unknown. His surface has been included in thick, dark plates ever since he was a small toddler. A rare and incurable disease causes his skins. It means he is unable to shed his old cells quickly enough. Jagannath's skin is continually flaking because it is too dry. It is another complication of his lamellar ichthyosis. Local hospitals report that he needs to bathe every hour. Along with bathing, he also has to lather himself with moisturizer frequently. His skin becomes very tight that he is often unable to walk correctly. He needs to stick to help him stretch out his limbs. It is claimed by the hospital report. So this poor little boy has this skin condition, and he looks exactly like a reptile. So the Western scientific community writes it off as a disease, and they never really explain it, and they say that they don't have a cure for it. But we're going to examine exactly what that is. So now that we've looked at the contemporary stories, what about the ancient stories of reptilian creatures that they never taught us about in school? They're even more amazing than the contemporary ones. So if you survey a culture, you'll find that just about everyone attributes their origin to reptilian or reptilian-like creatures that were described as descending from on high, as they say, in the sky, or even emerging from the seas and the waters of the planet. So in all of these myths, serpents and serpentine-type humanoid beings, and not mammals, are the dominant form in most of these stories and legends of humankind. Or are they really myths? It's similar to all those legends that those global legends we spoke of in Nazi Germany and the Polarity War about the inner earth beings, and the global legends about women reproducing as virgins, on their own. Mm-hmm. When you talk about reptilians, reptilians is really an all-inclusive type of term for amphibious / sea creatures like mermaids. And mermaids are depicted by African bushmen with fishtails. You know, people all over the world have illustrations and stories of mermaids written. You know, whether it's South America, whether it's Japan, whether it's the Philippines, whether it's China, India, you name the country. You know, where are they getting these images from if they're not seeing the same thing?
That's right.
You know, look at China. You know, many Chinese kings, they actually boasted. I don't know if you know this, but many Chinese kings, they used to boast that the boast was that they were actually, they boasted that their descendancy was from a queen called Queen Nukua, spelled capital N, then U, and then capital K, U-A, Nukua. She was known as a dragon queen or the dragon goddess. And then look at ancient Sumer. Look at India. Look at Egypt. Many of their kings, they used or they employed dragon-like accoutrements or dragon-like props or dragon-related trappings and dragon-style dress or manners and modes of dress. Like a rich person or a rapper would surround himself with the so-called accoutrements or accoutrements of success, or the accoutrements of wealth, like Rolex watches, multi-million-dollar properties, Bentleys, etc. Anyway, these kings of these lands, they consider themselves to be semi-divine, and they claimed descendancy from reptilian gods or from superior reptilian beings. Now, I know it sounds crazy, but these are facts if you do the research. Of course, that still doesn't validate these myths. At least doesn't validate them yet. So there's a book I have. I think I listed that in the bibliography along with some of the other books. Mankind's Reptilian Past. I want to read something from that, page 47. The book is Mankind's Reptilian Past: Flying Serpents and Dragons, the story of mankind's reptilian past. It says here, the dragon ancestors of the Chinese. In earlier days, Asian dragons shared the world with humankind and did so peaceably. In this respect, they have been profoundly linked with Chinese culture. According to Chinese history, the first humans were believed to have been created by an ancient goddess named Nukua, who was herself part dragon and part mortal. I just mentioned her. The dragon is one of the signs of the Chinese zodiac, a form of calendar which dates back to 2500 BC. The Chinese years are the rat, the ox, the tiger, the rabbit, the dragon, etc., etc. I won't name them all. Of these animals, all but the dragon are encountered today, suggesting that when the zodiac was formed, the Chinese believed that the dragon actually existed. So according to Chinese history, Asian dragons were present at the creation and shared the world with mankind. Like the Western serpent, the dragon was linked with the development of man, and it was the dragon that taught him the essential arts, such as how to make fire, how to weave nets for fishing, and how to make music. The Chinese chose the dragon as the national emblem for profound reasons. They believed that the celestial dragon was the father of the first dynasty of divine emperors, and as a result, the dragon's pictorial emblem became regarded as inspiring divine beneficence to the land of China. The dragon was unrivaled in wisdom and its power to confer blessings, and as a result came to symbolize the most beneficent of men, the emperor, who was believed to have dragon blood. This affinity with the dragon is shown by the imperial accoutrements. The emperor sat on a dragon throne, rode in a dragon boat, and even slept on a dragon or in a dragon bed, just to give you a guise of how much of an affinity they had with dragons. That's the Chinese. And then, of course, you have the Japanese. The Japanese have their legends. They have legends of what they call the Kappa, K-A-P-P-A. Remember that, were you a cartoon guy, Lance?
Yes.
You watch cartoons a lot. If you were an artist,
up to a point, but yeah. I love
remember the Teenage Mutant Turtles?
Yeah, definitely.
The Japanese have, that's where they got the inspiration from the Japanese version of the amphibious creature called the Kappa. The Kappa is the Kappa has some of them. There are different variations of them, but if you look up Kappa, you'll see the pictures that they drew of them. They varied from region to region. Some of them they're never more than 5 feet tall. They have small frames. The word Kappa actually translates, according to the research, it means water child. That's what they call them because they were small like a child. They have hands and feet that are webbed, and they're said to have amazing swimming capabilities. They have scaly skin, similar to a reptile. Skin color varies, but they come in different hues like yellow, green, blue. Humanoid figure, shell. They have this tortoise shell on its back, and then some of them have long, shaggy hair, shaped in a bowl-like cut. And then they have a beak-like mouth, and it says that doesn't interfere with their abilities to speak human languages. And then they also have a small bowl-like dent on the top of their heads that holds a small pool of water. That's how they've been described. And if you look at the Ninja Turtles, you see how they have that shell on their back.
Right.
That's what. That's where I read. According to what I've read, that's where they got the inspiration for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But the Japanese, if you look up some of the pictures of that they drew of these Kappas, they look like lizard people. That's what they look like. You know. So now, if you go to a place like Central America. Go to Central America. The Central America, see what they say about the Central American gods. Central America, let's see. Okay, Central America. Now, everybody knows about the Mayan people of Central America. It says among the Mayas of Central America, the snake symbolism was very common. And most of the serpents depicted in their arts are feathered, indicative of their ability to fly. In other words, they were regarded as feathered serpents or dragons. They actually have a book, one of their sacred books, the Mayan books called, the Quiche Indians have a book called the Chilam Balam. The Quiche Indians would be spelled Q-U-I-C-H-E, almost like quiche. The Quiche Indians, they have a book called the Chilam Balam. Chilam, next word Balam, Chilam Balam. In that book, they refer to the first inhabitants of Yucatan. They called them the Chanes, Chanes. What that meant was they were the people of the serpent. And those people were said to have come from the east across the sea, led by their leader, Itzamna. Itzamna is spelled I-T-Z-A-M-N-A. He was the leader. And there was a man named Eric Thompson, the Dean of Mayan Studies. He maintains that the word Itzem, I-T-Z-E-M, which that's where the god's name is derived, Itzamna, means lizard or reptile. So, in fact, there's a city called Itzamal, I-T-Z-A-M-A-L. That's a sacred city of the god Itzamna. Mm-hmm. It literally means the place of the lizard. So there are many anthropomorphic forms of this god, Itzamna, where he's depicted as half human and half serpent. That's why they depict it. You've probably seen some of those pictures, yes, or some of those artifacts. You wonder why they have a serpent's tail and the rest of him, the torso may be humanoid. So he was the most important deity in the Mayan pantheon and was the dominant sky god, ruler of the heavens, and one of the few Mayan gods not associated with death and destruction. And so he was the creator god who was said to have infused the breath of life into man. I'm not saying all this is true. I'm just saying that if you look at all these stories, there's a common thread throughout all of these stories, and they all have truth, some type of truth in them. In the Aztec civilization, which came before the Mayan civilization, the benevolent feathered serpent god is also found in the pantheon, because you have what they call Quetzalcoatl. Mm-hmm. He is the plumed serpent god who brought the benefits of civilization to Mexico. And I think we talked about Quetzalcoatl a little bit in the show I did when She-Rose ruled the world. I probably touched on him a little bit.
It's a great series, so I have to say. And remember, what I'm going to do very soon is put all your work in one playlist on the home page of this YouTube page. I'm going to start cleaning everything up. So we have a Zamal Temeray playlist, so one link will have all of your shows as you add them. But I've been so
Oh,
busy.
wow.
Like I said, I have to do that this week with Sister Carrie Lux, with yourself, with segment 7, Mr. Political, Michael Hamer. It's better that way. You see, we already have Quaco, myself, and Lily Fire. So everybody will be or have their own playlist. So you go directly to it, and all your episodes will be in one. Going to step away for 2 minutes. Keep talking, brother. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great idea. But his name comes from Quetzal, Quetzal, meaning bird with long green tail feathers, and coatl, meaning serpent. So a bird with long green tailed feathers, a serpentine bird with long green tailed feathers. He reportedly taught man all of the arts and the sciences, and is probably the most significant of the Aztec gods. He is said to have arrived in a flying boat. I repeat, he is said to have arrived on the scene in a flying boat, a ship. Like the gods of the Sumerian pantheon, the Mayan gods often squabbled among themselves, and perhaps the most famous of these legends concerns the struggle between Quetzalcoatl, who represented all that was good, and another powerful god called Tezcatlipoca, who was the opposite of Quetzalcoatl and represented discord, destruction, and sacrifice from mankind. Let's see, Tezcatlipoca had planned a number of different schemes to destroy Quetzalcoatl. One day he got Quetzalcoatl drunk, and bidding his sister to join them, got them both drunk and involved in a, well, I don't need to read this. But basically, I just wanted to underscore the point that the Central Americans have these stories of these dragon-like beings. They have them in China, and they have them in many other parts of the world, these ancient stories. So I've covered some of the ancient stories. There's some more. There's also the story of Uruguay. You've heard of the countries in South America. Uruguay. Uruguay is the name of a country, but there's also the name of a character called Urcaguay. It's spelled Urcaguay. Urcaguay is a South American serpentine god. And Urcaguay, according to the legend, Urcaguay is credited with building and founding the ancient city of Cusco in Peru. For those of you who are geographically inclined and good with geography, you know the city, the state, or the country of Peru in South America has a city called Cusco. And this, according to the legends of the South Americans there, Urcaguay, the South American serpentine god, is responsible for founding and building that city. They dedicated that city to him. So, as I mentioned, the most important of all the Aztec gods, the Aztec had stories of Quetzalcoatl. I think I mentioned he was the plumed serpent god. He gave civilization to Mexico. He taught them all the arts and the sciences. I mentioned all that. And let's see. And there's other stories around the world from other places, like in, let's say, in Greece, ancient Greece. They have stories of the myth of the Garden of Hesperides. I believe it's pronounced that way. Hesperides, it's spelled Hesperides. So the Greeks have a myth of the Garden of Hesperides. This is supposedly a wonderful Eden-like garden where trees bore golden fruit that was guarded by a serpent. So in this garden, the garden produced golden fruit, or fruit made of gold. Of course, this is just a myth. No tree produces fruit made of gold. And in this story, the fruit was guarded by a serpent. The name of the serpent was Ladon, and he was slain by Hercules in the story. And all of the gardens and if you read all of the Garden of Delight stories, they always include a serpent. all of those Garden of Delight stories, they always include a serpent. And if you go back to some of the other Greek stories, like some of the other Greek myths, they always talk about these Greek fish gods. These were fish gods, amphibious creatures, fish gods. Triton was one. Let's see, Artemis was another, Artemis. Artemis, Artemis. Proteus was another one, Proteus, Proteus. Then you have the Telchines. That was spelled Telchines. Then you had the Nereus. Nereus was another fish god, spelled Nereus. All of these are Greek fish gods. And then, of course, the Philistines, they had Dagon, the male fish god, and the female version was Atargatis, Atargatis. So all of these fish-like beings were described in so many different cultures around the world. Did you know that the ancients, they actually had beliefs that serpents regularly even impregnated women, according to their beliefs? There's a series, as I mentioned, it's called The Reptilian Agenda with Credo Mutwa, the African shaman that was interviewed by David Icke with the ancient, he had actual ancient carved artifacts of reptilian humanoids with erect penises that fit inside of the African female figurines. Even in Greece, barren women would lie at night on the floor of the temple of this god they called Asclepius. They would lay on the floor all night of Asclepius's temple, and they would hope that the god would appear in serpentine shape and impregnate them. That's right. They would hope that this god would appear in serpentine shape and impregnate them during their sleep. And there's a place called the Phrygian Mysteries of Sabozius. The Phrygian Mysteries of Sabozius. Sabozius was just a god of ancient Turkey that became popular in the Roman Empire. Phrygia was just a kingdom of the west central part of Anatolia. So if somebody says Phrygia, they're talking about Turkey. The west central part of Turkey, of Anatolia, they called it the Asian Turkey, the west central part of Turkey. So anyway, at the Phrygian Mysteries, it's spelled Phrygian. The Phrygian Mysteries, which was described as a religious cult, and whose goddess was known as Cybele, Cybele. Cybele was one of the goddesses of that cult. Women were known to marry Sabozius. So this Sabozius character was the horseman and the sky god father of the people of Phrygia and Thracia also. Thracia is another part. Thracia was just a land of eastern and southeastern Europe. So this guy, or this supposed sky god horseman, Sabozius, was the sky god of the people of Phrygia, Turkey, and Thracia, or eastern and southeastern Europe. Just to give you guys some context to let you know that these stories abounded in the ancient world. It was also widely known also in Egypt, or believed, that serpents regularly impregnated females. There's even a papyrus, a paper, a scroll called the Second Tanis Papyrus, the Second Tanis Papyrus. And in this papyrus, a list of sacred titles is provided for humanoid serpents that were housed in the larger temples. Now, if you go over to the Persian Gulf, I don't think I mentioned this. If you go over to the Persian Gulf, in the 3rd century BC, there was a Babylonian priest named Berosus. His name is spelled Berossus. Berosus. He wrote a Mesopotamian account describing the progenitors, or the creators of the arts, the crafts, and civilization that originated from an intelligent, amphibious, or aquatic, or fish-like race. I repeat, this Babylonian priest in the 3rd century BC named Berosus wrote a Mesopotamian account describing the creators of the arts, the crafts, and civilization. And according to his work, they originated from intelligent, amphibious, or aquatic / a fish-like race. These creatures were called the Anadoti. The Anadoti, it's spelled Annedoti. And their leader was called Oannes. Oannes is spelled Oannes. These are fish-like creatures. These creatures came out of the Persian Gulf, and they have the arms and the torso of men with the body and the tail of a fish. So the complete account of Berosus has been lost, but there have been parts and fragments that have been preserved in the works of other men, such as Polyhistor, Polydorus, and other historians. Now, let's see. Something I want to show you guys here also. This is a book written by Dr. Malachi Z. York called Freaks and the Perfect Creatures. It deals with genetic engineering performed in ancient times. The name of the book again is called Freaks and the Perfect Creature. And it gives more information about Dagon. I mentioned from the Philistines, they had a god called Dagon. Okay, let me read to you this. You back, Mr. Lance?
Right here at the control panel.
Okay, cool. I'm just going to, I'm referring to a source book now called Freaks and the Perfect Creature. It's a recent work written by Dr. Malachi Z. York that deals with genetic engineering in ancient times. And let's see here. I'm going to start right here. Let's see. Okay, so here, I'm just going to read here. It says, so if their God, referring to the God of the Bible, if their God is perfect, then man in his image and likeness must be perfect, which you know is not true. If they need to eat, heal, feel pain, catch disease, kill, hate, and abuse, that would not be a perfect creature, referring to man, because if man is made in the image of God, like it says in the Bible, then man would be perfect too, because God is supposedly perfect. But if man feels pain, catches disease, kills, hates, and abuses, and needs to eat, then he's not perfect. That's the point that he's making. Then it says here, and now they will try and gashush, or deceive you, when you say that about hybrids such as mermaid, sea girl, or merman. If you ask them, does a mermaid or a merman exist, part humanoid and part fish, they will say no, referring to Christians. If you ask them that question, they will say they don't exist. Well, they should say yes if they really believe in every word of their Bible. If there are females, then there must have been males. And this is found, and is this found in the Bible? Yes, it is found in 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7. 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7. I'll read it. I'll briefly read it real quick.
Yes.
1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7. Now, a lot of people don't like to read the Bible, and I understand that. The Bible is a book of spells, and the Bible is a book of trickery. The Bible is a book of deception, but the Bible does also have wisdom. It does not contain the totality of wisdom because the Bible is a plagiarized book. It does have information if you know how to unravel it. And some people wonder why you still use the Bible to teach, because in order to teach people and to deprogram people, you have to give them a little bit of the poison that they had, that they imbibed, in order to cure them and make them immune to it. You can't just...
That's so true.
You have to speak their language. You have to speak the language of the people to whom you're sent.
Yes.
And if you go to a people and you're trying to talk to them about something that they're into, and you're not versed in what they're into, then you're not going to get anywhere. So you have to be versed in this information. Now, people that have graduated from that, great, but everybody's not at that point. So we have to look at the whole and not just that, parts of the whole. So right here, it says here in 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7, this is referring to a mermaid-like god that people would worship back in the Middle East. 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7. Verse 2 reads, when the Philistines took the ark of God, they brought it into the house of Dagon and sat it by Dagon. Dagon was one of the gods that these people worshipped. Verse 3 says, and when they asked of Ashdod, arose early on the morning, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the earth before the ark of the Lord. So basically, they're trying to say that the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark of God, had magical powers and caused this God that they worship to fall down to fall on its face. And it says here, and they took Dagon and set him in his place again. So this statue of their god Dagon fell down, according to them, due to the power of the God's Ark of the Covenant. And so the next day they just picked it up and put it back in its place again. And they said here, and when they arose early on the morning, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the ground before the ark of the Lord, and the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold. Only the stump of Dagon was left of him. So basically, the second time they had replaced the statue of this Dagon, their god, they came back the next day and it was completely destroyed. And so it says here, therefore neither the priest of Dagon nor any that come into Dagon's house tread or walk on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod unto this day. So those priests don't come back to that place anymore. But the hand of the Lord was heavy upon them of Ashdod, and he destroyed them and smote them with emerods. He basically struck them with hemorrhoids, basically. That's what an emerod is. Even Ashdod and the coast thereof. So he struck Ashdod and all the coast thereof. And when the men of Ashdod is obviously a land, when the men of Ashdod saw that it was so, they said, the ark of the God of Israel shall not abide with us, for his hand is sore upon us and upon Dagon our God. I read that just to give you context, to let you know that they were actually worshiping these sea creatures. They were worshiping reptilian gods back in the day. So that's why I read that. Okay. And it says here, so did half human, half fish exist? According to their Bible, yes, they did, or he did, a fish man, because it's right there in 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7. It says here, according to their own Bible, yes, mermen exist, and in the book, A Comprehensive Dictionary of the Gods by Anne S. Baumgartner, Dagon, spelled D-A-G-O-N, Dagon is a Mesopotamian god of vegetation, half man and half fish. Okay, it says here, according to their definitionaries, they are imaginary creatures that live in the sea, with the upper body being a human female and the lower body being a fish. And then he has some illustrations in here of what these things look like. Then it says here, yet most ancient sea cultures, or those who live near water, speak and write and draw about these creatures. That's pretty powerful. All these ancient sea cultures speak and write about these creatures. Where did they come from? Crossbreeding, grafting by these gods who are in fact extraterrestrials who humanoids think are their gods. You will find this merman outside of their Bible in other cultures as Oans, also called Anadotus, Anamentos, Otakon, and Eudokus, the god of the sea who lived in the Erythraean Sea, which is in the Persian Gulf. So they called him Oans, O-A-N-N-E-S. They called him Anadotus, A-N-N-E-D-O-T-U-S. They called him Anamentos, A-N-E-M-E-N-T-O-S. Or they called it Otakon, depending on what part of the world you were in, O-D-A-K-O-N. Or they called it Eudokus, E-U-E-D-O-K-U-S. The god of the sea who lived in the Erythraean Sea, which is the Persian Gulf. Mm-hmm. His head and body of a fish and the feet of a man is how this group describes them, or a human head, fish body. So Oans existed outside the Bible. Just to let you know, even though the story is in the Bible, that story was written before the Bible was written, because the Bible stories are plagiarized stories. Mm-hmm. I'd have to do a talk on that to show you that in great detail, where those stories actually came from. And then back to this book, the story of flying serpents and dragons, the story of mankind's reptilian past. Something I wanted to show you guys, if I can find it. Okay, I'll read this a little bit. It says here, it was the Babylonian tradition that owed their culture and knowledge to creatures who came up from the sea and who were disgusting and loathsome to look upon. Of further significance is the fact that the Oans of Berosus and Apollodorus bears a striking resemblance to the Sumerian Enki, E-N-K-I, the Sumerian Enki who founded the Mesopotamian civilization and brought the arts and sciences to mankind. Enki lived in his water palace, or Abzu, A-B-Z-U, or Abzu, located on the edge of the Persian Gulf. Enki's Abzu, or water palace, was sealed and presumably submersible. Oannes was said to return to his watery abode in the evening to spend the night. So you have this Oannes in one part of the world, and you have this Enki in another part of the world. Enki in Sumeria, just to show the tie-in. So if you go to the Indus Valley, to India, they have a book called the Book of, I don't know how to pronounce it, Dzyan. It's spelled D-Z-Y-A-N. It's an ancient Sanskrit book. It's a book, it's actually written in Sanskrit. And you know, Sanskrit is an ancient Indian language. Mm-hmm. And in this book, the Book of Dzyan, it says that a serpentine race descended from the sky and taught the human race. That's what the book says. The book is a compilation basically of thousands of sources. So it's very, very old. And it says that these serpentine supreme beings had dragon-like tails. They had human faces. They called them Sarpa, S-A-R-P-A, or they called them great dragons, who were wiped out after a great flood, only to redescend afterwards to reboot civilization. And you also have the Dravidians, or the Nagas, which according to legend, they were the products of sexual liaisons between human and serpent gods. So that's according to their legends. They were extremely wise. They were cave dwellers. They lived in caves. So anyway, the Aryans who discovered the artifacts of the Nagas, or the serpent people, they described they described these types of things.
Amazing.
Now, still talking about India. India has a land of secrets. Has a lot of. It's just interesting to see these tie-ins all over the world. Everybody's singing the same song.
See that?
Well, let me read this from that deals with this. This relates to India and the Mahabharata. I spoke at length. I talked about that in some context in Nazi Germany and the Polarity War. But I'm going to talk about it a little bit more in another context. It says here, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. We talked about those two great epics of India. Both epics, they concern the early Aryan contacts with these serpent people, and some of which were friendly, but in some cases they were hostile. Due to the intermarriage of the Aryans with them, a sort of ambiance or a love-hate relationship seems to permeate the two great epics. In the epic Mahabharata, a group of celestials, heavenly people, arrived by aerial car to attend the wedding feast of one of the Aryan kings. This is in this book called the Mahabharata. And the gods came in cloud-borne chariots. They came to view the scene so fair. Bright Aditas in their splendor, Maruts in the moving air, winged Suparnas, scaly Nagas. They're talking about what they look like. They were scaly skinned. Saints celestial, pure and high, for their music famed, Gandharvas and fair Apsaras of the sky. Bright celestial cars were their ships, because celestial means heavenly. Heavenly cars is a spaceship. Bright celestial cars in concourse sailed upon the cloudless sky. This poem describes the arrival of various Dravidians. The Aditas were the sun gods, the Maruts were the storm gods, and they called them the Gandharvas. Those were the celestial musicians. And the Apsaras were the celestial nymphs, the heavenly nymphs. And the scaly Nagas, they intermarried with the Aryans, and they produced the kings and the heroes. So like in Sumer and Egypt, many of the ancient Hindu gods mated with humans, and they produced a hybrid mammal-reptile, the semi-divine kings, which resound throughout literature of both Sumer and India. So the ancient Hindu literature also talks about how the divine ones had descended and conducted biological experiments with mammals, specifically, apes. And the Ramayana talks about that with the monkey god Hanuman. And it's just the stories go on and on and on. I don't think I need to talk more about that, but because we can be talking about that for a long time. But you guys get the point.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have, of course, you have the story of the Gnostics. You know, the Gnostics were those people that were heavily persecuted by the Roman Church, because when the Roman Church was emerging, they didn't want to have any rivals, so they had to kill off their rivals, because, you know, it was a business. Yes. And when, just like in business, you want to buy up your competition, they want to buy you out, or they want to kill you off. So the Gnostics, they had their own literature too. So the Gnostics' literature was completely left out of the scriptures because they were serious contenders to the early Christian church. And so in the early years of the Christian era, the Gnostics, they were harassed and they were defeated, and their literature was basically consigned to oblivion. They tried to completely eradicate it. They were a hated group, a hated rival group of Catholicism. They acknowledged a reptilian presence on the planet, and they were heavily persecuted, and their teachings were anathema, and their followers were basically punished with death. Mm. That's why they hated the Gnostics so much. So that was another group of people that dealt with those types of teachings. In the Gnostic tracts, there was the existence of serpent gods. It's clearly outlined. The serpent in the Garden of Eden is a noble and virtuous creature. In that story, the reason they hated these people so much was, one, their beliefs. They undermined the belief of a male-dominated early church, and then they didn't need a go-between, like a third party or a middleman. See, with the Roman Catholic Church, you have to go through the Pope. The Pope is your intercessor, your intermediary between man and God on earth. And the Gnostics were like, we don't need that. We can just go to the Creator on our own. Mm-hmm. You know, so they had to kill those people off and root them out. And then there are many Old Testament stories, legends, accounts and lore. Like you have the life of Adam and Eve. That's part of the Old Testament stories. That's not included in the Bible. Mm-hmm. You have other stories like the Apocalypse of Adam. You have the Testament of Solomon. You have the Apocalypse of Abraham is another one. That's Slavonic. Like if you go to Slavonia, which would be like Southern Europe. Like you've heard of people from Yugoslavia, that part of the world, Slavonia. Yes. The Apocalypse of Abraham is one book that did not make it into the Bible. That was one of the books that was not included. Then you have another book called the Apocalypse of Enoch. They also call it the Book of Enoch. There's actually various books of Enoch. They're written in different languages. There's one book of Enoch written from Ethiopia. That was the first book of Enoch. And then there's another book of Enoch called the Apocalypse of Enoch, again, which is the second book of Enoch, who was written by the Slavonics in Europe. And then there's another book of Enoch, the third book of Enoch, that was from the Hebrews. When they dug up the Dead Sea Scrolls, mm-hmm. they dug up another version of the book of Enoch. So the book of Enoch was so important that they had to translate it in different languages, basically. So the life of Adam and Eve, one of those hidden works, it states that Adam and Eve bore a son and that he was, quote unquote, lustrous. Adam and Eve had a son and he was lustrous. What does lustrous mean? Lustrous. Lustrous means if you want to have lustrous skin, you want to have beautiful, shiny skin, right? It means that the child of Adam and Eve was covered in a luminous or shiny hide of the reptile gods. That's what they're talking about in that particular story. And of course, when you're dealing with Old Testament / Hebrew / Jewish stories, you also deal with stuff like the Talmud. You deal with stuff like the Talmud would just be composed of, just as an aside, the Talmud would be composed of the Mishnah and the Gemara. It's the Mishnah would be the oral teachings. Then the Gemara would be the collections or the discussions on the Mishnah. Mm-hmm. So it's composed of two different parts. Basically, it's a book of witchcraft, and it's a book of spells, and it's two different versions. You have a Palestinian and a Babylonian version. And the only reason I put that in there is because I think I saw in one of the comments somebody was asking about the Talmud. And because I think I did a class on Islam, and I saw that the other day, and somebody was asking about the Talmud. I just happened to see that, and that's the only reason I threw that in there. So now, if you want to deal with other ancient accounts, you have the Sumerian accounts of Adam described. They described him as a hybrid mammal / saurian type of bipedal or humanoid being. I repeat that. The Sumerian accounts of Adam described Adam as a hybrid, part mammal, part saurian. Part mammal, part saurian. It's like dinosaur. Part mammal, part saurian. Part mammal, part reptile. A type of bipedal or humanoid being. So, if you look in there's a book called the Haggadah, Haggada. That is, the Haggadah is basically a summary of Jewish oral traditions, and the word Haggadah means the telling, and it deals with hundreds and hundreds of stories and fables and myths of the Jews that did not make it into the Bible. And so actually the Kabbalah does kind of tie, the Talmud does kind of tie into this, because we're talking about Jewish legends and stories. So one thing I want to say about that. So the Haggadah is, let's see, what is the Haggadah? Well, yeah, basically it just means the telling. And like I said, it's a compilation of oral traditions, and it includes hundreds and hundreds of stories, fables, and myths. And it says some very shocking things in some of these stories. You know, it says that I'll get into some of those in just a minute. It's
vast.
What's that?
I said the topic is vast.
The topic is really, really something. I'm just giving you, just still covering the ancient accounts right now. And I think I was dealing with the Haggadah. The Haggadah said, this source says that Adam's skin, and this is just dealing with this source, and we're going to give you context later, but I'm just reading what it says right now. It says, this source says that Adam's skin was as bright as daylight, and it covered his body like a luminous garment. His skin was as bright as daylight and covered his body like a luminous garment. How can his skin be bright as daylight and be covered, how could it be like a luminous garment? Basically what they're saying is that Adam had the outer appearance of a reptile with shiny and scaly skin. I'm not saying this is literally true. I'm just saying this is what it says in these Hebrew accounts. I'll give you context into what they're talking about later. So in the Hebrew text called the Midrash, there's another Hebrew text called the Midrash, Midrash. The Midrash is more like an explanation of the scripture. You know how you look in the Bible and you see the actual scripture, and then you see underneath an explanation of what they're talking about?
Yeah.
That's what the Midrash is. So the Midrash has an account called the Genesis Rabbah, and it's said to have been compiled in the 5th century Palestine. And Eve, according to this story, Eve wasn't created from the rib of Adam, but she was made from his tail. And in this story, the tail now it's a useless stump, or they call it a coccyx, C-O-C-C-Y-X, a coccyx. It was passed down to his descendants, to that would be us, according to the story. So today we call it a tailbone. So in short, the fall of Adam is associated with the loss of his reptilian tail and traits. That's what the fall of Adam deals with, the loss of his reptilian tail and his reptilian traits. And the Hebrew legends, they speak of how the clothing worn by Adam and Eve, they served a dual purpose. They served as a protective coating, and because it was like reptile skin or fabric, and a protective talisman against animal predators. So this reptilian skin that they, according to these legends, that Adam and Eve had, it was used as a protective coating to protect them, and also as a talisman to protect them against predators, or predatory animals. The legend said that when they wore the coats, Adam and Eve were told all the creatures would fear them. And these coats would also serve as a reminder of their reptile origin. And so I just wanted to cover those stories just to show you, again, even in the Hebrew legends, they talk about a reptilian, they have reptilian themes, and they also talk about how humans have a connection to reptilians. And the Jewish, back to the Jewish Haggadah, it further refers to the serpent in the garden. They described him as a noble creature with superior mental gifts. They said that he was upright, two-legged figure that had, he was as tall in height as a camel, according to these stories. Now, the Bible stories of reptilians and Satan, you know, because when you think of Satan, you think of reptilian, you think of reptilian, you think of Satan. And by the, I guess, I mean, they're synonymous in so many ways. So, by the way, just to since we're mentioning reptilian and Satan together, people should understand that reptiles and devils are not necessarily, how can I say this? You know how we tend to associate serpents with evil?
Always.
We always associate serpents with evil. Well, all snakes are not poisonous. All dogs are not aggressive. All blacks are not even good. All reptilians are not evil or malevolent. So bear this in mind when you hear some of these stories, because they're stories that exist, and we always tend to hear the bad, but there's also stories that exist of reptilians that work in harmony or to benefit humankind, like Enki was one, just as an example, in the Sumerian account. Now, if you, just to give you an example, just when you look at the Bible, for example, and you read about the serpent, when you think of the serpent, you think of the devil, you think of Satan, but the serpent, if you're familiar with Genesis chapter 3, the serpent that talked to Eve in Genesis chapter 3, roughly 1 through 4, verse 1 through 14, surprise, surprise, a lot of people don't know that the serpent that's talking to Eve is not the same as Satan. The serpent that's talking to Eve in Genesis chapter 3 is not the same as devil. The serpent in Genesis chapter 3 is not the same as dragon. They refer to a dragon in Revelation chapter 12, verse 9. And the reason I say that is because, and this just ties into my point about all serpents are not necessarily bad. When you look at the word serpent in Genesis chapter 3, most people look at the literal definition of serpent and they think, oh, serpent, devil, Satan, bad. Well, serpent in the Bible, if you look the word up, the word is nakash. It's Nakhash. And guess what the word nakash means? It doesn't mean devil. It doesn't mean Satan. It doesn't mean dragon. The word nakash is a Hebrew word that means whisperer, to talk in a whisper. You know how some people speak in a whispering tone? That's what it means. It doesn't mean devil. It doesn't mean dragon. Again, when you follow the literal meaning of the Bible that you're reading, you think that it says one thing, but it says something completely different. And that's how people get misled, because they don't do the research.
Mm-hmm.
The word Satan doesn't mean devil. The word Satan, according to the Hebrew definition, it means adversary. Adversary. The word devil, if you look the word devil up in the book of Leviticus chapter 7, the book of Leviticus chapter 7, actually, I'm sorry, the book of Leviticus chapter 17, it talks about how people are making sacrifices to devils. The verse says, and they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. What that basically says is that if you take that word devil in Leviticus chapter 17, verse 7, look up the word devil in Hebrew. The Hebrew Strong's word is Sair, S-A-I-Y-R. S-A-I-Y-R. The Strong's number is, the Hebrew Strong's number is 8163. So you look up Hebrew Strong's number 8163, the word devil. It doesn't mean serpent. It doesn't mean Satan. It doesn't mean any of the other things that you think it means. It means sa'ir. And what is a sa'ir? You're going to be surprised to know what a sa'ir is. A sa'ir is a half man, half goat Baphomet. You know those Baphomets with the horns?
Yes.
That's what a sa'ir is. A sa'ir is a fawn-like creature with those goat legs and a humanoid torso. That's what that is in Leviticus chapter 17:7, because people were actually sacrificing and making obeisance to these types of creatures. That's why it says that in the Bible. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils. The word is sa'ir, not devils. It's mistranslated as devils, after whom they have gone a-whoring. And so what happened is, even if you go to Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 17, it says they sacrifice unto devils. In this definition, or in this verse, the word devils has a completely different definition. It doesn't mean sa'ir. It doesn't mean Satan. It doesn't mean serpent. The word is Hebrew Strong's number 7700. Shad, S-H-A-D. What is a shad? A shad is a demon. So in Deuteronomy 32:17, devils means demon. In Leviticus 17:7, devil means sa'ir, which is a half man, half goat, Baphomet type furry creature. In Genesis chapter 3, Satan means whisper. A serpent means whisperer, because the word Satan, by the way, is not even mentioned until way after, much later. Much later. The word Satan is not even found in the first 5 books of Moses. In the 5 books of Moses, you have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. 5 books. The word Satan is nowhere found in any of those books. The first time the word Satan is used is in the book of 1 Chronicles chapter 21, verse 1, which is not even the original 5 books of the Torah. And in that book, in Chronicles, if my memory serves me correct, 1 Chronicles 21, verse 1, where the word Satan is first used, it means adversary. Adversary is what it means. Strong's number 7854. So Leviticus chapter 17, verse 7, the Strong's number for devil is 8163. That's what it is. When you look up the word in the Hebrew, it gives you a number. It says Strong's number this, Strong's number that. And it's 8163. Devil means sa'ir. In Deuteronomy 32:17, devil means shad or demon, which is Strong's number 7700. In Genesis chapter 3, devil means nakash or whisperer, not devil. It doesn't mean Satan. It doesn't mean demon. In Genesis chapter 12, however, that's where you have the problem. In Genesis chapter 12, you have the notion of a serpent and a devil and Satan all being merged together, because the people, when they put those words together, they didn't understand all the different languages. So they conjoined Satan and devil and serpent all as one. And so that's why people started looking at the serpent as, you know, in the book of Genesis, and Satan, and you know, all these other words as one. So the Quran even uses the word kanas, Khannas, which is stolen from the Hebrew nakash, because that Muslim, their Arabic is not even classical Arabic. They've borrowed a lot of words from, because I mentioned that in the show I did on Islam, how Islam was stolen from, is a plagiarized doctrine also, and how a lot of their words are incorporated or plagiarized or imported from the Hebraic language, and how a lot of their customs and practices came from the Hebraic language as well. But that's another topic. I just wanted to indicate that, to let you guys know that just because we're talking about reptilians, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're all bad. Some of them are malevolent. Yes, they are malevolent. And some of them are beneficent or benevolent. That's all I wanted to say about that. That was the point I was trying to make. So now, if you go to the Native Americans, they have some interesting things to say about these creatures also. Let's see what the Native Americans have to say about these reptilians. Native Americans. Let's see. Native Americans. They said something that was pretty shocking that I read about what these Native Americans said about these. Let's see, where is that? Where is that story? Native Americans.
But it's similar stories all over the world, which means in different times, which means that they didn't, generations apart couldn't have gotten together with different people in the world and made these things up. You know what I mean?
No. Well, from memory, I'll just say it from memory. This is what the Native Americans say. The Native Americans say that when they take this drug called the ayahuasca.
Yes.
I think that's what you heard of that? The ayahuasca?
I know it very well. Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What do you know about it?
Well, somebody wants me to it's a natural thing, but it takes you on a spiritual journey to see what's around you that you usually couldn't see around you. And when you come out of it, basically you're supposed to be so clear on life, and it strips you down of all ego. I'm kind of going somewhere else with it, but because that's what they, and it's a ceremony that must be done properly because of the nature of what it is. But you may be frightened out of your wits to see what's around you on that different plane. But when you come back, it's like this. This is what I was told extensively, and I spoke to many who went through it, that whatever you are, when you come back on a positive level, it'll be like you're 25 extra people of yourself. You're so driven. You're so focused. You know what's around you. You drop what's not necessary. I mean, it doesn't just do that. But okay, say a person like yourself or myself. Not that I would be up all night doing shows and videos, but I would be so precise, surgical precision with everything, and driven, and anything that's hanging on to you ego wise or anything frivolous that won't matter on the next level, it's gone. It's gone. You don't have to carry that weight anymore. But you might be a little frightened at what you see with people who passed on, evil entities that are there, things within yourself that come out of you and present themselves to you. You might be in a ball on the floor, crying your eyes out. There was I'll say it this way, with some of my contacts, there was a gentleman who is the CEO over a so-called, the word I have a problem using, Latino, you know what I mean? But a Latino, a top Latino news, TV, everything platform. Starts with a T, okay, or ends with an O. That he cried his eyes out when he went through the experience, when he went through the whole thing. But he came back like Rocky, to say, you know what I mean? But you will see things, and I hear there is a thing called looping, that you go through maybe a part of your life really fast, and until you release that thing, that ego, that whatever it is, I'm condescending to people, or I have a big ego, or I'm hateful toward this one. It seems like you can't get out of it until you conquer it. And although it may go for a little time, maybe 15, 20 minutes, when you're in it, it feels like forever. And maybe it could be, but it takes you somewhere else. And there was a situation where there were two different people doing the ayahuasca experience, and they were in the same center, but they had the spiritual work being done. They were in two different rooms. They weren't related. They weren't twins. They didn't know each other. Well, they had them afterward, as they came down off of it, the same exact size of canvas, the same exact size. They said, paint whatever you want. And one person painted a picture, and the other person in the other room painted a picture, and it both ended up being a mountain scene with a lake in front of it. But when you put those two pictures side by side, it became one picture, because the lake fit, the mountains fit, the colors fit. It was one. So how's that for connectedness? Wow. So, and maybe you can fly, maybe you can do this, and whatever it is that you need to make you spiritually or just to shear off anything that is not good, but you come out of it so humble. You're not just driven aggressively, but you come out of it so humble. And but you come back lethal, no play, focus, driven. Whatever you are, you're going to be the best of the best. It's not like, I was 65% of what I was supposed to be. No, you're going to be 100% from that point on to your next Lance. If you know, it's highly, many people might know who it might be who wants me to do this, you know, and he said it'll be highly beneficial. I'm not going to put it out there like that. So people say, hey, you know, whatever. But yeah, and I don't do things in my life. I've never like, I'm going to do this substance or do that, whatever. It's not, but I understand it now. And I've spoken to so many people and they're, you know, I understand it. That's all I can say. I'm still kind of, you know, anyway, that's my, if you can get something from what I said, that's what it is.
So you know what ayahuasca is. So they have different, I think they call it also DMT. And well, anyway, these shamans that I read about, they said that they take this ayahuasca and they have a Quechuan language. It's from the Amazon, the Amazonian shamans. The Amazonian shamans were the ones that I looked at. And they said that it's a psychedelic brew. And this psychedelic brew gives rise to extraordinary mental phenomena, sometimes supposed healing qualities. You can see have extra dimensional perception, out of body experiences, you know, encounters what they call discarnate entities. And all of the ones that have done this, they said they sing things like shape-shifting elves, praying mantis type alien brain surgeon type beings, and jewel encrusted reptilian beings. This is what they see. That's what they see. So that's just a reference from the Native American shaman / medicine men, what they see. So they're seeing this stuff. And so there's a common thread. They said that they see Native Americans have talked about beings living underground. They talked about quote unquote men covered in scales, possessing short tails, consuming fish, requiring digging a hole just in the ground, just in order to comfortably sit. People in Bishopville in America, they describe the exact same story in their sightings. So these Native Americans I'm talking about now are the ones from like Native Americans from America, not the ones from the Amazon. So they all have their own different stories about these beings. And then the Inuit, they have prophecies, you know, about these things too. And then there was even a Bible verse I remember reading in Isaiah chapter 13. And the Bible verse, and it's funny how some of those verses are in there, and they're like, okay, you're asking yourself, what does this have to do with spiritual uplift? What is the benefit of this verse?
Let me just interject really quick before I lose it, and we're going to keep moving on. We all know the in-house shaman of the LANCESCURV show, so I'm not going to say the name so people flood it out right away. But when I was with him earlier in the year, he told me I wasn't ready for it. See that? Now, a few months go by. He says you're ready for it.
Really?
Yeah. I want to know like what happened within me that, but I gained a lot from being in his presence. So I guess that's what did it. And now I'm ready because I'm completely changed a lot in so many different ways. So when that time comes, it's going to be, but he said, no, I wouldn't have you. No, you're not ready yet. I'm like, wow. Because, and I'll put it out there. He does constant spiritual work for me. He looks out for me for certain things. So this is why when it's funny when others try to come at me, you know, as long as I'm living a certain way and carry myself a certain way, I'm good. And I know that. Good. Yeah. And he calls me, he'll call me and tell me like, listen, this, and that. And my very enemies will be like, they'll be shocked to know I know things or the intentions of people around me. But I stay cool.
Yeah. You know? Yeah. You're doing the right thing.
Yes.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing. But I was mentioning Isaiah 13:22. there are jewels in that Bible if you know how to extract them. I'll put it like that. If you're reading that for some spiritual uplift, then you're reading the wrong book, because it was put together by a beast-like people, and they don't have your spiritual uplift in mind anyway. But Isaiah 13, it said something like, it talked about wild beasts. It talked about how wild beasts would be crying in their desolate homes, and dragons will be in their pleasant palaces. Dragons? The fact that they would even put a humanoid serpent in the Bible in the first place tells you just how this reptile theme was so common, not just in the Bible, but everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, and then there's other African legends like the Dogons. If you've ever heard about the book called The Serious Mystery, written by this guy that studied the Dogons and what they discovered about the Dogon astronomy and how they have this advanced knowledge of celestial objects and what the Dogons say about their origin. You know, I'll go into some detail on the Dogons. You know, the Dogon story is so intriguing that it deserves more than just, you know, a passing mention. And of course, Dogon is related back to that word Dagon or Dagan, that god of the Philistines, that same God that we were reading about in 1 Samuel chapter 5 a few minutes ago,
mm-hmm.
verse roughly 2 through 7. So Dagon or Dogon, that there's a relationship, and Dagon was a fish-like god. Okay. Yeah, Dagon was in 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7. So these Dogons, they were talking about, you know, how these, they call these beings the Nomos. It's Nommous. And they said that they drew drawings of them. They said that their ark would spin. They drew the ark coming out of the sky in a spinning or a whirling fashion. And they described the noise of the thunder that it made, and it was a whirlwind of dust caused by the violence of the impact with the ground, you know. And they had accurate details about, you know, about a small star that was totally invisible to the human eye that orbits Sirius, the brightest star in the sky. And they had all these amazing stories to tell, you know, the Dogon people. You probably know about them. These beings they call the Nomos, they call them the ugly water beings. They call them the Dobri. They said that they were the ugly water beings. They said that they mixed in with them by night, and they would retreat to the waters by day. This is what the Dogon said.
Mm-hmm.
And this is coming from one of the works that York wrote. He wrote a book called The Holy Tablets. I wouldn't recommend people read it because it was written for people with a religious mindset, yet he always interspersed into information in there to lead us out of religion, because his whole purpose was never to just leave us in religion, but it was just to give us what we wanted, because we wanted religion, until he always said, I came giving you what you wanted so that you could eventually learn to accept what I really have to give, because religion wasn't what he was trying to give you, or give us. So he says here, the star that was necessary. Okay, it says, no astronomer will tell you that there is any particular reason for intelligent life to be in the area of Sirius. The reason Sirius is so bright is because it's large and close, and bigger than the sun, and bigger than a handful of other nearby stars. About the middle of the last century, an astronomer was looking rather hard at Sirius over a period of time and got annoyed because it wasn't sitting still. And then it says here, the star that was necessary to make Sirius A wobble was a little thing, but it had to be as massive and as heavy as an ordinary star of much more enormous size. He was just basically saying that these, you know, you have Sirius A, then the one that we can see, then you have Sirius B that revolves around Sirius A. And the Dogons knew that the Sirius B would revolve around Sirius A in a certain type of fashion. And the only way that the European, they just recently discovered that, I think, like in the 70s, of the way in which the it revolved around there, and they were like, how can they do this without any type of advanced equipment, without any type of telescopes? And they
had to have a divine connection. They had to know that.
They had to.
Exactly.
They said that these serpent-like creatures, fish-like creatures, they said they look like serpents, fish, lizards, chameleons. That's what they said they look like. And if this sounds crazy, it means that the Dogon tribe is crazy, or the opposite, that they are telling the truth. So it's one or the other. One or the other. So there's something I wanted to cover with you guys. Let me just pull it up here. It seems like whenever I get you on the phone, the computer it slows down. That's funny.
Wow.
How that works.
It's the power you have, brother.
I get you on the phone and the computer slows down. I want to finish up with these ancient accounts.
No, but you know how you're calling out names of different situations, different cultures, different people. Trust me. These things they don't want people talking about. They would rather us talk about Kanye West or Kim Kardashian or any foolish celebrity out there. But on these broadcasts and live streams, to me, honestly, they have ways of making it buffer, slowing it down, making it not go out as much when they hear constant certain words that they don't want you to be talking. We're not supposed to be talking about this. We're not.
Yeah.
Who sits up talking about this stuff? And look at the amount of people who are interested in listening to this. And there's probably much more. They don't want this. This is part of the awakening.
Yeah, it's weird because average person, you can barely even have a conversation with them about this. So, okay, I found it. I'm pulling it up right now. I'm just waiting on my computer to. It's just much faster when I'm not on the phone with you. That's maybe that there's a connection.
Indeed.
I want to cover some more information on the Dogons.
No problem. I love the Dogons, for real. I love hearing about them.
Yeah, amazing people. Well, that's what they said. They said that they mixed in with these beings, and they talked about what they look like. So. Mm-hmm. Okay, and let's see here. All right, number 70. Okay, Sirius. Sirius was known as, it had different names. They called it Septet. This is from a book Dr. Malachi Z. York wrote called the Black Book. He wrote part 1 and part 2, also known as the Sacred Records of Atum Re. Black Book part 2 says Sirius was known as Septet, or Siptu, or Sopdet, or Sopdu, or Sophis, and consists of 3 separate suns. It has a trisolar system, so 3 suns, like the trisolar system of Risk in Ilion, each having a number of planets. Sirius A has 2 planets which move into the 19th galaxy, Ilion, as the 3rd planet, Siptu, in Ilion, making its orbit around the first of Ilion's 3 suns as the universe turns. And Sirius B was a smaller sun and appeared as a satellite of Sirius A. It moved through the 16th galaxy called Sahu, or Orion. Let's see. The presence of a ship called Nibiru drained its energy and it collapsed. When Nibiru passed by Sirius B, its presence drained the energy from the sun and caused the great star Sirius B to collapse. Sirius B had 2 planets. The Narians, which is an independent species of Greys. The Greys are a group of extraterrestrials. The Narians were on one planet, and the Nomos, the ones that came to the Dogons, Reptilians, were on the other. Both planets revolved around Sirius A. The day of the deity's arrival was known to the Dogons of Mali, Africa, who descended from pre-dynastic Egyptians, as the day of the fish, D-U-G, or the fish man, later called Dagan. And these visitors from that star system were seen as amphibious beings coming from a planet orbiting Sirius B, one of the 3 stars in the Sirius star system. The question is asked, where did these beings go after the depletion of their sun? When their sun died, the Narians followed Nibiru through the Milky Way, While in pursuit, these beings, the reptilians, chased the Greys, the Romardians, which is another group of extraterrestrials, who also lived on Sirius because they wanted to rule over them and use them as slaves. Some of the Romardians came down to the planet Earth from Zeta Reticuli, which is another star constellation. Both beings, the Nomos and the Romardians, took residence on the planet Tamat, or Earth. That was one of the ancient names for Earth was Tamat. If you look in some of the Sumerian accounts, you'll see the word Tamat. Tamat was an ancient name for Earth when it was much bigger. Question is, where on Earth did the Nomos live? They lived in the deep beneath the waters. Where on Earth did the Romardians live? On the lands in the bush, eventually becoming the Pygmies, because they mixed in with the Pygmies. How did this benefit the Riskians? The Riskians, the group of people from Risk, saw that they could breed with these creatures and become reptilian and mammalian and survive in a single sun solar system until an appointed time, and they will be able to return to heaven. Many of the Riskians mixed in with the reptilians and others with the Homo erectus. Question, how did they survive in another environment? Answer, by breeding in genetically, altering their DNAs to be able to survive in other atmospheres. Question, were there any other beings in the Sirius tri-sun system? Yes, there were shaggy-like mammalian beings, tall in stature, called Shaggies. They resided on a planet called Iduma, or Sirius C, which have 5 planets in all. They all departed and came to Earth. They are known by many names. The simplest is Bigfoot. Their DNA strands were also used in the seeding process, because there was a seeding process that happened on this planet. So the human beings today on Earth are composed of different species? Yes. 4 master races came together to create an incubation laboratory, which you call Earth. These beings are Elul, E-L-U-L, Neterat, or Neteru from the Egyptians, Anunnaki from the Sumerians, and the Nomos. The elite of these beings, known to us as deities of creation, the process of germinating the planet Earth after the Big Bang or crash of Murdoch's Nibiru resulted in human beings today. So the question is, why 4 different names for it appears to be one group of beings? Answer, their names describe events in the lives as in all other beings. The Elul from above, those beings never materialized or took on physical forms. They remained Etherean. So one group doesn't materialize, they don't take on physical form. The Neterat, or the Neteru, became the guardians over the planet, thus influenced the Egyptians, who influenced all other civilized advanced societies. The Anunnaki merely described how they came to Earth in groups of 50, and the Nomos were the keepers of the law. They had a sacred code of recognition known as Tamu Nepuset, which described the condition of the planet. Ta means earth, Mu means water or rain, Nefu means wind, and Set means light or sun, the 4 winds. So all of these different beings and different species were dwelling on the planet Earth, on the land, in her waters, and hovering in her skies. Earth was used as a hunting ground. Beings would intergalactically travel from planet to planet, doing what was called planetary shopping. All of these beings treaded to and fro on Earth's surface, as well as in her seas, and flew in the skies over Earth. So I'm still dealing with Sirius A, B, and C. Let me get to another page real quick. 3, 4. Okay. Sirius has 2 planets, which is Sirius A and Sirius B, and then there's another star called the Death Star, the flat star, called Digitaria. And both planets revolve around Sirius A. When the Romardians came to the Earth, they went directly to the original Pygmy tribes of Bushmen in South Africa, who were the Kishite or Kushite, and the Narians went directly to another tribe, the Hawilahite tribe in Africa. These tribes lived up, and the Romardians taught them about the beings from the star Septet or Siptu Sirius. Then, on the arrival of the Reptilians, who in pursuit of the Romardians crashed down also amongst the Watusi tribe, who were a mixture of Pathite and Kuthite tribes from the 200. Oh, that's what I wanted to read. That's it. So basically, I just wanted to talk about Series A, B, and C, so you guys have an idea. You know, and some people may say, but I haven't proved the existence of these beings, and you're right, I haven't proved anything. I haven't, you know, I'm just giving you just background material on some of these, some background material basically on some of these ancient accounts, and also some just some background. I'll give you a little bit more background material on the Dogons. You've heard the term "dog days of summer," right? Everybody knows about dog days of summer.
Yes.
We're dealing that kind of ties in with Sirius, the dog star, and the Dogons. I mentioned they have no access to technology. They still live in tents. They know about the sun's movement around the sun's pattern or movement. They know the way that because the sun has a movement too. They know about the moon's craters. They know about the rings of Saturn. They know about the nature of the Sirius star system. They know about other spiral galaxies existing in the universe besides the Milky Way. That's something that these people just really, they never even knew about this stuff. But one thing I was going to mention about also Sirius, he said that the Sirius is so dense. It's they call one of those planets a white dwarf star, and so on that planet you would be pulled so flat by gravity that you wouldn't be even a fraction of an inch in height. And the star is so dense and it's so closely packed that it's not even made of regular. He said all the iron on this planet wouldn't even equal what it would take to weigh on those planets. And he said if you took like a speck of dust would weigh like a ton.
Oh wow!
From that planet because it's so densely packed. And it's he said it's a form of matter, but it's not a regular form of matter like we have on this planet.
Right.
So, So what does all this have to do with black people? All this that I told you guys, what does this have to do with us, black people? I know people are wondering, what does this have to do with me? And long story short, everything. And this takes us to, I guess, to the resident alien and the alien next door. You know? So in this section, I guess I want to provide evidence of, I guess, our aquatic or water-based or reptilian origin, because we do have a reptilian origin. So in order to do that, you would need to know about the Egyptians, what the Egyptians said about creation, what the Egyptians said about, you know, how they talked about creation and their creation stories. And then I'll provide you with, you know, some science to back up what the Egyptians' so-called myths were saying. And so this deals with the actual story of cosmic creation and also how life evolved from the waters, because that's where we all came from. We came from the waters. So the Egyptian creation story, basically, I mean, there's different versions of the creation story. But in the Egyptian creation story, you had what they call the everlasting deity of the universe, who's actually telling the story, in the story. So this deity, the name is Nebercher. Not that you have to remember that, but this deity is telling the story of the creation of the universe. And by the way, the Egyptian creation story was plagiarized by the Christian Bible. The Christian Bible story plagiarized that story because keep in mind when you deal with the book of Genesis chapter 1, it talks about in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. That's what it says in the Bible. The Egyptian story starts off with talking about Nu, the waters of Nu or Noon. The waters of Nu or Noon refer to the deep abyss. So it's spelled Nu, N-U, or N-U-N. So Nu or Noon also stands for the eternal ocean that filled the universe. And Nu was where the Great Father resided. So in the Egyptian story, water covered the entire earth, like in Genesis. Darkness was upon the face of the deep. If this is Genesis, and Genesis means beginning, how is there an earth that has water on the face of the deep? because the water was already there. Because this story is not talking about really a creation anyway. It's talking about a reconstruction, which is a whole nother topic. But in the Egyptian story, like I mentioned, water covered the entire earth, like in the book of Genesis. And then, of course, you had the son was produced by the father from Nu, just like you have in the Bible story. And God created the sun, which was the light, because the first act of creation was sending a ball of light, the sun, from Nu, like in Genesis. In Genesis, or in the Egyptian story, you have the thoughts of the sun, or Atum or Timu. The thoughts of the sun appeared based on the words that caused the sun to appear. So while the God of Genesis produced the sun, when he said, "Let there be light," based on the words that he uttered. See the tie-in? Does that make sense?
Sure does, man. I mean, man, my mind is blown. I'm craving a whole new level of information. I mean, things have been coming to me in my spirit, and I feel so different. And I know that what they're putting out there for us to be distracted is something else. This is not just for just population control or whatever. Like I said, this planet is one big crime scene, and somebody did something wrong, and somebody's coming back. Somebody's coming back, and they're trying to hide the evidence, and they want to know.
Yep.
And it's us. Yep. That's why they want to kill us off.
Yep. Well, this information has to be known, you guys. And this is not just for black people in America. The master came over here to give us this information. Yes, he's from Africa, but he came over here to give us the information, and it's our job to give the people of Africa the information. Of course, the people that are willing to hear it, because it's not for everybody. And if you don't want it, that's cool. You're still my brother, you know. But it's for everybody. So the book of the Bible, Genesis, it comes from the book of knowing. It's a story called the book of knowing how Re came into being. The book of knowing how Re came into being. Re was another word for the sun deity in Egypt. And this story is told by Nebercher, was the everlasting deity of the universe. And so, like I mentioned, there's different stories, and then there's the story of the beetle called Khepera. Khepera is spelled Khepera, and Khepera was a form that Nebercher took when he created the heavens and the earth. And the Khepera is also a form of Nu, or creation. So Khepera emerged from the watery mass. When he emerged from the watery mass, he had nothing to stand on. So Khepera was in the form of what they call a scarab beetle. A scarab beetle. A scarab beetle, you know what a scarab beetle does. A scarab beetle, when it's ready to lay its eggs, it lays its eggs in some cow dung, and then takes the manure, and it rolls the manure into a ball. You've seen the scarab beetle rolling this ball of dung backwards, right? Mm-hmm. It rolls the ball of manure and hides it, and then eventually that seeded manure, it produces life because it lays eggs inside of the manure, and that's where they got the story of the incarnation of or actually the story of God being self-created, because when people would see this life coming out of the manure, they wonder, okay, where did this come from? So that's where the idea of that whole idea came from, and that's why they say that God is self-created. So anyway, so this Khepera was in the form of a scarab beetle, and then Nu was the head of a divine company of 4 Neteru and 4 Neterat, or Netertat, males and females. These males and females were depicted as women with serpent heads and men with frogs' heads. Again, back to that reptilian theme, serpents, frogs. They depicted a divine company of 4 Neteru. 4 of them were women with serpent heads, and 4 of them were men with frogs' heads. They said these were they called them the Ogdoads, the 8. They were specifically named Nun and Nunet, He and Hehet, Kek and Keket, Amun and Amunet. Those were the 8 Ogdoads, or the 8 water-based creatures that were our ancestors, according to the Egyptians. And I mentioned Kek and Keket. Kek referred to the darkness that brooded over the water, like Genesis. The book of Genesis says, darkness was upon the face of the deep. That's right in chapter 1 of Genesis. Darkness was upon the face of the deep. In the beginning, the earth was void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. It says that darkness was upon the face of the deep because it's referring to that Egyptian story about Kek being the darkness that brooded over the water. That's where they got the story from. So you have Nun and Nunet, Amun and Amunet, He and Hehet. He and Hehet, that was like the personification of boundlessness. Nu referred to primeval water. Nu and Nunet, Nun and Nunet. Amun and Amunet, that just referred to inert, motionless change, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. And then, of course, the Egyptian story says that there was a calamity that befell the sun and made the sun a second eye. This is the Egyptian story. The Egyptian story says that there was a calamity that befell the sun and made the sun have a second eye. Now, and it says the moon was created as a second eye that had some of the splendor of the sun. Now, the Bible copies that and says, in copycat style, God created 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser night to rule the night. That's where the story came from. And then, if you look at the word Genesis itself, the word Genesis is composed of 2 words, genes, Genes, plus Isis, which refers to the genealogy of Isis. Genealogy of Isis. Not that the story of Genesis is about the genealogy of Isis. It's not. It's just letting you know that when these people steal something, they have to let you know in some way that this is stolen property, and they have to always reference back to it. And that's what they did in a veiled kind of way. Because actually the word Genesis in the Hebrew word means reconstruction. It doesn't mean Genesis. It means reconstruction. That's why it says in the Bible, replenish the earth. Replenish means to repopulate the earth, because that was not the beginning. They were talking about a reconstruction. And then if you look at the word Yahweh, Yahweh, in Genesis says at a certain point that then man began to call upon the name of the Lord, or Yahweh, in the book. But if you take the word Yahweh, which is YHWH, you turn the word Yahweh around, you have the word Huhi, Huhi. Huhi. And Huhi is an Egyptian word that means the creative force of will, because the W in Yahweh is interchangeable with the U, with the English U. And the H is also interchangeable with the Y. So that's showing you right there that the Yahweh was actually stolen from the Huhi. Huhi is the creative force of will, just to give you some context. So we talked about the 8 Ogdoads. The eight Ogdoads were Amun. Oh, I got a mosquito in here. I'm trying to. I don't know where these mosquitoes are from. Man. Okay. And then you have what they call the 9 Enads. The 9 Enads were, from Nun, you got the 9 Enads of Atum, Re, or Tun. And Atum was the father of Shu and Tefnut. And then Shu and Tefnut had Geb and Nut. And then Geb and Nut had Isis, Osiris, Nephthys, Satuk or Set, and Anubis, and Horus. All of these were the 9. So you have the concept of the 8 Ogdoads and the 9 Enads, or Enads. And these would be our ancestors according to the Egyptian story. Okay? So in the Egyptian story, you had Geb and Nut, which were part of the 9 Enads. Geb and Nut, Geb stood for earth. Nut stood for heaven. And originally in the Egyptian story, Geb and Nut were originally together, Then they were separated because Shu came in between them. Shu represented the male deity of air, the dry air, or the air between earth and the sky. He's associated with dry air, calm, or balance, or ma'at. So again, in the Egyptian story, Geb and Nut, or earth and heaven, were originally together, but they were separated because Shu came in between them. And Shu, again, is the male deity of air, referring to the air, or the dry air, or calm, or balance, or ma'at, or balance. And so Tefnut was the deity of moisture, rain, the atmosphere, dew, rain. That's why Genesis says in Genesis chapter 1, 6 through 7, God made a firmament and divided the waters under the firmament from the water above the firmament. This is the separation of the heavens above from the heavens beneath. They are describing Shu coming in between Geb and Nut. They are describing air coming in between Geb and Nut, and they're describing in Geb and Nut, of course, were earth and heaven. They're describing that separation. So that shows you right there that was also plagiarized from the Egyptian story. So you're not getting the original story. And then Genesis 1 verse 10 says the dry land appeared in Shu, who represents the earth. When the dry land appears, that represents Shu. And then I talked about the scarab beetle already, being self-created, the concept of God being self-created, because that's when the dry eggs hatches. There's no parent beetle that's around to be found, so that's where the people got the story of, well, these are self-created, and that's where they got the story of the self-created God. And they applied that to Christ, which is also, plagiarized information. So, let's see, where are we right now? Okay, I guess with that as a backdrop, you guys have a kind of a basic knowledge. Of course, it's not a complete knowledge, but you have a basic knowledge or some knowledge of some of the Egyptian creation stories, right? So we've covered that. So you have that as a backdrop. Now, what I want to do is get into, I guess, the science of creation, because I know you had. We've never really been told like how everything was created, or how the universe was created, how the earth was created, where we came from, how we came to be. I know they say we came from Africa, but that's not the complete story. We ended up in Africa, but where were we before we came to Africa? Does anybody ever ask that question? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Good. Okay, so now I want to get into the science of creation. So we just covered some of the Egyptian stories of creation. So now we want to get into a little bit of science to show, to verify what these Egyptians were saying. So let me, Okay, this is from, I mentioned that he wrote a book called The Black Book Part 1 and The Black Book Part 2. The Black Book Part 1 and Part 2, they were called The Sacred Records of Atum-Re. And I'm going to read a little bit from that deals with the creation, how creation began. Okay, it says here on page, I'll start on page 113. Okay. As things come into existence, or where things become some things, the sum of a thing. He's talking about the material world, because on the material world you have the realm of weight, density, matter, the realm of things, or some things, the realm of sum and weight, as opposed to the other side, which is the realm of nothingness, no thing, the realm that is devoid of weight, void of density, void of volume, the realm of antimatter, versus the realm that we're in, the realm of matter. So A thing would need to have another thing to bang into to have a Big Bang, referring to the Big Bang. The problem is comprehending matter and antimatter as the things that clash to bring about alternate things. So what they call it, is it true? It is untrue by their title. There was no single one Big Bang, as that statement would imply something just went bang without a reason or cause or under control, direction, or command. So then the original black dot was not alone. No, for it existed in a state of existence. Which Big Bang is the most important? It depends on the beings that are affected by it. Question. This is a book of question and answers. Which one affects Earth people? Answer. In your beginning, this Big Bang was 24 billion years ago when Nibiru, a craft under the control of the Neteru, collided into the planet called Tiamat and Ki and caused a Big Bang. Because, as I mentioned, if you read the Sumerian, Mesopotamian, ancient documents, they talk about the planet Earth was being called Tiamat. So the question is, was there one before that one, referring to the Big Bang? Indeed, there were others. This incident was not at the very beginning of all things, but in the beginning of an ongoing event. Question, what ongoing events? As you know, this planet Earth is just one of many in this solar system and even less important in the universe. It is egotistical and naive to think that no other intelligent life exists in the boundless universe except here on the 7th planet, in the 3rd planet from your sun. Question, why are we taught that? Because the Luciferians and Reptilians must keep you ignoring true scientific data to enforce religious beliefs and keep you worshiping them and in their image so as not to alarm the God within. Do they know these facts? Indeed, they do. And of the many bangs and the biggest bang, their bang or their bangs created a vibration, a friction that results in sound. Each additional bang had a different time and distance and magnitude that created a harmony of music heard by the true listener of Om or Om. It vibrates at the rate of 144, and it is the letter D of the first center C octave, a bass. Its color is green. So which is the biggest bang? The biggest bang was 76 trillion years ago. A small dot or nukta exploded, and this was called the Big Bang. What caused its explosion? This event still happens to this day. It is a result of the expanding, then collapsing of a universe. In your case, this universe which caused the explosion of positive and negative forces, causing the negative and positive forces to clash into each other, matter and antimatter. What happens in this event? H1 hydrogen becomes He helium, from E1 ether to E2 ether 2, onto O8 oxygen, liquid, and E8 liquid, ether liquid gas. Ether refers to elements on the other side of matter, referring to antimatter. Question, does all this happen by chance? No, it is a master plan with countless experiments. And so, let's see. Okay. Okay, so the question is asked, right here it says, so 76 years ago was the very beginning? Yes, that was your very beginning. So question, so this is creation as we know it? Yes, according to what is recorded by your scientists and religious men, this small side of the universe where ZELLEs and BIOPS are subatomic particles. This small side of the universe where ZELLEs and BIOPS become atoms began as a result of an explosion to become an explosion called the Big Bang by those who don't really know. For the one they refer to actually occurred 13 billion years ago. However, the original Big Bang occurred 76 trillion years ago. At least that's what they record to enforce the law of ignorance and keep the spell in power. So the question is, then what happened? Immediately after this explosion, this half, that is the sum of things, known as matter or something, from H1 hydrogen, the first element, onto ES, the 99th element called Einsteinium. These are your natural elements that give way to man-made elements. All this makes up the realm of matter, of the black universe consisting chiefly of strong radiation. Question: what is the meaning of radiation? The word radiation comes from the Latin radiare, meaning to emit beams from radius, ray, from whence they get the word ray, as in sun rays. This was taken from Re, R-E, which is properly pronounced Ray, written in hieratic, which is an Egyptian language, and demotic as Ray, the true existence in which all light and chaos was born, and this radiation formed a rapidly expanding sphere called the primordial fireball. The symbol of the iris of Re, the ball of fire, as the eye opened from the whirl of supreme balancement, darkness, to let in the light to create the images. Thus, the symbol of the sun with rays, or the eye of Re. This is the birth of your sun. Then what happened is the question. So after thousands of years, most of the fireball changed into matter that consisted chiefly of hydrogen. It also includes a small amount of helium, the second element, and other elements. H1 is not the smallest or lightest element. Today, faint radio waves are all that remain of the original fireball ray, whose tone vibrated as Om. Before this sun, called by the Babylonians Shamash, became a ball of gas containing hydrogen and helium, it was an active planet called Om. So it's saying before the sun that we have became a sun, it was part of a larger planet called Om, spelled A-U-M. And Om contained all of the planets, moons, and satellites that make up this solar system. So this solar system was once a part of a larger planet called Om, containing all of the planets, moons, and satellites that make up this solar system. Like the fireball, the matter continued to move away from the point of the explosion. In time, the matter broke apart in large clumps. Okay, so I covered a couple pages. Let me see what page that was. 113. Let me see if I can find the other pages.
Yeah, take your time.
I think I covered it. Let me get a glass of water real quick, Lance.
Yeah, brother, take your time, man. You've been going strong, man. Take your time. Take your time. I'll sit here and rap a little bit and run my mouth. I'm over here. I'm over here multitasking as usual, completely focused on the show. But
Cool.
sometimes I mute myself, look at the chat room, work on another computer. That's how I keep things going. So I'm not being disrespectful and ignoring, but sometimes.
Oh, no, you're good.
Yeah,
You got a multitask.
Yeah, sometimes the chat room, get by me if my head is turned or whatever. So I'm not ignoring anybody. It's just that, I have to keep things going like that. So I'm kind of working on things for tomorrow and everything. So, that's what I do. I multitask all day, all night. And let me tell you a little funny, since you're getting a little sip of water. Like, say, for example, I'm doing some work in the computer.
Yeah.
And when you're uploading something and it's like 2%, 5%, that long line, it's like before it gets to 100%, you're like, wait a second, this is going to be 3 or 4 hours. I'm tired. I can't sit here like this. You know what I do?
What's that?
I'll drink a whole lot of water. I'll drink a whole lot of stuff and go to bed. I know after about 3 or 4 hours, I'm going to get up. It forces me to go to the bathroom. Then I can come back to the computer, hit a few buttons, and go back to bed. As advanced as our technology is, I still use very primitive methods to get the job done. But that was a commercial break.
Well, there's the best is yet to come.
Oh, also, we have a question that I already know the answers. Is it King Cons? He asked where he can get the information for the book. We'll have those links put down below now that the show is live. Oh,
yeah. I sent you a bibliography with all the books.
Yes, I have them.
Links.
Now that this is a live link, immediately after the show, I will put the links in the bottom. Also, I want to say that when you go to this show or any show here or any other channel, if it's a sizable show, an hour, 2 hours, 3, 4 hours, just understand that when you go to look at it, if it's a 4-hour show, you may hit the button to watch the show and it puts you like an hour and 50 minutes in as a start point. Don't panic on that. And that goes for any other show too that goes a few hours. It's still processing and it takes a little time to process a bigger file. So you give it, another 2 or 3 hours or so, maybe shorter, but understand that that's what it is. So when you go back to this show, and that's for those who are listening to the show or came in late, they say, okay, at the end, I want to go back and whatever. You might start out at the 2 hour and 20 minute mark, or I couldn't tell, but the bigger the show, the longer the show, the bigger the file size, the longer it's going to take to process where you can hit that button and go to the very beginning. And that goes not even for this channel, it's YouTube overall. That's how it goes. If we did a 6-minute show, no problem. It'll swallow it up. Boom. It'll be ready as soon as it's over. But a 6-hour show, you better wait a little bit.
Oh, I was thinking, since I think I'm probably about halfway done, you think we should break this show up into 2 parts or what? What do you think?
As much as I like to go long, I think it'll be better for the digestion because you see, this is the thing, marketing wise. I don't like to stop. I'm not even tired. I'm up.
I think you're right. I think we'll just keep it one because it's all going to be categorized anyway.
Yeah, but see, here's the other thing. It's your choice, but here's the pro and con of it all. If we stop it now, and people listen to this show that weren't here at this show, they're gonna go, "Oh, damn! I got questions for this guy. I wanna hear more." And then when you put it out there, you'll have more people even listening. But if you do one, some who may be halfway into it or into it. They have it all as one, but they may not make it to the end. So it all depends. It's like if you give it out incrementally, you may have more people because this is going to go out and attract so many more people. This is going to be shared. And when you come back and do it again, it'll be more impact. But all is one, it's still cool too. So that's your choice, brother, because we can roll. There's advantages to both. Just put it that way. There's advantages to both.
We'll leave it as one because I'm probably halfway through, but like I said, the best part is yet to come. I'll tie it all together because right now it's probably kind of people don't understand. They'll see. I just need to get a glass of water.
Problem. You do your thing. Do your thing.
And I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, when you put these videos out, you have to look at both ends of it, and I think it's very successful that we're holding the number of people watching. That we are. That means there's definitely an interest there. So I think either way it would be good. So we can roll and make it all one thing, and still they're going to be people saying, "Hey, we want to hear more," because these topics are so deep. There's no way you can even get it in. If we did a 24-hour show, there's no way you can get it all in. So even still, we do this one, have it as one, come back and do some more because this is going to spawn more questions. And the good thing about it is we have the links to drop into the description area below once the show is over, but it's going to spawn more questions. It's going to cause people to research even deeper because if this is a starting point, and for many who are here who are already advanced and know stuff already, it's just going to cause even those to go deeper because this is so vast. There's no way you're going to pick up one book or listen to one show and know everything. So this is going to start a lot of people on an advanced level. I mean, we have a lot of shows out here that talk on these topics like that, but to go straight, that's good. As much as you want. And even if you can't make it, you fall asleep and go to bed, wake up, it's still going to be here once everything is processed.
Okay, I'm back.
I heard you. I got the high-powered headphones on.
Yeah, my throat was dry.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to run to the
people
restroom.
may ask,
keep talking. I'm going to run to the restroom, too, and I'll be right back.
okay. So people may ask, how do I know that this is the way our universe and our solar system developed? Because I wasn't there. I most definitely was. Well, I was there, but not in this physical form. I know that because of the law of correspondence, as above, so below. Because this explanation even describes how life emanates on this very planet. On this planet, life involves production, appearance, manifestation, metamorphosis, growth, and cellular division, as well as decay and eventual expiration. And in the womb that we call a universe, life also conforms to that same pattern, the same pattern of manifestation, growth, transformation, and metamorphosis, planetary division and replication, as well as decay and expiration. So if you study the universe, you'll even see stars decay and die, as well as, witness their birth and their manifestation. So just as, think about, just as cells breathe, expand and contract, or engage in aerobic respiration, and just as plants inhale, if you want to say that word, inhale CO2 and quote unquote exhale oxygen, and just as the human heart expands and contracts while circulating and regulating blood flow, and just as the planet quote unquote breathes by expanding and contracting at different seasonal or time intervals, so too does this universe and all connected multiverses. They alternately expand and contract, or they expand and compress, or they expand and retract. So when this compression occurs to the point where the universe is squeezed into a really tiny compacted dot, then it explodes outwardly as a big bang, contracts and explodes again and again. So, the creation of a universe, a galaxy, or a solar system is a result of a series of prior innumerable chain reactions, or a series of alternating expansions and contractions, or compressions and retractions. Excuse me. So our solar system was created from the collapse of the great planet they call and it collapsed into a gigantic cloud of whirling dust and gas. And you can also look, this is how Dr. Malachi Z. described it in the Holy Tablets. You can also look at this process as you can make it, you can relate it to being like a perpetual process of ever-extending celestial branches or celestial roots that are constantly growing. So that's just the way I put it in my own words. This is how he described it here. Let's see here. This is, it says here, before this sun called Shamash, it's because the sun, one of the ancient names for the sun was Shamash. In Mesopotamia, they called it that. Before this sun called Shamash became a ball of gas containing hydrogen and helium, it was an active planet called containing all of the planets, their moons and satellites which make up the solar system. It was one tremendous mass, the planet called This solar system was one of 19 planets that surrounded a more massive sun called Sal, S-A-L. Sal is named after the original ruler, Sal or Sol, whose wife, named Arena. Their combined rulership gives you the name Sal Arena or Salarina, shortened to Solar or simply Solar. This massive sun collapsed and exploded outward. All 19 of the planets were hurled off into space and exploded to create 19 galaxies in space and beyond. The Milky Way, which is the 18th galaxy, exploded again to create the present solar system, having one sun called having one sun called Sham's sun, and 10 planets called Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Titan, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and Planet X, which once existed in the solar system, but which is now not present. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. This was the making of the 18th solar system, ruled by the signs of the zodiac called solar biology. Now, I mentioned the 8 Ogdoads, Nun and Nunet, Hay and Hayhat, Kek and Keket, and I want to mention a little bit more about them. It says here, the question is asked, if this was considered the reconstruction and replenishing period of the Earth, when was the beginning of its creation? The answer is, right knowledge tells us that the creation of the sun 93 billion years ago was the result of 554 million tons of hydrogen changing into 550 million tons of helium, H2, every second. On the atomic chart of elements, the atomic number hydrogen, H1, is 1, and the atomic number for helium is 2. As helium burned, it gave off hydrogen. This hydrogen, 4 million tons, caused electrical storms or sunspots. I'll read that again. The question was, if this is considered the reconstruction and replenishing period of the Earth, when was the beginning of its creation? The answer, right knowledge tells us that the creation of the sun 93 million years ago was the result of 554 million tons of hydrogen changing into 550 million tons of helium, H2, every second. On the atomic chart of elements, the atomic number for hydrogen, H1, is 1, and the atomic number for helium is 2. As the helium burned, it gave off hydrogen. This hydrogen, 4 million tons, caused electrical storms or sunspots. It goes on to say, these electrical storms caused explosions within the sun, which caused matter to be shot from the surface of the sun. This matter accumulated and formed the planet Earth and 9 other planets. It's called the solar system 24 billion years ago. Titan is the planet, not Saturn, which is only gases. Titan is the planet, not Saturn, because Saturn is composed of gases. The Earth was a mass of lava just like the sun. The Earth was a mass of lava just like the sun, a ball of fire when it shot off. The difference is the planet Earth pulled away from the sun, got trapped in its orbit, and began revolving and rotating. When the planet reached the opposite side of the sun, it cooled off. It moved around, revolved, and rotated until it was a polished stone. 11 billion years ago was an explosion of Earth, and the moon got separated from the Earth. The moon is tied to the Earth because it got caught in the Earth's gravitational pull. I'll read that again. The Earth was a mass of lava just like the sun, a ball of fire when it shot off. The difference is the planet Earth pulled away from the sun, got trapped in its orbit, and began revolving and rotating. When the planet reached the opposite side of the sun, it cooled off, it moved around, revolved, and rotated until it was a polished stone. 11 billion years ago, there was an explosion on Earth, and the moon got separated from the Earth. The moon is tied to the Earth because it got caught in the Earth's gravitational pull. So basically, it talks about how 93 billion years ago, 554 million tons of H2O converted into 554 million tons of hydrogen converted into 550 tons of helium, He2, every second, leaving a balance of 4 million tons of hydrogen, which emanated in the form of electrical storms or sunspots. Sunspots. So that was in a book written by Dr. Malachi Zior called Mythology. Mythology. And now back to the Holy Tablets, page 53. It says here, in terms of this beginning, it says here, there had to be a point of starting. This would all have the galaxies crunched together in a small space, or into a small space. 76 trillion years ago, the small dot, or nukta, exploded, and this was called the Big Bang, which caused the explosion of positive and negative forces, causing the negative and positive forces to clash into each other. To the left side of 54. Okay, and now it says here, it deals with life forms of Earth, or Tamat, which is an ancient name for Earth. It says here, lo. It starts off here, lo. Your planet called Earth is within the 18th galaxy called the Milky Way, which has millions of stars and light from the planet called Earth. It will take 30,000 years to go from the Earth through the Milky Way. The Milky Way is inside of the universe and is very minute. The light from the sun comes to the Earth. Light travels from the sun in 4 minutes. Your universe contains 19 galaxies. There are 1 billion other galaxies. The distances in your universe reaches up to 26 billion light years. Your universe is the smallest and innermost of 7 universes which are part of a galactical federation of 19 galaxies. As the universe increases, the universes get larger and larger. Your mind cannot comprehend the circumference of the universe. It is unimaginable to you. The word that best describes it is infinity. My child, for a time, it was hard for you to understand the very beginning of your existence. It was difficult for you to accept that you were made to evolve from intelligent amoeba and fungi. However, this was your beginning, a beginning unknown to humans. Thus, as you read this tablet, you shall have a great understanding of how you became who and what you are today. It says here that the first kinds of life forms on this planet were the evolution of the amoeba, fungi, and algae that lived underwater and evolved onto land. Early Earth was composed of gases, ammonia and methane, in addition to water, H2O. The cooling of the Earth and the subsequent falling of the vapor rings allowed the gases to reach the waters upon the Earth. I'll read that again. Early Earth was composed of the gases, ammonia and methane, in addition to water, H2O. The cooling of the Earth and the subsequent falling of the vapor rings allowed the gases to reach the waters upon the Earth. The exposure of ultraviolet rays from the sun caused these gases to form simple organic molecules. These began to form larger molecules until protein was formed. These began to form larger molecules until protein was formed. It was this formation which ultimately resulted in the prototype of the living cell, which occurred 46 billion years ago. The stage after the creation of the first cell in the lab of Shimti, Shimti, which was located on Mars, ancient name was Lahmu, the Sumerians called it. This cell or cells were then placed inside of the Vulcan deity. This cell or cells was then placed inside of the Vulcan deity, the dolphin. So these cells were placed inside of the dolphin. It was these cells that were transported and transplanted into the seas of this planet. So these cells that were placed into the dolphin were then transplanted and transported into the seas of this planet. This transportation involved the development of the first animals 24 billion years ago. These were the single-celled organisms called protozoa. The simplest of this group is the amoeba, a small mass of transparent protoplasm which does not even have a definite shape nor a cellular wall or cell wall. The first single-celled animal to originate was the amoeba, which are found in water or moist soil and reproduce asexually. This means that they reproduce alone. They don't need a partner. Fungus arose from this single-cell organism and played an important role in nature. Then he goes on to say that they break down the bodies of dead organisms into chemical substances that can be used by other organisms. Fungi, on the other hand, live as parasites and reproduce either sexually or asexually. The smallest particle of life is a quark. That's a subatomic particle, a quark. The smallest particle of life is a quark of which atoms are composed. The atom is the smallest unit of an element that retains all of the element's properties. All things are made of atoms which are composed of quarks. Quarks is a quark. It is the smallest part of any substance. This is called quantum physics, my child, as he says here. It is too small to be seen even with the most powerful electron microscope, yet all that is in parts and is part of the existence. The average diameter of an atom is approximately 100 millionth of an inch. At the center of an atom is a smaller particle called a quark, the father of energy. There is the nucleus, a dense cluster of protons and neutrons on the outside of a quark. So basically, I'm still explaining, reading from the Holy Tablets about how life was formed on this planet. It says here, together the protons, which have a positive charge, and neutrons, which have no charge, are called nucleons. Nucleons. Outside, spinning around the nucleus in orbitals, are electrons, which have negative charge that makes up what is called the shell of the atom. All atoms vary in the amount of protons and electrons and neutrons according to the elements to which they belong. In reality, no atom has a definite size in space and time. However, it gets its form from its surrounding electrons. Atoms are building blocks from which molecules are made, and a molecule is the smallest unit of a pure substance that can exist independently and exhibit all of the properties of the substances: carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur. These gases formed into simple organic molecules, at which time these organic molecules began to form larger and larger molecules until protein was formed. Listen, my child, concerning the recreation of the planet Earth. It was this formation which ultimately resulted in the prototype of the living organism. The stage after the creation of the first cell involved the development of the first animals, which is called a protozoa, which comes from the Greek proto, meaning first in time, and zoa from zoea, meaning animals. When reproducing, the protozoa splits into two separate animals or cells. Lance, you back yet?
Oh, I'm still here.
Lance is probably busy.
No, I'm still here. I just muted myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
here. I'm here. So when you call for me, it takes an extra second to hit both the mute buttons. I got two mute buttons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem.
Loud and clear? Loud and clear, right?
Yeah, loud and clear, brother.
Cool. Okay, it says here, over a period of 19 million Earth years of time, these animals multiplied and diversified and evoluted into many types of creatures and animal life forms. The protozoa were originally transported and planted here on this planet by these beings from the planet Risk, the Anunnaki called the Elohim. And do not forget, my child, the conditions of your planet had to be right. These first atoms were made up of very simple combinations with each other. But sunlight contains energy, and this energy forced the atoms into more complicated combinations until small cells formed. This also happened on many other planets with the same chemicals and temperatures. So there is life on many other planets. The key is bacteria. There are intelligent bacteria that help Earthlings digest their food, and many other positive things. There are also intelligent bacteria that hurt Earthlings. Intelligent bacteria do things such as make you sick, cause diseases in humans, animals, and plants. In humans, they cause diseases such as syphilis, leprosy, pneumonia, to name a few. Most of these come to this planet, or came to this planet from other planets, some of which are in your solar system, and others that are far beyond your knowledge. You shall have knowledge, for in this tablet are facts beyond any doubt, like many other simple organisms. Bacteria can multiply by asexual reproduction or by binary fission or splitting. This occurs when the nucleus of one cell divides, forming two new cells, daughter cells. The exact same way a hologram can be broken into millions of parts, and each one is the same, so it is with cells. And then, my child, there are others that live with you, never bothering you at all. The first plant life were simple plants that began as one-celled organisms of the classes known today as bacteria and algae. These originated in the water, yet their structure and composition enabled them to exist in all types of environments and conditions. Algae has bodies composed of a single cell. Algae accounts for 90% of the world's photosynthesis. Bacteria are found everywhere, in water, air, soil, your bodies, and food. Many of them are helpful and necessary for your physical existence. They are also useful for decomposition and dissolving of solid waste. Then you have the virus. A virus is a microscopic organism that has an exceedingly simple structure composed of nucleic acid and protein. In the case of some of the viruses that live in bacteria and animal cells, this nucleic acid is generally DNA or deoxyribonucleic acid. In the viruses that cause diseases of plants, the nucleic acid is usually RNA or ribonucleic acid. A virus lives in a cell of another living thing. Although viruses are small and simple, they are a major cause of disease. Some viruses infect human beings with diseases, others infect animals and plants, and still others attack bacteria. Viruses produce diseases in an organism by damaging some of its cells. However, viruses sometimes live in cells without harming them. Most viruses reproduce in specific cells of certain organisms. Viruses are Gaia's, another name for Earth, or Earth's means of defense when attacked. Okay, the next section deals with the evolutionary process. For many years, humans have pondered about the evolution of inhabitants of the planet Earth. The question was in the minds of humans as to where each species and each life form evolved. You must learn of the evolutionary process. This will give you great knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and reasoning of how and where the 9 ether versus the 6 ether came about. Let us now begin by learning of a time before when a large craft from the Ninga fleet, Ninga, N-I-N-G-A, the Ninga fleet, thought to be a meteorite, crashed into the planet, shearing off the lower half of it. That was 24 billion years ago. This caused the development of Earth's shape and form as you know it today, bringing with it new life forms. Some to make residence beneath the seas of what is called Bimini today, where a great empire of reptilians thrived even until these days. Other life forms took shape on the surface of the Earth. It was gases and electrical sparks that formed the complex molecules from the simple ones originally planted here some 76 trillion years ago. For billions of years, life continued to exist or consist of no more than simple cells, yet with intelligence. As time passed, more complicated cells were born, and these cells gradually became even more complicated cells, which were giving birth until they eventually combined with each other or married to give birth to even larger organisms. The more complicated an organism is, such as an algae, the larger its brain is. Thus, the more intelligent it became. These living organisms evolved out of the water through the ammonia and onto the soil. Millions of years after that, the next group of animals developed called metazoans. I'm going to take a break for a minute.
Yeah, take your time, brother.
It's just so much, man.
We appreciate it, man. You put down work. You put down work. They're college professors, university professors that don't work as hard as you do. Because, I mean, you put this all together and then you're just speaking it out now. But
well, this is
look how, to put it together and then to come and speak it out. So that alone.
It takes time, but this is my gift. This is my, like I said, this is my legacy. And this hopefully will be spread to, to
the endless corners of the earth.
Yes. Took the words out of my mouth. I just had to clear my throat a little bit. Well, like I said, this man came along, this information just came flowing out of him. And all he did was write books.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he got too busy, sometimes he would dictate multiple books at the same time.
Wow.
And the women would have to type the books out.
Wow.
Yep. Okay, so where was I? Okay, so millions of years after that, the next group of animals developed called metazoans. So you see the progression, right?
Yes.
It's nothing spooky about this at all. I mean, the universe was grown. The universe is like a gigantic womb. Just like life grows on this planet, life grows in the universe. And you can witness the life, manifesting. You can witness the life, maturing. You can witness the life expiring and dying and decaying, transforming and metamorphosing, and then recycling, and then just starting all over again. It happens. You see it in the universe all the time, and that's what happens. That's the cycle of life.
That's right.
Life, growth, development, maturation, immaturity, and then eventually expiration. It's a cycle.
It's nothing to be afraid about.
Yeah, nothing spooky. So, in regard to the metazoans, their bodies were composed of specialized cells to form tissues, organs, and systems, much like the animals of today. So I guess you can call those precursor animals. These animals multiplied and diversified, and over a period of 19 million years evolved into man and many types of animals, and dragons called terrible lizards or simply dinosaurs. This was the first evolution of life on the planet Earth. These inhabitants went through many changes, such as the Ice Age glaciers, volcanoes, earthquakes. During this time, there were also problems with the dinosaurs. The evolution of the dinosaurs and the humans were imbalanced to the point that the dinosaurs were much bigger than humans and were killing them off. These humans were of the Homo erectus species. They had 6 feet of hair covering most of their bodies. Dinosaurs are classified or divided into separate groups. Now, there's one group of dinosaurs called the lizard hips. The technical name is Saurischia, Saurischia. Kind of has that word saurus in there too. Lizard hips, and that's a four-legged plant-eating dinosaur, and it can also be a meat-eating dinosaur. And then there's another group called bird hip or Ornithischia. It's spelled Ornithischia. This group of dinosaurs is your two-legged plant eaters and all of your armored dinosaurs. So in your Ornithischia, or the bird hip dinosaurs, the forward-pointing bone has swung around in order that it can point backwards and forwards. And Saurischia have hip bones that are found within reptiles. These three bones point in different directions. There are two names. These two names are in reference to the arrangement of three bones of the pelvis. In the Saurischia, these bones were arranged similar to that of modern crocodiles and lizards. These are your tanine, while the pelvis of the Ornithischia was bird-like. Therefore, humans developed from a single-celled animal which developed into a water creature. And these...
Okay, let's see what's going on here. My brother, you blacked out a little bit. We still have a connection. I don't know if you can hear me, but we kind of blacked out.
Are tadpoles or reptilians for the fun. This is why humans
Yeah. Brother Zamal, you're blanking out. Yeah, he's still talking. I don't think he can hear me. Okay, let's wait till he comes back, because I know if you can hear me, Brother Zamal, hang up and call me back. Okay, that's just what he did too. So let's see how this line goes. To me, I don't believe it's on this end. It might be on his end. It might be him moving into a bad area. You know, where you have, you know, inside your house, you can have like a lack of a signal. So it happens here. You know, I sit down on the couch a certain way, and it's like the signal goes out. I lay down on the bed a certain way, always in your favorite position too. And there it goes. Boom. Let me just see. Maybe he's trying to call me. Let's see. Let's see. It's just getting too good. It's always when it gets good, right? Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can give him a call. Okay. We're trying. He might be in a bad spot and not hear this all the way. That's what I'm kind of suspecting. Oh no, but we'll come back. You know, if not tonight, it will be tomorrow.
Please leave a message.
Okay. Yeah. Let's just hang tight for a little bit and see if he's trying to get through to me. If he is, he'll get through. We'll give it a few minutes. And if not, we'll call it a night. And I'm quite sure, if not tomorrow, I'm free. Okay, here he is. Here he is. I was about to give up on him, right? I was sitting here saying, well, if he doesn't call back where he has a bad spot, because you were blanking out, I'd say for like a minute, and then you came back in, went back out.
Oh, really?
But it kind of messed up the last minute before we cut off. Maybe to you, it may feel like 3 minutes because there was a time when you were talking and we just didn't hear you at all. So
really?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Where did I stop then? Where did it get bad?
Oh, as soon as you asked that, I sneezed. No, I don't have the COVID-19, right?
It's not contagious, right?
It was some moringa powder that I had, and it kind of, had me like
that.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Where were you? I mean,
ice glaciers or ice age or metazoans or.
Because I was just, I'm here like I'm high as a kite, just listening to you. But see, I'm listening to you, and then I would just watch the gauges, watch this. So I kind of pull away with the multitasking, but it's been about maybe, I don't know, let's ask the chat room or where you were.
Yeah, let's find out where I stopped. Then I'll just go back.
Yeah.
Lizard hip, bird hip.
I heard the lizard hip, so let's just go back there,
Okay. Okay.
And I think you have a better connection because it kind of like, I can't say it buffers like a computer, but I don't know if you hear like that, and it's like a delay, and it's and it makes this funny noise. Yeah, if I hear it again, I'll let you know because
yeah, let me know because I want it to be clear, crystal clear.
Right, it wasn't doing that. It wasn't doing that through the whole show, so we're good. I think we're good with you refreshing and just calling again.
Yeah,
but
maybe
on this end, everything is super stable. So let's just continue, brother. We're right here.
All right. So I guess I was talking about the dinosaurs that classified into two different groups. One is called the lizard hips, or the Saurischia, Saurischia. That's the four-legged plant-eating dinosaur, and also it could be a meat-eating dinosaur. And then you have the other dinosaurs that are the bird hip, or the Ornithischia, spelled Ornithischia. Got that?
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Okay, so this group of dinosaurs is your two-legged plant eaters and all of your armored dinosaurs. And in the Ornithischia, the forward-pointing bone has swung around in order that it can point backwards and forwards. And the Saurischia, or the lizard hip reptiles, have the hip bones that are found within reptiles. Well, the lizard hips have the ones that are found within reptiles. So these three bones point in different directions. And these two names are in reference to the arrangement of the three bones of the pelvis. So in the Saurischia, those bones were arranged similar to that of the modern crocodiles and lizards. And these are they call them the tanine. And while the pelvis of the Ornithischia was more bird-like. And it says, therefore, humans developed from a one-celled animal, which developed into a watery creature. And these humans are tadpoles or reptilians for the first 3 months in their mother's womb. That is why humans still have webbed hands, gills, and scales. In their own evolution, with the help of their mammalian parent, they became the root seed of mammals, later called the human being. And in its primeval state, or their early state, they climbed upon the land mass and developed into land creatures and then to genus Homo onto Homo erectus. And these land creatures that were once tadpoles or reptilians grew while in their mother's womb from 3 months more plus 3 months. During that period, they were connected to an umbilical cord, umbilicus or navel, that is on the abdomen of the fetus and is connected to the placenta. This mark on the surface of the abdomen of mammals who once dwelt in a marina or water is where the umbilical cord, also called umbilicus, this central point or middle, is attached during gestation. The very word navel comes from the Middle English word nephela and is the same as the Aramic Hebrew nephilium, which means to fall down, which is the same word. It's in the phonetics of the language. So it's a clear picture in these days and times that the words navy, naval, and marina, all those words, they tie in. And this is a confession that man is a tadpole and was considered a sea creature. And so life forms that evolved from the sea were vertebrates. They didn't appear until 500 million years ago, and the land vertebrates followed about 100 million years ago. And around 220 and 5 million years ago, there were fish in the waters as well as sea plants. And most amphibians had made the transition from water to dry land. And the plants on the dry land attracted the amphibians to evolve into reptiles. Now, the dolphin as a whale went from the stars to this planet, into the sea, then onto land, then back into the sea as a whale. I'm going to repeat that. The dolphin as a whale went from the stars to this planet in the sea, then onto land, then back into the sea as a whale. So he's saying that the dolphin actually came to the planet, went into the seas, later evoluted on land, became a land animal or land creature. Then it went back into the sea as a whale. And there is evidence of this, because if you look at the way the whale is structured, just as an aside, the whales actually have hips, and anything that has hips means that it actually walked around before. And also, whales are considered mammals because they do have hair. So that's just you can do your own look up on that.
That's amazing.
Yep. Yep, and dolphins are highly intelligent, and they're so intelligent. Well, I'll get to that in a minute, in a little bit. Crocodiles are also a remnant of that evolutionary phase also. So crocodiles come from that evolution. It was an evolutionary spin-off from when the dolphin evolved onto the land and then went back into the water as a whale. And it says from 201.5 million years ago to 60.5 million years ago, which is a period of time often referred to as the dinosaur age, evolved two main lines of egg-laying reptilians. So two main lines of reptilians evolved. Those who could fly, which evolved into birds like the pterodactyls, which many people still say they see those in different parts of like Africa, like in the Congo and the center of Africa. And those who roamed and dominated the planet Earth as dinosaurs called the Tyrannosaurus rex, also known as tyrant reptile or terrible lizards. These reptiles evolved alongside with a variety of amphibians and water lizards away from the oceans and their water life, which was full of activity. When humans came out of the water, your evolutionary jumped billions of years. When humans crawled onto land, they were in the form of what looked like crocodiles, believe it or not. If you examine the back or the spinal column of humans, you can see knots up and down the spinal column. Millions of years ago, it was a fin, F-I-N. It was used to conduct heat, and the body had to mutate. Behemoth, mankind, to this day, still has at the end of his spinal column an extension called a coccyx. We're not talking about humans, we're talking about a kind of man at this point. That is a tail, as well as wings under the arms and webbed hands. This human developed into what you would call today a dinosaur. It got its name from having that which is unique, that being two sets of teeth. No other animal has two sets of teeth. This dinosaur was called Dimetrodon, D-I-M-E-T-R-O-D-O-N. Two types of teeth. That's what it means, Dimetrodon. The Dimetrodon lived about 60 to 300 million years ago, which means that it lived at the end of what they call the Paleozoic era. The Dimetrodon was a large meat-eating reptile which measured some 10 to 12 feet from nose to tail and 5 feet in height. Imagine that? 5 feet in height? Which explains why many humans have a craving for flesh. Sounds crazy, huh?
For real.
When Dimetrodon who was of the Paleozoic era, ruled, this deadly creature roamed the valley before the dinosaurs of the Mesozoic era. And the Dimetrodon looks like a big old reptile, a big thick crocodile, a thicker than thick crocodile, with a crocodile face and a thicker neck, and a longer neck, and a big, huge fin on the top of his back, and a long tail. A more robust version of a crocodile. That's what it looks like. It says here, the Dimetrodon was the first to ever inhabit the land. It was a warm-blooded reptile. Dimetrodon is a deadly reptile known for the enormous sail on its back. This sail was used for the purpose of regulating body heat. By turning the sail to face the sun, the Dimetrodon was able to warm up much more quickly, about a little less than an hour, which allowed Dimetrodon more time to hunt. A reptile cannot stay active if it is too hot. However, without the heat, reptiles become more sluggish, still, and helpless. But mammals can regulate the heat of their body because they are warm-blooded. Dimetrodon is not an ordinary reptile. The resemblance between human and Dimetrodon was the teeth. Both human and Dimetrodon have two sets of teeth, which were the incisors, canines, and different sized teeth behind the canines. This is only found on mammals. 300 million years before Dimetrodon, or basically 360 million years before Dimetrodon, some creatures crawled out of the ocean, which were early amphibians. Within 20 million years, they split into two groups. One became the aggressive species, which were the diapsid, D-I-A-P-S-I-D, and the other one was passive synapsid, S-N-A-P-S-I-D. They began to compete for supremacy. From generation to generation, each line improved and perfected itself. When the diapsids and the synapsids moved further up the evolution chain, they began to split in different directions. The diapsids had two holes, two openings in the skull, which evolved into all modern reptilians, such as turtles, crocodiles, alligators, lizards, etc. While the synapsid had a single hole in the back of their skull, which evolved into all proto-mammals such as Dimetrodon, armadillo, whale, dogs, cows, human, and other mammals that evolved in this line. The two holes allowed the skull not to squeeze the brain. Proto-mammals were changing from reptilian to mammalian and from mammal-like reptilian posture. They took possession of the land masses for 50 million years and dominated the planet. Dimetrodon's first descendants were hot-blooded. This was a detour in evolution because, as you know, reptilians are cold-blooded, but the first descendants of the Dimetrodon were hot-blooded, so this was a detour. They took steps from reptilian to mammalian. The dinosaurs took control and the proto-mammals began to disappear. In the Triassic period, as the European calls it, 245 million years ago, thus larger, more vulnerable animals began a long conquest and pushed proto-mammals to the brink of extinction. The lizard-like Ophiocedon, spelled Ophiacadon, and the warm-blooded Dimetrodon reduced in size. Proto-mammals had to adapt to nightlife, becoming nocturnal hunters. As proto-mammals began to mutate and evolve out of its present state, the size of its brain grew. During this age, extraterrestrials had leaped in and started breeding also. Although life evolved from the seas, all of them did not originate there. Some life forms crashed into the seas of Tiamat from Meldeck incident. I'll explain that later. Particularly from the Ninga star fleet. They being from another star constellation and lived under the seas of Tiamat, ancient name for planet Earth. These other life forms were beings known as the troglodytes, Troglodytes. These beings were known as the troglodytes or Meldecians, Maldekians, that crashed down on Tiamat. One of the four Meldekian crafts, called the West Wind, crashed into the center of the planet Earth. These beings lived in the seas of Tiamat, or Earth, for millions of years. Their home base is under the Bermuda Triangle. They set up kingdoms called yams under the waters. The Meldekians developed into intelligent humanoids by abducting and mixing their seed with humans. This is where the reptilian dinosaur came from. While on one hand, there was another set of extraterrestrial beings like the Greys, which are also some of the dinosaurs evolved from. So some of the dinosaurs evolved from the Greys, those big-headed creatures with the real slender bodies, really skinny, with heads. It says here, the Greys came from the star constellation Orion, the star constellation of Arcturus and Pleiades, while the reptilians ruled them from Rigel and Beltrax, Mintaka, Alanam, and Alnitak, and all of these are in the Orion star constellation, and Auriga in the Capella star formation. Let's see here. They were all in fear of the aggressive insect type of extraterrestrial from Andromeda, many of which came down to this planet Earth. And I did mention that some of those Native Americans, they see these mantis-like beings, and there's many different types of them. So that's what I wanted to cover in terms of how life evolved on the planet. And of course, I want to give you a lot more on our aquatic origin, because a lot of people may find that difficult to swallow, but there's a whole lot more to deal with that. And I think at this point, I'd like to, what I'd like to do is to provide a little known account of our reptilian past. I know we talked about the contemporary accounts. We talked about ancient accounts. I want to talk about a more ancient account that comes directly from an account that was presented to us from Dr. Malachi Z. York in 1993. And the first time I heard it, my hair just stood straight up. And every time I hear it, and I've heard it since, the same thing happens. It's just one of the most amazing and fascinating things I've ever heard. So at this point, I think I want to grab that and read it. But it's so detailed, it's so profound. It just took. It was so poorly recorded because the recording was very profound, but a lot of people couldn't understand it. So I decided to write it out myself as best I could, right, and capture most of the main details because it was such a profound teaching. It's a fantastic account, and I don't expect you to believe it, but I'm going to relay it to you anyway. I'm just going to read it in the way in which he spoke it as best I can. Some parts are unintelligible, so I won't be able to translate it, but most of it I was able to read. And now when you guys go and listen to it, when I refer you to it online, if you want to go listen to it online, you'll understand exactly what he's talking about. But before I read it, I do remember when he first started talking on that tape, he was talking about a comet called Bennett, because he was born in 1945, and he said that when that comet came to this planet, he was born on this planet, but the being that came and spoke, the beings that came to speak through him, because he says that he's not actually the source of all this information. He says that this information is flowing through him, through beings that tell him what to say. And he said that he was a seated entity, and he said that he incarnated on this planet, and he came with other beings as well. He wasn't the only one that came. Mm-hmm. He came here in 1945 under the cover of a comet called Bennett, and he does mention that in the tape also. So if you guys hear that, you'll know what he's referring to, because I just translated it for you. Mm-hmm. And I'm just going to read it. What he said, it's a little long, but I'm just going to just run through it, and it'll tie a lot of things together for you. And he's actually talking about, because I think I mentioned to you guys, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of Sumerian tablets that talk about the creation, and the European does not know how to translate all of them. I know Zechariah Sitchin was able to translate some, but Zechariah Sitchin was not of our ethnic persuasion. He worked for another group of people, so he was not revealing all of the information, and also he didn't have all of the keys to reveal all the information because he's not indigenous, so he couldn't. All right, so the first part, when he first started talking, he talked about Bennett, and then he talked about, he made a reference to, because remember I told you when he came teaching, he started teaching, he tried to teach us the truth before, but we were not ready for it. We wanted to get religion, so he had to go through all of these different religious schools because we kept asking about Abraham and Zechariah and Isaiah and Jesus and Christ, because that's what we thought we wanted to know, and we thought that was the highest level of information. Mm-hmm. But he said, well, I came giving you what you wanted so that you could eventually accept what I originally came to give you. And what he came to give us was just the facts, and not, and so he had to teach us religion along the way, but he had to mix the facts in with the teachings, and he also had to hide and duck from the Caucasian at the same time, because they were looking for a Messiah, because the FBI had said that they were looking to prevent the rise of a black Messiah that could electrify and unify the masses. That's what COINTELPRO said. That's their words, not mine.
Right.
They said that. They were looking for a Messiah. And so they were afraid that maybe the Black Panthers were the Messiah. Or maybe
they know it.
Maybe Martin Luther King. They know that we're going to produce somebody or a group of people to help us. And he said that he was created physical form. Yes, he's just a man, but he says that he was seeded by the forces of nature to do this job that he's doing. And everything that he's doing is feminine in the sense, not that he's gay,
Right.
in the sense that his teaching style is question and answer, where it's reciprocal and it's interactive as opposed to dictatorial. He's not coming in and just saying, okay, he's doing a sermon and you can't ask no questions. No, you can ask questions. You know, it's interactive. So he appeared before, you know, for years and decades, in the high and the low, the rich and the poor, the scholars and the non-scholars would question him and try to trip him up. And every question that they asked him, he was able to answer in great detail. Many of those became books in and of themselves, you know. So anyway, the first thing they're talking about is a conversation about the elders longing for the day to collect their people off this planet. And he says here, the people dressed in white, and he said, see, they answered, all you didn't do was add on the answer. He said, you know who they are. This was an aborted idea. Remember that? And he's basically talking about the time when the children that were born into the organization at that time, he was teaching Islam at that time. And people were gravitating to Islam because they were leaving Christianity and they thought they were doing something cool and chic. You know, it was fashionable at the time to be Islamic. So he built up one of the largest Islamic organizations in the world, only to dismantle it because he was not interested in teaching Islam. You know, so he said that those individuals that came along would be what he called faithful but not true, and they would actually become corrupted and then because they would become lovers of the world and not facts, and they would go back to Islam and just fall off basically. And so he's talking about that first generation. So he says, the people dressed in white, and he says, you see the answer, all you didn't do was add on the answer. And he said, you know who they are. This was an aborted idea. Remember that? They knew that in the prophecy. What they didn't realize that the generation we were raising would be classified, or like I would say out of my mouth, the first fruit is faithful but not true. The first fruit is faithful but not true. He's talking about those people that wanted to be staunch Orthodox Muslims, because as he went higher in degrees of knowledge, they wanted to stay in religion. That's what he's talking about. So he says, I'm talking, not realizing, I'm talking about the children that the first fruit is faithful but not true. So when the children that were the first generation of kids born to us would, and I'm just reading like he's talking here, they stay faithful. Some of them are still staunch Orthodox Muslims, but they are not true enough to follow us into the path of right knowledge. Then he says, so the elders they were talking to were the elite, or the Igigi, speaking down to the Anunnaki. The Igigi were, if you ever study those Sumerian accounts, and it talks about Igigi, the Igigi were the ones who stayed up. If you read the Book of Enoch, it's talking about the Watchers. The Watchers were talking about the Igigi. And the Book of Enoch came from those more ancient accounts. The more ancient accounts were written in stone tablets called cuneiform tablets. I probably should give some definitions before I even finish that. So Igigi would be the beings that they came to this planet, but they stayed up in crafts. The ones that came down in 50s were called the Anunnaki. The elders were the masters that came to this planet. Nibiru would be the planet of what they call the planet of the crossing. It contains the word Ibri, Ibri, which is where you get the word Ibrahim in Islamic. It just means to cross over. That's where they got that from. That's a plagiarized word. It comes from the word Nibiru. Nibiru, you can find those in ancient stone tablets written in cuneiform from Mesopotamia, which was a precursor knowledge long before a Bible or any of those even lost books of the Bible, even before those Jewish books, those Haggadah that I talked about earlier. Shumu refers to Sumerians. The Sumerians were the people that lived in the Mesopotamia, like in that area of the Fertile Crescent between the Tigris and the Euphrates River, those ancient people. Apsu was an ancient name that they gave to the sun. Apsu. So you might hear that word. You might hear the term 4 angels or 4 winds in Revelations. They're talking about 4 winds or 4 angels. He said that that was referring to 4 craft that held the planet in fit form, because there was a cataclysm, which will be described in what I'm reading here. And then Elohim. Elohim is a plural word for God, because the word God, that's why when you read the Bible in Genesis, it says, let us make man after our image and after our likeness. It's referring to a group of individuals and not referring to a singular. That's a mistranslation. That's why when you read throughout the Bible, it's talking about thou shalt not have any other gods before me, is because it's talking about multiple beings. And that's why Elohim is a plural word. And Elohim is not a foreign word, because if you read the book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 46, Christ is purported as saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, which means in English, my God, why have you forsaken me? Eli, Eli. Eli is a contraction of Elohim. So it's not a foreign word. It's just people don't know the words, because the pastors never knew, or they were too dumb to know, and some of them do know and they're not telling you. That's all. So so back to this. So it's talking about the children that was staunch Orthodox Muslims, but they are not true enough to follow us on into the path of right knowledge. So the elders that we're talking to were the elite, or the Agigi, speaking down to the Anunnaki, saying, you know who they are. They're the ones who have gone through great tribulation and have washed themselves clean in the blood of the Lamb, which is symbolic of those people who were dirty. And that's what he said. And he says, but remember, you are from the seed of the disagreeable. Now, years ago, I explained to you all about these webs, right? I told you all you have webs, and that tells you, and you have gills, that you once lived in the water. That means that somewhere along the line, whether through breeding or cloning, there is the sea people inside of you. And the sea people are the Dragons, the Vulcans, Vulkans, and they are other names. The name of their planet, right, was Meldek, Maldek. That's the planet that Nibiru, the ship, bumped into on its normal route. On say, its original orbit. It had an original orbit of 25,920 years to make a standard route. This large ship, it had 144,000 passengers, headed by 24 elders, right? Was out searching the galaxy for other resources for their planet. They came out of Ilion, called a planet called Risk, right? Which is Risk is the 8th planet having 2 moons, right? In a galaxy that has 19 planets. You follow that? And they have a ship called Nibiru that launched off. You call it a mothership. It was tremendous. It was as big as the planet Earth in diameter. You follow that?
Wow.
And it was on its way out searching for more planets with life exploring, but universe instead of a planet. And that route that it had it took or was taken at that time was a very normal route, though it was counterclockwise to the planets that were in this solar system at that time. Remember that, counterclockwise. It never intended to crash into it. It didn't have a problem until it passed by Neptune, right? And Neptune swole because of electrical storms on it, right? And caused it to veer towards Neptune, and trying to pull away from Neptune, it bumped into the planet Meldek, which was later called Vulcan, right? Where these sea creatures live, okay? And broke off part of it. I'm just reading his words. The planet itself launched off 4 fighter ships from Vulcan, right? Sometimes described as 4 pieces of the satellite at Nibiru. You follow that? Meanwhile, the planet Vulcan, or Meldek, went off further into outer space and became known as the Lost Planet. The beings on it, Dragon or Dracon, they have many names for them, lived on the water. They're called the Serpent People. You follow that? These are his words.
Yeah.
They stood around 4 feet tall. They looked like they had gills. They had webbed hands. They had webbed feet. You follow that? They had very, very advanced societies underwater. let's see. Because they are on their planet, I can't read that part. These 4 ships launched out at Nibiru with the intentions of destroying it because the Meldekians thought that they were being attacked. However, Nibiru had 4 force fields built within this mothership and caught this planet in their force field and locked it and had them revolving, right, on an axis. And they referred to them as the north, east, south, and west winds. In the Bible, that's how they referred to it in Revelations. All right? And then when Nibiru went on with its orbit, but it was wobbly now because of the crash into Vulcan or Meldeck caused damage, so it launched off 3 ships to go back to Ilion and back to their planet to let them know that they could have danger. By the way, as an aside, he mentioned years ago that this was a 3-sun galaxy that had 3 suns, and the Europeans laughed at him and thought it was crazy back then. And he says all of these things will come out later. All of these things that I'm telling you will be confirmed. And they later quietly revealed that they had in fact found a 3-sun galaxy, a galaxy with 3 suns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the TV
that
show, My
happened.
3 Sons.
Yep. Yep. Okay, where was I? So that they would launch out at other, so they launched out those 3 ships so that they would launch out other crafts to protect them. Within their fleet at this time, there were altogether 7 ships, so 7 ships in the Nibiru fleet. And with the 3 going back, that would have been 10. You follow that? So these 7 ships broke up into 2 parts, 3 and 4 fleets. And remember, you have 4 that was picked up from the Vulcans, and as this planet launched or went further into its path, it passed by Saturn. You see that? And as it was moving, Saturn's planet Titan, it bumped into it, or as they say in ancient times, in the ancient Sumu or Shumu, the ancient way to spell it is Shumu, right? It's called Ta-Neta in ancient Egypt, right? Same place, and that's Shumu. In a way, they said Sumu, Mar, M-A-R, or Shinar, and that originally Shinar meant flat plains. Remember that? They're talking about Mesopotamia, Tigris, Euphrates River, Shinar. All right. So as it passed by Saturn, it kissed off of Saturn. You follow that? Or bumped into Titan, as they have it, because Titan is the actual planet of Saturn. Saturn is a ball of gas. Titan is the actual planet. So it bumped into Titan. And then it was on a wobbly course, okay? As it reached into the area near Tiamat, which was planet Earth, which was much larger than, which is the name of which is the name that Earth was called because it had to do with the sea and sea creatures, and this is a water planet, always known as a water planet. It has the most water, and following it is Neptune. It had a lot of water. That's why we called it, and I can't read that part because I couldn't decipher it. This was Earth before it was Earth. It was like 2.5 to 3 times the size that it is today. What you have now, Earth at 7,926 mile diameter, 24,896 mile circumference, it wasn't that. Just add that on twice, and then add on the diameter of the moon, right? And what you'll have your size of the planet. So these beings launched on into space again, wobbly. These were the supreme beings on this ship, or you call them Elohim in the scripture, or the Anunnakis. This was taking place 25 billion years ago. And then it says here, or better yet, make it 24 or something. Make it 24 billion years ago when this was taking place. So you know how long ago this was before the normal Homo sapiens came into existence as you know it, right? They passed on through, and a whole Star Wars took place into the coming in of the atmosphere, right? Where the planet Tiamat was having problems because there are 2 larger planets and 2 smaller planets on both sides of it, causing the atmosphere to be disoriented anyway. It always wobbled. It was uncertain because it was pulling from 2 smaller planets from the sun, right, which was Mercury and Venus, and then Mars and Jupiter, 2 larger ones on the outside, were causing its imbalancement. So when Nibiru, the big craft, also referred to as a planet, came into this atmosphere, it sensed fear of attack. This is planet Earth at that time because it was inhabited too. launched from Tiamat 11 crafts, warships, to attack Nibiru. All right? But remember, Nibiru had picked up and trapped 4 Meldeck crafts or Vulcan crafts, and it was spinning, right, in its atmosphere as it went past Titan. And it's moving. These ships smashed dead smack into Tiamat and caused Tiamat to break in half first. Am I going too fast or
No.
Right?
Be flowing.
Okay. All right. The other part of Tiamat, which is called there's an upper and a lower part. The lower part of Tiamat, right, became what you call asteroids and was moving in a counterclockwise. You follow that? To your solar system, systematic motion, and it started to fold and bend. All right, the 11 crafts were immediately picked up by Nibiru and eliminated. They didn't have no effect whatsoever with their attempt. But the following craft, as one craft from Vulcan, smashed into Tiamat, the Earth, at that time, and crashed into a half, followed by another one that crashed into it and put a hole straight through it. And as that planet was going to go out of orbit, they had a fear of what's called a star holocaust. If that planet was pulled out of orbit, all the other planets could be caught up in the power of the pull of the sun, which was called Apsu at that time. At the time, the sun, way back then, and be drawn up to it and destroy it. And the beings who crashed into it, supreme beings, were responsible. They knew they were responsible for this crash. You follow that? And they must do something about it. So, from the Nibiru, remember I said 3 went back towards Risk, to their planet. In Ilion, he had 4 of them locked onto the planet Tiamat, creating, as I explained to y'all before, what was called a tetrahedron pyramid with one craft. Let's talk about magnetic science. This locked in on the planet. They had holes that was going through it. They had total control of it and energy from each one of these here 4 crafts. And you draw it on the board, you can see it, locked it and gave Earth an atmosphere and bent it into its shape, which is more like an oval than a circle. So a hole is penetrating in the center, you understand? The 11 crafts launched made the Vulcans, who were a part of the atmosphere, the last ship of it, caused the other ones crashed. The last ship, assuming they were being attacked by Tiamat on behalf of Nibiru, their ship, not knowing that this was an error, immediately shot out a bolt of energy toward Tiamat. This was condensed and trapped by the crafts of Nibiru and turned into what you know as ball lightning, for lack of a better word, right? A large ball of energy, right? And sent and trapped right into the center, or as they say, into the belly of Tiamat in ancient writings, ancient Sumu writings. And there they set up a 600-mile sun, you follow that? And screened it so that its light would go off out of the hole in the northern region and create what you refer to as a corona or auroras, or the sun flares that they see. That is the heat. So that the heat is not centered in there, but it burnt out a crust inside, and the waters that were in the center started seeping through, thus creating a very tropical environment, which became known as Shambhala, became known as Agartha. We talked about that in Nazi Germany and the Polarity War. The inner earth, the inner world. You know, various names were picked up a long time. So now this new planet that has a diameter of 27,926 miles, a circumference of 24,000, cut the diameter in half, and you'll come down to the radius. And that radius tells you where that sun sits. The sun was now trapped in here. It's talking about the central sun and the planet. This atmosphere was set, and the elders responsible for this, you follow, were guilty, right? Mm-hmm. From the crash, and made this their pet project. Thus, 4 crafts were launched, which were called in Revelations the 4 angels, the 4 winds, to hold the planet in, I can't read this, in form, they say. It was set off there to keep this planet from exploding, and has been there from generation to generation all the way down to the book of Revelations. Then they had a fear that the opening in the center of the earth with its own sun, of course. They, like I said, they called it Apsu at one time. And another word for it was Ishara, right? It would come in contact with the outer sun, and that would cause overheat. So they put another crystal city, a large craft called a crystal city, above the planet Earth, right on the outside of your spheres to protect it. So when a hole gets in that direction, that crystal city or ship is over it, like you speak about in Revelations in the 21st chapter, it's over it. And because of the crystal on top, it reflects lights away from the planet. And then they, of course, tilted the planet off of its axis from a straight axis to a 23-degree axis, tilting it towards the right, why there's more right-handed people on the planet Earth than what they should be, which is ambidextrous. You can tell when you should have been ambidextrous, right? It's a reflection on the planet Earth, where because of that, people look different on one side than they do on the other. You think when you're looking at yourself that you look the same, but if you took a picture of one side of your face and took a picture of the other side of your face, you'll see that because the left side of your body is weaker and less developed, the whole side of your face, they say, well, your left foot is a little smaller, your left eye might be a little more closed. That is because that's obviously is a scientific error. For those who believe in a God or Allah or Elohim or Adonai or Yahweh or whatever name you use, to believe that he made a mistake and made one side of your body larger than the other, one side of your body more agile or more, more capable than the other is to say that he made a mistake. So the mistake came in when the planet was tilted off its axis, and you can see that the planet was now is on a 23-degree axis, right? And then he says here, you watch most people when they stop, human beings, when they stop, they lean and they put all their weight on that right foot as opposed to the left, very rarely. So you do have people here who are left-handed because they're bred that way, because humans were ambidextrous. But numbers, 75 out of 100 people on the planet Earth are indeed right-handed as a result of this. That was done to keep the planet because it wobbles. Earth does wobble. Then when the planet was set in its atmosphere, remember that last craft that I mentioned from the Vulcan sea creatures, right? It crashed down onto planet Earth. Remember, Nibiru went off into a new orbit. This new orbit became 3,600 miles, which made it 1 year to them, because their time is different from our time. All right, a cycle, of course. So that last thing crashed down to the Earth, and they did live and went into the waters, and thus you get your story of your evolutionary man coming out of the water, being half-gilled, and you are linked into that descendancy, and they were disagreeable people from that planet called Meldeck. So you have more disagreeable people walking the planet. That's why if you hold up your hand in front of you like this here and turn it around, you will see you have webs in it at the bottom of your fingers, right? If you realize that you were when you were in the womb of your mother, you were a tadpole, a fish, and you did have a tail. So at the end of your spinal column, there is a slight bone, whether you want to attribute it to the coccyx of the European, who have wide extending because they are on a lesser evolutionary scale than you are, and therefore their tail is longer. Your spinal column does curve to show that you once had a tail that came down, and you were once a sea creature because you could breathe underwater, and that's what they portrayed in the movie Abyss. And Abyss is another way of saying Apsu, which means a hole straight through something, called hell. The Christians, the Muslims, and so-called Jews say hell. In hell there is a place beneath you where people burn. Of course, there's a sun there. See what I'm saying? If the screen in the sun is removed, people would burn. It's a reflection of the lights from the center out was curved. Of course, people down there would suffer and burn. So the ancient men who knew about that, or so-called learned men, or the religious men, taught about it and called it hell. When you say the word hell, H-E-L-L, all you got to do is put on O on it, and you get the slang, oh hell. But oh hell in the ancient Syriac and Aramic, which is, let's say, the Hebrew language, means tabernacle or tent or hell, and that's what's considered a tabernacle down there, where Shemti was. SIMTI or SHIMTI, which was a laboratory, which was where a lot of scientific experiments were taking place that were affected by what was taking place on the planet Earth. And so once this was set up, the planet was put in place, and the elders felt responsibility, and the Vulcans had crashed down here, were living in the waters. They're talking about evolutionary time over millions of years and changing of command ships. You follow that? And life was started on planet Earth, a new form of life, because life that was here was burnt up by the crashes, the explosions, and the earthquakes that caused it to go out of its orbit. It cut a planet in half. Almost all the life form is dead. It was later on that, I think it's about 11 billion years ago, right, that the moon, which was an independent planet, broke off from it and got its name Kingu. That's what the ancient Sumerians called it, Kingu, because the head of the fleet that launched out, what's the 11th fleet from the planet Tiamat, was called Kingu, right? And their moon became known as Kingu or Shishki, two different names for the moon. It appeared barren and waste, though present day and visited there by NASA to this day are beginning to realize that life did live there once. All these things are going to come out, that our ancient descendants, the Shumu people or Sumu people, like I said in Igbo, known as Ta Neta, right, knew all of these facts. And now the present day scientists and astronomers and astrologists and solar biologists and all of the different ologists that want to learn are beginning to realize that when they say that this planet Tiamat, which picked up the name Ki back then, and that K, when the Greeks got it, changed into a G, and that I pronunciation became Geo, right? That's where you get geology and geometry, geometrics, etc., etc. All that applies to the ancient Sumu word Ki, our ancient descendants, which I said before were tied into the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians got it from the ancient Shumu people. When Mitzrayim, one of the sons of Ham's son, after the flood, moved over into Egypt and brought it over the culture that was once over on this side. That's why you'll find over amongst the Sumer people, they had Sphinx too. They have bull man, he's half man and half bull. They have the needles, the eye, just like Cleopatra's needles. The temples are constructed in the same way. The architecture constructed. They baked stones and colored their temples. And you can go to any ancient Babylon, which is where the place was at the time, right? And you can see the temples are constructed the same way, and they're pyramid-like fashion. So the knowledge was really greater in Shumu and older, and then went over into Egypt as the same people. But then Egypt became a melting pot for Africa. So there's very different degrees of people and elders. These elders go back so long ago, and this was way before prophecies of Earth even came into existence. The prophecies came billions of years down the line. So when these elders were questioned about who were these people, they were talking about the fact that they longed for the day that the elders would collect their people off the planet. Because remember, though, X thousands of years ago, I can't read that, is when they actually started planning the breeding of a being called Adam. And they called him Adam because Adam, you know, from the original language Adama, mean earthling, of the ground, of the red soil, or etc., right? To be a worker for them. But they had been coming here for a long time. They called themselves the Anunnakis. And those that took Saturn as their home planet, because Saturn had a necklace around it, it became known as the Anakis, Anakis, or the Anakites, because Anakite means those of the neck, and that was the ones who were of the disagreeable side of the family. Each one took a planet as their symbol, and that's why in ancient Sumer or Shumer writing, you'll find that all of the birth of the planet are actually giving names of people they recall or refer to as their gods or descendants. Anu, Enki, Oer, Oans, etc., etc., etc. And then he stops and says, any questions after all that? And then so somebody from the audience asked, what size was that ship? And his response was, which ship? And so he responds and asks, Nibiru, how big is it? Yeah, it was as big as a planet. It was as big as the planet Earth is now. It itself, Nibiru, never bumped into Tiamat. It was the 4 satellites, and those ships back then were tremendous. They bumped in repeatedly, one and then the other, put a hole straight through it, and then another, and then the other. The other one crashed down into it as once this happened, but they, Nibiru, completed. But once, let's see. Once this happened, but they, Nibiru, completed its cycle and came back down. This thing is still moving and hit again. And you're talking about periods of time in between each time that it hit, and the planet was going through its own changes and trying to revive itself. By the time they came back on the 3600 rep, bam, it hit again. And that was the formation of the inner world, talking about the inner world of the planet Earth. And there's more. So somebody asked, what made it, somebody asked a question. He says, what made it what? What made those satellites crash? They were caught, as I said earlier. Those satellite planets from Vulcan were caught by Nibiru because Nibiru's ship had 4 units. They had magnetic powers working off of, like I told you, tetrahedron science, like the Bermuda Triangle does. And once they got caught in it, and it started turning like a whirlwind, right? And those ships were moving. They became magnetic energy, which helped to create the force field around Nibiru, which trapped. And the thing is, Nibiru was navigating itself wobbly after bumping into Meldeck or Vulcan, and then was being drawn into your solar system when it kissed off of Saturn and spun off again. Then it's steering in. It never hit. Nibiru never really hit the planet. It was satellites it picked up that it could navigate for itself, but could navigate which range between the force field and the actual craft of Nibiru in that circle of energy. These were those 4 Vulcan ships, or Meldeck ships, and they are the ones that crashed into Tiamat. Nibiru continued on with its orbit outside of this Earth because it was a very common visit here. I told you before, because Mars had life, Jupiter had life. It's quite a few planets that had life formed here. Now, remember, this was done in 1993 before people even knew about Mars having life. And he said this way back then. And people thought he was crazy when he said it. Says here, these 3 ships went back to Risk, right? Eventually heard of the conflict that, of course, they was communicating telepathically. It was going on, but the commander of the fleet convinced them that everything was under control because they made their cycle and that they would be caught within the solar system, moving in and out of it counterclockwise, and that their greatest fear was the asteroid belt was created in between Mercury, Venus, let's say Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and Jupiter, and Saturn. In between there is an asteroid belt of asteroids moving in the opposite direction. So that's something that the scientists found out, that there's a group of asteroids in our solar system moving in the opposite direction to the motion of the planets, and they wondered why. And that was their biggest fear, because that was created by the breaking off. They was breaking off pieces, the lower part of, they say, of Tiamat, and if they could keep that under control, they would have no problem. So a ship was sent to protect this solar system. The message came back that Nibiru was no longer in danger. It was under control, right? And that the aggressors, the 11 aggressors that came out from Tiamat, was eliminated, and the 4 ships of the Meldeck or Vulcan were eliminated, and that one ship that crashed down was not their concern. They crashed down and went into the water, and they began to germinate in the water, and of course moved on Earth. Eventually, you see, coming out of the water and then coming onto land. You see ancient primitive man, they speak about him being coming out of the water, then coming onto land, and they gave him all kinds of algae and fungi and all kinds of names. The atmosphere was conducive, because that was way after when the planet was set. That was way after and I can't read that, and the Ice Age and the landslide, that the other story about man and the atmosphere being with ammonia, etc., that's another story of another kind of life form, that life form was in the water because of that crash down, right? Okay. Now, he further says here, how's everything? Pretty clear?
Loud and clear, brother.
Okay, great. All right, he said, they do some mathematics now, And they do mathematics, and they base these mathematics on the distance of the sun and certain other formulas, and it proves by 0, 2, 3, 4, right? 2 times 2, 3, 4 to the distance of the sun, that there was definitely another planet that lived within the solar system and had something to do with asteroids, right? And that is that planet, Meldeck, or Vulcan, as it is called on present-day television. Then he made a reference to the Bible. I don't want to really read it because I don't think it's relevant. Okay, and then he talks about Nibiru. He says, this Nibiru, there were many ships called Nibiru, just like the United States has ships, and they call it the USA 412, let's say. And that abbreviation, United States of America 412, you understand that? Nibiru is a star fleet, the large ship that launches from Risk. Risk is the 8th planet in a 3-sun galaxy called Ilion. The Quran refers to it as Ilion. The Torah refers to the deity over it as El Elyon. And even Baal, a descendant from Anu, named one of his sons Ilion or Ilion, and he became known as El. These are just characters from the Sumerian tablets. If you ever read them, you'll see. If you write down the name Babylon, you will see that Babylon really spells Bab Elon. And he continues, Babylon. Now that you've heard over the years, Bab means Bab of El, and of course the word Babel means door to El or confusion, right? But today, on this September the 8th, 1993, is the first time you're going to hear it being used this way. The door to Ilion, the door to the highest. But in due time, people will start to pick it up the way they did the word history and reversed the word dog to get the word God and say they came up with it. It didn't come from me. All right. So when they got down to earth, which was in your Bible as Yahweh came down to see what they were doing, he found that instead of Enki doing what his father and the people of that galaxy called Elohim or Anunnaki, spelled Annunaqi, Ki is the ancient word for earth, ki. But it doesn't mean earth. It means Keo, K-E-O, which is geo. Geo, where you get geology, geography, geometry. This is the ancient word from the ancient Sumer. He spells it out, not Sumar, S-U-M-M-U-R, or S-U-M-M-A-R. And this is not Mecca. This was way after when the beings came down to Mecca, 200 of them. This part, I'm going to leave that out because I don't... let me see here. I'm going to skip some of this because some of it is not relevant. Okay, and it says here, they started having sex with earth women, Hindus, who had descended here, that in their eyes were very beautiful women. But in that day and time, the planet Earth was full of all types of creatures, mermaids. They recently found the body of Bigfoot called Shaggy, which comes from the constellation of Orion. Unicorns. They had all kinds of creatures that came from other galaxies. Some were laboratory experiments. This was 25 billion years ago. Some people one day will catch up to this information and realize who was walking with them in this day and time. And at this point, he returns to describing the aftermath of the Nibiru crash. Okay, he said, when Nibiru, coming from Ilion in the Quran, veered to the left off of its orbit, because as it passed the planet, it began to wallop via explosions on it, electrical storms on it. He was going to say Uranus. Neptune is the planet, you call it Neptune today, because Neptune had electrical storms on it, and the ship tried to veer away from it. So it swung off of its orbit and it bounced into a planet that was a part of your galaxy called the Lost Planet. Scientists say they're talking about the planet Vulcan. And the planet, the scientists do call that planet the Lost Planet now, because they know a planet used to be there and now it's gone. Scientists say we know it was another planet out there because of the way that your planet moves and the way your galaxy moves. Yes, there was another planet. It was knocked out of its orbit by this craft of this tremendous ship called Nibiru, manning 144,000 beings from Risk, and it was on a launch to find minerals and resources on other planets, not coming into Earth's atmosphere at this time. It had visited Earth's atmosphere thousands of times. Wasn't no planet Earth yet. It was called Tiamat then. It was twice the size of this, 3 times actually. They had visited here many times, but Mars had life, Venus had life, Jupiter had life, and the moon, Shishki, as they called it, Shishki, and he writes it out on the board, which later came to be called Kingu. Kingu is another name they gave it later, had life. Mars, had life. They are now revealing it. It wasn't on its way here. He was basically saying it's not on the way to planet Earth. It wasn't originally destined to. They knew the resources there. They knew that Tiamat, which is presently Earth, had resources they could use. They were venturing off into the universe, finding more planets that had resources that were not depleting them in their galaxy. A very small planet if you look at risk. But in this particular flight, 1,300 hours on a Friday of your time, the ship got thrown off course by an electrical storm on Neptune, bumped into Vulcan, splitting Vulcan into asteroids, and a part of it shot off into space, becoming known as the lost planet, the Vulcan, or the troglodytes, or the sea beings that live in the water. Assuming that this was an attack, launched out 4 ships to attack the ship Nibiru. Those 4 ships, manned by 4 angelic beings, as they would call them, a crew of them, you follow, could not attack Nibiru because Nibiru was set up with 4 magnetic force fields sitting around it because of the tetrahedron science of magnetism, which, of course, as you know, is a symbol like this. And he writes the symbol on the board. And he says here, this will get more apparent as I teach it. Don't lean on it as I reveal this. And the scientists get ear of it. They're going to try and catch up with you. And so let's stay ahead of them. Don't believe me, then go listen to them. Go read the Science Monitor. They're waiting to hear what I got to say. And many times he said things, and it seems like they were waiting to hear what he had to say, and then they put it out in their science as if they discovered it. Okay, let's see what else it says here. Okay, it says Nibiru, the ship set up a force field that locked it. And now these tremendous, massive ships that were sent out to attack Nibiru were caught in its sphere and traveled along with it. Communication was trying to be set up from Nibiru to the ships to let them know it was an accident, but because it bounced off of it, it damaged a part of it. Communication was bad. Nibiru was wobbling, and as it moved on past Saturn, it bumped into the planet of Saturn, Titan. That's the planet of Saturn. It's called Titan. And it caused a necklace to be formed around Saturn, a necklace. The ring of Saturn is not a ring. It is a massive amount of small planets. This will be revealed as soon as I'm teaching you right now. This will come out. And he says here, it bumped into Titan and it started revolving. It crashed and it smashed into many other planets, destroyed the 7 moons of Saturn. The devil claimed this planet as his own, Saturn. You follow that?
Yeah.
And then went on. I'll keep on going as long as you keep on writing. He just goes on and on and on. And he says, as it moved on with its 4 planets following it now, I'm almost done. It veered in towards your solar system. It now had moved off its own orbit, referring to Nibiru, which should have been 25,920 years into now, up to a 3,600-year orbit. And it's moving. These ships are moving in opposite direction, and caught in this is 10 times the size of this. This is bigger than Earth today. The Earth is 7,926 miles in diameter. That thing was bigger than that, right? This is 8,970 miles in diameter alone. Here's Tiamat. As they are spinning and moving, this planet, or this ship, from the Vulcans, goes straight and hits the planet, shattering it. And as Nibiru begins to pass planet Tiamat, this is the north wind. This is how they referred to them in those days, right? The other, which is the west wind or the east wind, let's make it easier, spun, as this planet had already been hit and then broken up into asteroids moving counterclockwise. Why does the asteroid belt in the middle of your solar system move counterclockwise? It causes so many disturbances, so much fear of hitting this planet. Do some research, he's saying here. Then this began to close and was spinning the planet Tiamat, as it got hit, shattered pieces, went on moving in opposite directions counterclockwise. Tiamat begins to spin, and the other wing hit, smacked into it, and penetrated a hole through it. You follow that?
Yeah.
And, man, I'm not even done. I'm almost done. Penetrated a hole through it. So Nibiru went on to a 3,600-year cycle, came back through, while this whole planet was wobbling like this, and life form on it was dying. It resulted in ice ages, landslides, and beings on the planet were dying. The elders launched out 4 angelic beings called the 5 angels of the 4 corners of the earth to hold the winds. It's in your Bible, right? And they trapped the planet Key, as they called it, because of it. The geological, geomathematical, geometric, all the sciences you needed to survive this planet. This is before you, the earth people here, were born here, were beings living on here, right? They trapped it. By now they had formed a hole straight through it, and the sun was there. Apsu, they referred to it as Ki, not Tiamat. No longer Tiamat is another name for there for evil, because they thought it, by crashing into it, could have endangered. You understand how it happened? And they set up this science. You draw a triangle, you follow, and your tetrahedron lines in the center. The planet is trapped right in here. The holes penetrate from here to there. And he's asking now, he periodically asks, are you with me? Are you there? Are you here? Are you listening? And a ship there, equidistant from this, like that is. And he's writing something on the board, so I can't really, I don't know what he's writing. Mm-hmm. And if I put this where it belongs, it would be right here, and that would be right there. So he's writing stuff on the board, I don't know. And then he's talking about centrifugal and centrifugal and centripetal forces. Yeah. Pushing and pulling forces. How it locked the planet in place. And it says your Bible refers to them as the 4 angels or the 4 corners of the winds. You heard that before, right? And now you're mathematically in orbit. The next fear was when the planet, because it's wobbling and moving, is in direct direction with the sun, what would happen? Blow it up. So they, through the cone that they put a reflecting mirror from the ship they sent up was a crystal city. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad called it the mother plane, and it sits right over the opposite hole from where the tetrahedron science pulls on this side. It's on the opposite side, and it sits there, and then those 4 ships pull back further out, and the planet is safe. It was now ready to be mined again. It was now ready for various life forms, so they started transporting life forms here. Yeah, we're almost done. But with the beings here did not have any intelligence. They were not able to sustain the planet. They were to learn the sciences because your ozone was going to deplete. The atmosphere was going to go bad. The sun was going to get closer because you were now slightly off your orbit. The planet Earth is slightly, can't read that. They had to set this planet up, so they started transporting beings here. The 2 of the ships, the 1 and the 3rd one, finally crashed in. The 3rd, the last ship, or what you will call a west wind, these beings here from Vulcan got picked up by Nibiru and educated by them to be informed. They showed them screens of the flight and how it happened and how it was not done intentionally. You follow that? And these beings were transported here to Earth and was put in the seas here on this beautiful planet, so rich with minerals. You follow that? Yep. And they lived in the seas here. Descendancy, other planet beings came, planted germs in the water that would eventually become amoeba and algae and cause the planet was set once the fire stopped. How did it all happen, you say? Well, it goes back a little further. It goes back to the circle and the square. Putting the circle in the square, we get the hydrogen and the helium. You take the circle and you cut it into 4 pieces of the pie. This one piece of pie, namely this piece, the upper right-hand piece. When you're facing it, it becomes the bottom left-hand side. That's this. Move it down, you see it? Vice versa. Hydrogen. Do the same opposite direction. Helium. H1. He. What is helium? Substance, when it burns, it gives off hydrogen. This was long before this incident. This happened 93 billion years ago when the sun, Apsu, was created. This is how the Enuma Elish picks it up. When on high is what it says. Before things were named. That's one of the Sumerian tablets. Starting at the creation of the sun, you know that the tablets, the 7 tablets of the Enuma Elish about the birth of your universe, and you know how to read them, how to decipher them. They don't know, referring to the people in power right now. That's why I'm here, because the 7 tablets of the Enuma Elish is what he's basically talking about. And basically he says here at the end, in reference to the Enuma Elish, when the seal is open, no man will be able to close it once the information is revealed. And as it starts to open your heart, now the Abraham story will never be the same. And that's the end of that.
Man, that's brilliant. I have to admit, I'm gonna come back and go through that with a fine-tooth comb. You know what I mean? That's like taking a doggy bag. That's like taking a doggy bag of food from a very exclusive 5-star restaurant. You can't eat it like a McDonald's burger. You got to take your time and just go through it.
He spit it out, and just, man, I was just like, wow. And I'm not done yet. I'll finish another time.
Wow. What can I say, brother? Man. You did it. You did another one.
Well, I still wanted to give you guys more information about, more physical evidence about origins, your origin.
You can still, come back and embellish it and put them together,
Yeah. Yeah. What time is it?
It's 2:38 Eastern Standard Time. 2:38 on the East Coast.
Oh, so it's 1:30 my time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I just probably need a glass of water. That's what I need.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, let me get a glass of water. How many people listening? They probably think I'm crazy.
We got 500 people that were holding steady.
Really? Yeah. All that talking makes your throat dry.
No, well, you know what? Rest yourself, man. Rest yourself, because the icing on this cake will be shorter. I don't measure time, but I'm just saying you start out strong. It's like, you had 5 sparring partners for 3 rounds. So the last sparring partner, he comes at you fresh and he's beating you down a little bit. So you come back fresh the next day, you'll be fresh from the very beginning.
Yeah.
You'll be more effective in your work. Not that you're not effective, but, with that sunlight up on you, man, and you come out swinging, you'll be, So yeah. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. You call me, you work out the time, it'll be a wrap.
Yeah, so this will be part 1, and we'll finish it up.
I'm free tomorrow. I got little things to do here and there, but, we can work at a time or the next day, whenever, man, whenever.
There's more.
Yeah.
There's more, though. Yeah, we'll put all the information on the table. You guys, you're going to be shocked.
But your dedication is unrivaled. Yeah, your dedication is unrivaled. No one whips this. This is it's phenomenal, brother. I want to thank you. Because for you to share this, that's a whole lot of research. Trust me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of research, and what I'm going to tell you guys when I follow back up, it's going to be shorter, but it's some amazing stuff.
Yes.
Amazing.
I know it is.
I'm still amazed when I hear that tape. That tape is, it's just, I'm like, wow. He just dropped information like that.
I know, just to know that stuff.
And then tie it all together and make it make sense. Yep. So, yeah, I thought I would finish it, but like, wow, that's a lot of talking.
Yeah. No, we're good. But
what time did we start? We started at what time?
Say it again.
What time we start?
Okay, if it's 2:41 now, it was 5 minutes. 5 hours and 2 minutes ago. So we got to go back. So it was like, it was like going before 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I'll say this to the family. To the family that's listening in the diaspora. I didn't complete this, but and I didn't tie up all the loose ends. But if you think I'm crazy, which I really don't care, if you think I'm crazy, you won't think I'm crazy when I'm done with you. You won't. I promise you that.
Mm-hmm.
Not when I'm done with you and give you some facts.
There you go.
Yeah. You won't think I'm crazy. Not after that. And if you do, then cool.
Oh, well.
I never lived for what other people thought about me.
That's right.
When I was a little boy in high school, I was not the most popular. When I got into college, I was popular. But when I was in high school, I was not popular. I didn't wear the most fashionable clothes. I didn't have the most fashionable hairstyles. I used to go to school and wash my hair, put a part in the middle in my big afro, and then I put some oil on and I go to school like that. Put some Vaseline on my face.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't care. And I'm like, okay, I'm not the most. And, I was just, a nerd. So,
but that's good, though. We need nerds. I mean, I'm a nerd also, but I'm a modified nerd. I was always a strong kid physically, but I had to look the part. People would mess with me. I mean, I would always come out on top physically, but I didn't want to be bothered with that. I just like to be peaceful and do my artwork and do my stuff like that. You know what I mean? I wasn't out there just trying to be this rough guy or whatever. I didn't like that.
Right.
But see, even when I would fight somebody and win, and most of the times I won when I was young, I never really lost a fight really like that, unless it was those 11 cops that beat me. But I would beat the guy and I'm mad for the next 3 days. Like, you took me there, because when I get angry, I can't calm down from it. It literally takes me about 3 days to come down from anger. I get angry and I can't sleep. I can't sleep at night. I'll stay up for 2 days. Once I get amped, it's like I'm mad. I'm really mad, and I can't. I mean, I'm not going to be destructive afterward or whatever, but it's just that I'm upset. I go home and eat dinner. I'm upset. I come try to lay in the bed. I can't. I get up tired. I'm mad. I got energy from the anger, but I'm tired. It's just it throws me off. So I stay away from that kind of stuff, or I work out my intensity doing something. I would always work out my intensity doing some artwork or going to the gym or doing something. You have to do that. Yeah, and I would still positive. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like all of this intensity to come out at one time. It's no good.
If I beat somebody up, I'm the type of guy I feel bad about what I did to him. I mean, I knocked the guy out one time, and he was a gay guy. And he was following me around, and he everywhere I would go, he would try to follow me. And you know how when you start working out, you get these muscles and stuff. People want to cut you and all this other stuff, especially gay men. The women was okay, but the men. The guy did that to me, man. I knocked him out. I just tapped him and I knocked him out, and I felt bad. I mean, I really did. I felt bad. I didn't like the fact that I knocked him out.
I remember I was up. I was on 2nd Avenue and 56th Street. It was around my high school of art and design. But I was out there late, and this was long after I was out of high school. I was in my early 20s. But the same thing, I had gym memberships all over the city because I was competing. But, I was in Manhattan, and I used to hang out with my friends, and I used to probably do more hanging out with myself and having a good time. So I was out in the city. I went to some of the music shops and looked around for, music and stuff like that, the bookstores. And I was never in a rush to come home. I love being home, but I never really rushed to come home. So here it is. I went somewhere and ate. I always strike up conversations with strangers, or they were striking up with me. We talk. I'm trying to head to the subway. I just know I'm in front of my old high school, and there's 2 phones out there, public phones, because way back then there were no beepers. There was nothing, no cell phones that I could afford. And so I went to the phone. I was making a call. I think I was calling home or calling some girl or something. I don't know. But I remember it was 2 a.m. and it was late. But there were bars open. And I didn't realize that it was a gay bar close by. So here I am in shorts and this tight shirt, which I came out of the gym early and thought I would be home by then, but I wasn't. Had my gym bag and everything. So I'm on the phone, and this gay dude, that should remind me, he comes and acts like he's on the phone, and he reaches under. It wasn't a separate thing like the ones you step in and lock yourself in completely. It was the ones that were half that you can still see. So he reached over and tried to touch me between my legs and actually touched me between my legs. I knocked his ass out up in the phone And it was like he was standing up in there to the side because, you know, I mean, I reached around, I like pop, pop. I remember hitting them twice, and then I just walked away real quick. And then over there, I didn't know there was a gay bar over there. And they were like, "Hey, I saw what he did. He knocked him out." The guy was on the ground. There was blood in his mouth. It's 2 a.m, and I'm thinking that the cops are going to get me, and I'm going to be in Rikers Island. So I turned the corner.
You would have been wrong because you black and they white. So.
Exactly. And I'm on the east side of Manhattan, the affluent part of Manhattan. So I turned the corner. Yeah, I turned the corner, and I started running. Not because I knocked him out. I won the fight. So I started running, right? And I saw, it was maybe 3-4 minutes, and I saw cops coming my way, getting ready to pass me. So I threw the bag down, and I acted like I was jogging. I went real slow, and I started shadow boxing, and so I looked like my body was right. So, yeah, he's probably some boxer runner, whatever have you. I don't think that they gave a description because they would have got me. I went down and grabbed the bag and ran down to Lexington Avenue, shot down to where I could hop on the E train, and I got down in there. I actually walked past 2 cops when I paid, the money to go in, and I got down, and they turned around and looked at me. Like when I was going down the escalator, they turned around and looked at me, but I felt the wind coming up the escalator like a train was coming. So I ran down there. By the time I got down to the bottom, hey, the cops are calling me. I got on the train and I was out. You weren't getting me. I was going home. Man, and see what I did to slick them.
Good. That's good. They didn't know who you were. Nah, they didn't know your name. Nothing.
Exactly. So what I did to slick them, I was tired. I wanted to go home. I got off at Queens Plaza and hung around there for a little while. I just hung around there for a little while. There was some little late night eatery. I just hung around because I know it's a different part of the city from Manhattan to Queens. So I hung around in there and waited till, I kind of waited till almost daybreak, because I was I'm like, he ain't locking me up. And it was not a pretty sight because his head hit the back of the he was inside my phone. Pop.
Now him, I probably wouldn't have had no second thoughts. But this brother that I hit, he was a brother, first of all. And he was just one of those sweet type of brothers, and I just didn't get no pleasure. I didn't get no pleasure out of doing that. Right.
And see, if he was a straight dude that said, "Hey man, you work out, you looking pretty good, you in shape," then you start talking training.
Yeah, that's one.
When you know somebody else is into it, you don't mind talking about it and talking about certain things because it's the love of it. But somebody gonna come and put their hand on you like that. So that's why I said the best preventative thing is just to walk around with a mean face. And I did it for so long.
That's what I had to do.
That's what I had to do. I did it for so long that even still, sometimes when I'm deep in thought, my face goes into that mode. People say, "He looks so mean." Like people that don't know me, people that know me are like, "Oh, you always look that way," because I'm always focused on something. But now, trust me. Now these days, it's like they almost have it where they feel they can come and put their hand on you. There'll just be a lot of knocked out people. Just don't break your skin and get no blood. You don't know what they have. You know what I mean? So
yes, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. But I was listening to, you said you did an interview with Robbie Robinson, right?
Yes, I have it, and Bill Grant. Yeah. I'm going to
Bill Grant too. Bill Grant still living.
Huh? Yeah, of course.
Bill Grant, I guess he was one of those guys that didn't mess with those roids because he was more natural.
Well, yes, he did, but he wasn't.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did. He
not like some of those. And those guys are dying like crazy, though.
No, but I don't know if I told you, but Wayne DeMilia, right? The guy who used to throw, the Night of the Champions in the late 70s. Wayne DeMilia. He was on Valuetainment. Yeah, he was on Valuetainment, and it was an excellent interview. And he's a friend that I lost contact with. He's much older than me, but he was a guy who. Let me tell you another little funny story that was really like underground cult type thing. And I think I told you this before about bodybuilding. I think I told you. I'll say it again really quick. Wayne DeMilia was the guy that threw the Night of the Champions, and that was a premier, top of the line, world class bodybuilding show. Okay, it was second only to the Mr. Olympia. I think the first one was
Night of the Champions,
77 or 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. I was there in the audience at 82, and I think 80, and maybe 79. I know it was 3 of them that I was in the audience of. Now, how is this for a 15-year-old kid who's been training for maybe 2 years and next year going to go into his own first competition. The guy who threw the competition, Wayne D'Amelia, was friends with a guy who lived 3 blocks away from me named Junior. Junior used to have a small gym in his basement, and a lot of the neighborhood guys would go there. Now, Junior worked on the job with Wayne D'Amelia, but Wayne D'Amelia was a secret multimillionaire. But he worked the job that he had a hookup on where he didn't have to be there, and he had his taxes taken out, and it was a dummy job, right? So every now and then he'd come around and hang out with Junior on the job. And the guy Wayne knew his stuff. He won't tell you this in the interview. Now, Wayne would always come over to the basement because he was buddies with Junior. But Wayne, throwing the Night of the Champions, he would have these guys, fly them into the airport, but he didn't have anybody to pick them up. Back then, we didn't have Uber. Cabs were expensive. So what he did, he said, Junior, you live near the airport. I want you to pick up Robbie Robinson. I want you to pick up Bill Grant. I want you to pick up Pete Grimkowski. These are names like Pete Grimkowski.
Yeah.
Remember that name? You got to be in it from back then, so many decades ago, to know these different names. So Howard McCowie, Albert Beckles, the secondary guys. See, people now, the general people just know like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Lou Ferrigno, but there were so many others. And guess what? He asked them permission. He said, listen, when I pick these guys up, can I bring them over to the gym and show, these guys off to the young guys in the basement? I was one of the young guys in the basement gym, 3 blocks away from where I lived. So they brought Robbie Robinson over, and I have a picture that I found on my computer with Junior, who's now deceased. Robbie Robinson's still alive, still training. He's given a lot of great interviews. Yeah. You go to Generation Iron, and he gives a lot of great interviews. He tells
I saw an interview he did about the racism in bodybuilding.
Yeah, that was recent. Yeah,
how Joe
Wheater's not a good guy.
Blacks contracts.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't give contracts to blacks.
But see, that's when he said to Robbie Robinson in the 70s that you'll never see a black man on the cover of his magazine. But he had no choice but to.
That's what he said?
Yeah. He had a bust of Hitler in his office, Joe Weider. See, Wayne D'Amelia told us all this stuff. So now here we have these top of the world-class guys who they're on their drugs too. They're in great shape. They're on their drugs, whatever, which is not a good thing. But, people don't pay to see the natural guys, who may look good. I was natural. I look good, but I couldn't compare to these guys like that big. But I was a kid at that point. So we met Robbie Robinson, Bill Grant. I met Frank Zane in New Jersey back in October or November of '81. He was going to guest pose at a competition. If you could remember, the '81 Olympia that he was training for, he had a freak accident where he fell off a chair next to his pool and it sliced him between his legs. Frank Zane. And he couldn't compete, but he did show up with different prior obligations. So here I am. I think the first one was with Bill Grant. The first one was this is what freaked me out. I met these guys when I was 15 years old, 1978, Night of the Champions, and a little before. Wayne D'Amelia would tell us the stories about the drugs that they used, about the women that they had, and the freaky things they did with women and all this stuff. Inside information, we would always laugh. It made it more human, but it left us in awe. Here these guys in the magazine, we get to see them. So, like I always say, the neighborhood muscle guy never impressed us because we saw the best in the world. And that drove me on to push real hard. But what took the steam out of me is realizing how much drugs a lot of these guys use. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. And it just broke my heart because I thought you can get there through hard work. So now,
broke my heart.
Yeah, so now I'm 15 years old meeting these guys. And even after subsequent years while I was competing. But then now here we are. I was 51. That was 6 years ago. I connected with Bill Grant online, and we started talking because, see, he's a little older than me, but we ran in the same circles. He trained out in Jersey, raised out in Jersey, but I went into a lot of competitions out in Jersey and knew a lot of the gym owners out in Jersey because we used to go up and down the East Coast as a teenager and compete in all these competitions. So that afforded me to at least be that guy. I was, you're that young guy. You're up and coming, So when I'm talking to him, it was like we were good friends. I'm gonna pull it up. It's way 6 years ago. It's like a lot of videos back. So we were having a great conversation. Now check this out. As we were talking, my phone rung because we were recording this. I didn't have nowhere near the amount of equipment that I have now. And so I said, hello. I said, you're on the air. He said, hello, Lance. I said, yes, it's Robbie. I was like, oh, snap. So I got Bill Grant and Robbie Robertson, who were very good friends with each other coming up. And he said, listen, I just want to say hi. You know, I'm gonna get you my number. Because there was a girlfriend he had that I was talking to her on Facebook, and she was telling me she's gonna get his number. He says, I don't want to miss up Bill's interview. I'm just gonna let you know that we'll do a little show. I said, oh my God, yeah, we'll do it. So Bill Grant was like, hey, Robbie, what's going on? Hey, Bill, how you? I mean, they're lifetime friends in this thing. So I like to share those stories because while many people may not know
I like Robbie.
who those guys are, but to see how all my life I've always had like unique, what seemed like spontaneous connections on different things. And you see how small the world is. Okay, I think his phone, I'll wait for him to call back. After so many hours, I think his phone cut out. And I have mine to the charger, so I have a full charge. So I'm just going to run my mouth until he comes back. But sorry to switch up on you like that with the conversation. You know, I could talk bodybuilding. I'm going to probably have a bodybuilding channel, a boxing channel, an artwork channel, this channel. I mean, it's just so much that I can talk about from different facets of my life. And it's just wonderful to be able to be here still alive and doing these things. My voice sounds like it's about to go, right? After 4 shows all day, several hours, I think that would be it. But when I wake up, we're going to do something. Hint, hint, elegy. And some other things, and we have a lot of surprises coming. I'm exploring different worlds, not different platforms or different things that are not going to involve us, but stuff that I can go out and bring back to the family, you know, information-wise, experience-wise, to help expand us. But I mean, who am I? Because look at the brilliant family we have here in the chat room. I mean, the conversation there is phenomenal, and I just love the quality of people that we have here. And yes, we have different levels of information, education, but there's no indoctrination and no propaganda going on. And if, you know, in our studies, whatever, something is a little off, then we go study. We say, hey, you know, you were right. You know, and then we grow that way. I've learned so much from everybody here. I want to continue to learn, and it's just amazing. But yeah, I think his phone is out. My microphone is turned away from the screen. Yeah, let me see. Let me just see some of these comments because I didn't see. Man, y'all are troopers. You can hang out all night. Somebody said Lee Haney. Yeah, I met Lee Haney. I'll tell you the exact day. October 2nd. There he is. October 2nd, 1982.
Yeah.
He won the overall. Someone said about Lee Haney, so I'll tell that story and then we can keep rapping.
Oh, Lee Haney? Yeah.
Yeah, I met him, Matt Mendenhall, Tim Belknap, who won the 81 Nationals, Mike Christian. They were all backstage pumping up.
Mike Christian?
Yeah, I was in a couples competition with a young lady named Inez Merced. Don't know if I'll ever see her again, but that was a long time ago. We didn't win, but we got like 6, but it was political. The other guys, because that was like kind of made up to make entertainment and stuff like that. So when we left the stage, we went in the back and I saw these guys. I was like, oh my God, you know what I mean? But yeah. I mean, you know, that really kind of turned me off. Like, okay, Lance, you have a good body, you got good lines, but you know, you're going to have to take the step. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I've known a lot of guys that are not here with us no more, horror stories. And see, long after the bodybuilding is over and you keep in contact with these guys and their families call you up to tell you that they passed away. And it's like, wow. You know what I mean? You know, so that's another end of my life that I really enjoyed, that I really, just like you did, you know, and you've been training. Oh, yeah. This, you know, but see,
Don Long, remember Don Long? He's dead.
Of course. I remember.
Wait. Is he? Yeah, he's dead, right?
You mean the one with the kidney, the one that had the serious. Yeah. I think he is.
The drugs, man.
There was a white Don Long from the 70s, really, too. Yeah. And I think he passed away also. But I ran into, and I think I can find it again, but I ran into not an article, but a list. It was in a forum, and it was a list of all the bodybuilders that died. I mean, we all have to transition, but these guys, it was either liver complications, kidney complications, a bad heart attack, massive heart attack, and that was from the steroids. And those things flowed so freely in front of my eyes as a young man, as a teenager, the shots and the needles and the guys with the pills, and you're training and they're talking about it. And it's like, you know you're not going to do it, but it's like, man, this is what this is all about. You know what I mean? And you say to yourself, these guys look awesome. They look like statues walking around. But look at them. They're dead now. I mean, why cut yourself short just to physically, because your body it evolves. It's not going to stay that way. What do you want to be in a casket, ripped up, muscular? What is that going to do?
I know.
At the expense. You got to enjoy training. You have to enjoy how it makes you feel in life. It makes you stronger, feel stronger. You have the stamina, you have the energy. But I've seen guys, man, they go, I'm not saying go overboard, because not many people train harder than me in the gym. There's only been a few.
Me neither.
I went off, and I got off on the energy of it.
Couldn't hang with me.
Exactly.
Most guys can't even hang with me. Right.
And
they think I'm on something. I'm like, no, I'm not on nothing.
That's the thing. There were guys I ran into years after. Come on, Lance, man, tell me, man. Come on, tell me. You was taking a little something, right? You taking a little something, right? I'm like, no. I always kept watching over my food. Like the way I do this stuff now with YouTube is the way I was all the way in with that. I did not play. And I'm talking about it was, I know in 1982, I could tell you the times that I cheated on my diet. It wasn't diet like strict starving myself, but I know it was May 16th. I was in the show May 15th. I went and had some Chinese food after that, which I didn't know better, right? Smothered in duck sauce and everything. I know in August, it was an August show. I have a picture of my condition, and I had some pizza after that. And I know after that other show, October 2nd, I had some Chinese food. And then the week later is the picture that you always see of me. I was so much in shape that I ate that meal then, and it just didn't even stay.
Yeah, metabolism too.
Oh man,
metabolism.
Yeah, see,
I could eat anything.
Yeah, that's the
although I built my body on vegetarian. I was a vegetarian.
Yeah, see, I wasn't even doing that back then.
I built that body with vegetarian diet.
You could call me a vegetarian that ate fish. You know what I mean? I got down
occasionally I would have fish, but by and large, vegetarian.
Yeah,
I built that with just vegetables and grains.
Me, I'm two people in one. When I'm heavy, I put on weight easy. When I'm light, I stay lean. And then with the amount of activity that I was doing back then, I was so hung up on being ripped. I was so hung up on being sliced, and I started out the year, especially 82 is my signature year. I started out the year in the competition in February in I think it was Westchester County. And I looked good. I looked at the pictures. I said, man, I said, if I keep going like this, as the shows go on, the drug guys will get in shape and they'll lose it because they can't hold the shape while they're on the drugs. Me being natural, if I eat a certain way, train a certain way, tighten up my waist more, make it more ripped all up and down, get leaner, but keep my muscle, keep strong, get my rest. I gradually just morphed into something. There was this one guy who beat me in New Jersey. John Kemper's gym. John Kemper. I don't know if you remember him as a bodybuilder. He was always he was a top national level guy, but never won.
I've heard that name.
John Kemper, he never won the nationals, but he would win regional shows. Like, okay, you kind of find out where your strength is in bodybuilding. Now with the drugs, it's not even like that. But you had guys that would go into city level shows, then they would go into state level shows. Now you can go in any show you want, and so you win something for your state, New York State, whatever, and then you win a regional show, the Northeast Championships. You see what I mean? Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Maine, and then you go on to another title that may be a sub-national title, a lower, the Junior America. Didn't mean like Teenage America, Junior. The way they used to do it back then, the Junior Nationals, it was like guys that were all state level, but they weren't like all top. It kind of weeded you out. And then you go to the national level. They used to call, in the AAU, they call it Mr. America. In the NPC, they would call it the Nationals. Because they had a big legal dispute between the NPC and the AAU at one time in the late 70s. And so I think the NPC lost by, they wanted to use the title Mr. America. But those names had a circus kind of feel to it. So it sounded better that they said the Nationals. And the AAU was like kind of corny. They were good back in the the late 50s, 60s, whatever. Because see, what made their shows messed up was that they had height classes. The NPC had weight classes. So the difference was what most people didn't realize. I'm 5'10", and a half or 5'10", whatever. I'm 5'10", and I was maybe ripped up 175 pounds, right? If I dried out more and my clothes looked so skinny, when my body was like furniture, when I moved around, took everything, I was like, God, dog. I might have had somebody who was 5'10", who might have been 225 pounds and on drugs. So size-wise, he blows me away. And even if he was a little off in his condition, the sheer size of the guy, you know, blew me away. So now I hold my condition. He goes and pigs out. The drugs make you get big fast because now your hormones are off. He can't come back next week and whip me. He comes back in another month's time. He's looking soggy. He's still bigger than me, but I'm too sharp. I choreographed my posing routines. I was known for that. So you ain't gonna whip me. What
about Zane? Do you think Zane did roids?
Of course he did. He was just a smaller guy. Yeah, they all did. And I'm not saying that to say, they all did. Let me tell you something.
I think he did too, but not like the other guys.
No. He did. He did less. Less is more. When you do, like I said, I don't condone that. I'm just saying what it is, the actual reality of it. Less is more. All you need to do, like I said, and it sounds like I'm condoning it. I'm just saying from the experiences in the gym and listening to people and watching them, whatever. Less is more. Because you can come off of it easier. You maintain your endocrine system much better. But when you put too much in your system, you'll get results. But then when you come down off of that, you're depressed, you're impotent and depressed and have no drive.
I would want to do something like that. I wouldn't want to do that.
No. See, what happens is that the healthy sense of insecurity that many have, you know, when you're a young man, you say, man, I would get my arms bigger.
That's what it is.
See, it never leaves. It never leaves with some guys. They still, they look in the mirror. They look well. They look good. See, look at it this way. All these guys who were competing, when they were regular and had regular bodies, they never said, I'm going to start training and I'm going to compete. You start playing around with the weights. You start playing around with it. You get to a gym. You get around the guys who are doing it. It becomes like a social thing. Not now. It's not like that so much now. But it's like a social. It was fun back then. It was like
used to be.
Back then. So you're hanging out, you're laughing. You don't realize what's happening with your body. You're starting to look better and better. You're around these guys. You're hanging out, whatever. And then one day, like either one of the guys goes into a show. See, Junior and his nephew, they would get ready to go into competitions, and I wasn't ready yet, but I saw it, and it was like, and they would always, when you're ready, because we were all training and having fun, playing music and the thing and laughing and watching a diet, getting the magazines, learning about nutrition. That's one thing I learned in Iron Man, the old Iron Man magazine, man, they have some very good nutrition articles on nutrition and about food. So I studied it.
Iron Man was excellent.
Yeah, but when it was small, you remember when it was small, right? Not this big Iron Man magazine, but it was a smaller magazine.
I remember the big one.
Yeah, no, I'm talking way back, like in the 70s. And I think I have one. That's where I got the picture out of. The picture of me that I show. Yeah, I there are a lot of magazines with pictures of me in them. Different, really good pictures.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but I gotta get them. I gotta go online and pay $20 for.
You gotta find them.
Yeah, I'm gonna find them. Oh yeah, and I know which ones they are. In Muscle Training Illustrated. I even had a couple paragraphs on me in Joe Weider's magazine back in early '83, and on the cover it was Arnold and Rachel McLeish. So now you know when you did stories. Yeah, when you did stories in those magazines, it didn't come out right away. It came out months later. But Rick Wayne loved my posing routine with the girl, and he saw me in the audience walking through. He says, "Hey, brother, come over here, man. Man, you give me a few words." And he had a recorder, and I was hyped. This is Rick Wayne.
Rick Wayne?
It was Rick Wayne,
yeah. He had a phenomenal physique.
Well, he wrote for Muscle and Fitness.
Yeah, he was a smart dude.
Yeah, very smart dude. So I couldn't believe that he thought so highly of me. This was a national show.
Rick Wayne.
Yeah, I was a little guy back then. So, I wrote a few things, and I joked about it with him. I never intended on using steroids, but I said, man, I'm going to make John Brown look like a robot because my posing is what I was known for. I can do some moves, but it would look funny to me. And I still do it sometimes, play the music and I do it inside, but nobody could see me because I don't look like that anymore. But I would have guys come and be like, how to present your physique. You can beat if another guy is in close condition to you, how you present yourself will make the big difference. How to know where the light is on the stage. And in a weird way, me, you know, my mother singing and going to rehearsals and being on the stage, I understood stage presence, right? So, you know, I made sure before the show started, I'm looking at the lighting and looking how, okay, the angle of this light, what light I would look best under. So now when you're posing next to this guy trying to outdo him in front of the judges, you know how to angle your body. That's one thing I'll say it humbly. I was the master of that because I beat a lot of guys that were bigger than me, but I made a have more definition and I knew how to angle exactly and to exude that. Yeah, they're sitting there making ugly faces and straining, and you holding your stuff like you're not even because look at that picture that I always show. I mean, it looked relaxed. I'm flexing hard.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Be trying to pull his stomach in and stuff.
Nah. If you're in shape,
now it's out of control, man.
If you're in shape, you have no problem. The main thing is go up on that stage without too much in your gut, because I was surprised at how much weight I dropped. You know, I was training and eating whatever. I would be in shape at 175 pounds at 19 years old. Of course, I got man weight on me now. If I was training, I'd probably be like 225 or something, 220. But what happened was when I weighed myself, because that was up in Utica, New York. So that was my last shot to win something big. And it was a natural competition, but there were drug guys there that beat the lie detector tests, and they made you, they took blood. But they were masking agents. There was a guy that beat me in May, and he shows up at the same show, and he was fully drugged up. You know what I mean? Yeah. But he was soggy. Wow. I made him look stupid. So anyway, I weighed myself before we went up on stage. I was 169 pounds. I was like, yo, how did I squeeze out these 6 pounds? Because I was kind of nervous, not scared, not intimidated, but just like, I got to do this. And I knew I was going to do it because I was checking out the dudes backstage. I'm like, I got him. And I saw this other guy. His name was Gus. I heard he lives in Tampa now. Now, this is decades ago, right? That's like 38 years ago. I'm talking about it like it's still. So he didn't want to say nothing to me. He knew I got him. The psychological game. He knew I got him. When he saw me, he knew it. But he still tried to act like he was tough, act like he had it. And we're up in Utica, New York, predominantly white audience. So I had to appeal to them, you know, because I'm in hostile territory. So I remember winning. I won the overall. I won best legs. I won best chest. I won best abs. I think he won best arms and best back. So he got a body part trophy. Oh, and I got the best pose. I always got the best poser. And the overall was over 6 feet. But I remember, and I have to tell you too, when I got disgusted with bodybuilding and I saw that it didn't mean nothing in life, you know, I don't know if I was trying to be Muhammad Ali or what, but I took all the trophies I had and I threw them out in the backyard and smashed them. I smashed them. Yeah. I was so disgusted that I put so much years. I was just hurling them, and my old girlfriend's like, "You're crazy. I said, "You want to see some more crazy? Look at this one." And I took the big one. I just threw it out in the backyard, and I felt so good after that, because you know you work so hard at something, and you see these white guys being favored. I was looking at an interview with Rich Gaspari. I don't know if you remember Rich Gaspari. He used to train with Lee Haney, and he came out of New Jersey. Yeah, he's still alive. He's got Gaspari Nutrition. He's doing, and he got busted. He got busted on a low. He's still in business, but he got busted on a low. I forgot what the word that they called it, but like, say, for example, you say, oh, there's 25 grams of protein, a scoop of this product, and so much vitamin B. And he had like 1/3 of what he claimed, and he got in big trouble, had to pay these fines and stuff like that. And his credibility took a big hit. And I remember him because he was like a year older than me. So in the teenage division, you know, you 16, you 17, you look at these 18 and 19-year-old guys, they're like a world ahead of you. A year of training as a teenager could really make a big difference. So I think I was in a show with him, but he was in a different division, but he was young. And you know, he didn't have the potential with his body. He was like a little spark plug, and he did the drugs. He trained with Lee Haney. And back then it wasn't as, you know, but most guys are dead, man. Most guys are messed up and they're much older. Yeah.
Most of them them are dead.
Most of them are dead, or they live. Okay, who's the troll? There's a troll in the
A troll? What's going on?
Yeah, there's a troll in the chat room. Let me see. I think I know who it is.
I see one guy in here looking at the chat. Demetrion Mason, be truthful of the book you study from, L's Holy Tablet. Don't dare you not reveal the name of the book made for me. What are you talking about, dude? That's exactly the bibliography list that I sent to Lance. Just chill.
Yeah, but see, you know what it is too. I wasn't even looking.
Everything I get, I tell you where I got it from. That's one thing you can count on for me to do. Demetrion, yeah, you can always count on me to do that, brother.
Well, see,
I have nothing to hide.
But
I'm not taking credit for this information.
No, but I'm not going to say, because I didn't see the chat room, but I'm going to say overall.
I just took a look at it.
Yeah. And I'm going to say overall. Sometimes I don't even look because unless there's a troll or somebody like of elegies here, or whatever. But I don't look because see what happens. You have a lot of people. They come into the chat. They're faceless. I'm not saying our family here. I'm talking about these people who see how we get along, and they hear you putting yourself out here, researching, saying some things, and they have to dispute you. They have to prove you wrong. It's like a I'm hurt kind of low self-esteem ego thing. And then you have the people who try to come on into the chat room, and the conversations with our family here and those who understand, even if they're not regulars, they understand the flow. But then you have some who come out like they're attacking you, and they try to win people over and come with me and subscribe to my channel, whatever. They hate to see a good thing going.
We just,
yeah. So he even let me just say Dark Matter, right? Because he wasn't on the stuff. And again, I'm not knocking anybody. I have to also say, right, that you're not going to sit here and just take steroids and just pump a little weights and get. Most people don't have the genetics to get like the way these guys are.
I know guys that do steroids. I was one of the strongest guys in the gym, and I never did steroids. And my foundation was powerlifting.
Right. So that means you
got powerlift. You're going to be strong anyway.
Exactly. And there are guys who would take steroids who would never get strong. There were guys who would take steroids who would never get developed because number one, whether you have the genetics or not, me, I always just competed against myself. I would learn from other guys.
Me too.
But
me too.
The bottom line is, I would say, honestly, even some of the guys that look well, 95% of these guys don't know how to train. They don't know how to train. They don't know how to do each movement. I mean, they're doing it, but there are little things in there that I've showed people in each movement that I've learned from people and I've incorporated myself in that. First of all, I'm a full range guy. In bodybuilding, I'm a full range. I understand why you're doing the powerlifting. It's like certain partial movements, but in bodybuilding, it was like ballet for me. But I was using, not heavy weights, but whatever weight I used, it had to be perfect. And at different parts of the movement, you slow down a little more. You slow down and make that when it's easy in the arc of that movement, the easier parts, you slow it down and make it hard.
Make it hard.
Yeah, you slow down, make it hard. The other parts you can kind of push and power through it, but you slow it down. So it's almost like a dance. Like me. Exactly.
You work out like me.
No, I know that from your intelligence, the way you speak. It's like, okay, I don't look like that anymore by a long shot. But that's what would surprise people when I get around them. Not because I'm older, because I stopped. You know what I mean? I stopped. So I'm not going to look the same way. But I do have the mindset. And most of these people, they're into that. Let me throw down all this food, throw down all this protein, do some cycle of drugs, power through, and I'm going to be. And I knew a guy like that too. I knew a guy that did that.
I'm about health, man.
Exactly.
I'm about health.
And see,
and fasting and all that other stuff now.
Yes,
that's what's important to me.
That's the higher level of it all, because when you're younger, you don't, and you were a vegetarian, so you were ahead of the game at that particular point because you had that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. And I wasn't a meat
saw my
guy.
physique as a vegetarian.
Yeah,
you saw what I looked like as a vegetarian.
Exactly. So
and people didn't believe.
Yeah, because they had a slam down meat. Do you know Mike Matarazzo hardly ever ate any vegetables, and all he ate was meat? So that's why he had a massive heart attack. Plus, you're taking the drugs.
He's dead now.
Yeah, of course, eating like that. And so when you see it on the extreme, and then you see it in people who are civilians, regular people, not doing that kind of training, they don't want to hear it from you when you say, hey, whatever. But you see the extreme cases, all those guys, man. I know a dude, I can't even call his name. He's not even famous. Let me tell you something. The big names, you see them. But the guys who work a job and they take their drugs and they work out, whether they're faceless, they don't even compete. I mean, you never competed, but you were never on drugs. But these guys, they think they're going to bust out, like I'm going to lay low and just all of a sudden come out. And some of them look really well, but we know how they got there. There was one guy who, he was taking every drug he was just doing all kind of drugs. And so he got into the STH,
Wow.
Yeah. Or what is it? SGH? It's a somatotrophic growth hormone.
Ooh.
And this was back in the 80s. Yeah, STH. And steroids affect your muscles. They affect every part of your body, but I mean, they affect your muscles. And if you don't take them anymore, your hormones balance out and you will lose. You won't look the same. Now with STH, that's actual growth hormone. When whatever you grow from that, it stays that way. So if you ever notice, because Chris Dickerson was messing with that stuff. He just had a massive heart attack, but he's like he's in his 80s now. Let me tell you something. He was messing around with that. If you look at pictures of him, like around 1981, 1982, when he was in the Olympia, you'll see look how long his elbow is. Look how long his elbow is. Because when you mess with the growth hormone, you grow. Now, let's say you're in your genetic makeup, you are supposed to be a certain height, certain weight, but your bones are supposed to stop growing. Well, when you take the growth hormone, there's a possibility of everything grows, number one, right? So bones grows, you get Mongolism, all this stuff like that, and it never goes back. So you can have problems with your skeletal system, with your hormone system, all of that stuff. So they take drugs, steroids with the STH. And back in those days, it's like, oh man, I want to get some. Not me now, man. I got to get some STH.
I'm good.
Now
I'm good.
Here's the catch.
I noticed the people that do drugs.
Yeah. No, I was saying about the catch. Just checking for the troll. I knew who it was, but here's the thing. You get a lot of drugs on the black market. Back in those days, it was not that the government said, oh, it's legal. It's just that they didn't do what they did. I think it was in the early 90s where they made it illegal. Oh, man, his phone blocked out again. I'll continue for a few more minutes to finish up my point. So it's illegal in the early 90s, but it was ignored. We had gyms that they had doctors working there full time, administering steroids and stuff in different gyms, So people say, oh, that's just a muscle gym. That's just a gym. You had dudes that were there who were doctors who were making more money selling steroids and STH and writing out prescriptions. They were making a lot more money because they were in position to do so. And so this one particular guy, good guy, nice guy, but he had little issues. He sort of messed with STH, and over his eye, the bones started growing. He started really resembling looking like a monkey, like a gorilla. And he got the drugs from the black market underground, and it was gorilla STH. And what they do with the regular growth hormone, they take it from the cadavers, I believe in the pituitary gland. They extract it out of dead people, okay? And then you get this stuff and you put it in you. So if these people had certain conditions in their bloodstream or certain conditions, you might inherit this stuff in your bloodstream. So in the black market, you had people who were so crazy that they were selling this stuff off and they were getting it from dead cadaver gorillas. And so now it affects you. So if you build a house and it's supposed to be 3 stories and you put 5 stories on it, the foundation may not hold that. So now we had people who are actually growing. And if you notice with a lot of these guys who are training, go on, just look at their faces, the jowls up under the jaws and the face. The training don't do that to your face. That's the steroids and that's the growth hormone. And God knows whatever else you're taking. You see what I mean? So you got to be careful. And I say this for the children who are out there, for the kids who are out there, or parents actually. be very careful when you have a son or a daughter who gets into training. You want to maybe get to know a little bit about it, or come with them to the gym, or because it's so seductive now in this society that we have, where to look good is so important. Instagram and taking pictures and wanting to have muscles, and the women wanting to, you know, do things like the butt implants and the liposuction, and, you know, the stuff to plump the lips up, and you know what is it, Botox or whatever. Everything is so visual now. It's worse. It wasn't as bad back then. You know, maybe I would have had a lot more video of when I was looking the way I looked back then. And that's one thing I say, man, I wish I had Facebook back then or Instagram back then, but I don't think I would have got caught up in it like that. But it was a different era. This whole society leads us to extremes. It leads us to the extremes that make our little insecurities blow up even more. And so now we look to patch ourselves up on an external level to get away from the insecurity that we feel on the inside. You have to deal with that insecurity. Insecurity is normal. I'm not saying you want to just live with it, but understand you can use it to motivate you, but just keep it within a certain boundary. You know, I mean, I was very satisfied with the results that I got training. I mean, I trained hard for years. You know what I mean? And what I had was natural. And when I was 22 years old, I told everybody, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing this. This is sick. All the steroids and prostitution. I'm still mad that I spent that much time. I am. As old as I am, I'm like, man, I could have went into boxing. I could have. And the only regret that I have of myself is just throwing away the baby with the bathwater. What I should have did was just back off of competition and just keep my body in shape. But I was so emotionally invested in it. So you drop so much blood, and you're a teenager, and people are looking at you a certain way. You're strong and you look a certain way, but it's not going to stop racism. It's not going to stop this or that. You think certain doors would open up if you win a particular title or something. It's not going to open up. It was all of that. So when I was so mad, I had the trophies for a little while, but after life and just going through things, and it's like, this doesn't mean anything. Let me get this junk out of my house. Because I had a whole lot of trophies, right? I can't even remember half of the competitions I've been in, but some of them, yeah. You know, some of them, yeah. But coming up 16, 17, 18, that's all I did. I mean, aside from doing what I do, you know, working a little bit, whatever, in school and everything. But, I mean, that was my passion. You know what I mean? So that's whatever little regrets we have. And I'll admit that. People say, you should never say that you have regrets. No, I would have loved to. Maybe I would have got knocked out and had my neck snapped and died or something if I was a boxer. But I know my work ethic. You know what I mean? And I kind of know from the, you know, but I had a lot of guys who were around me who were like, oh, no, you ain't going to be good. You ain't this. I'm 15, 16 years old. Oh, no, you're not good. Now that we're all older, like, man, you know, you would have been the original Mike Tyson. I said, don't put that on me. Don't put that on me. You know, you're going to get me mad thinking like that. But I know that I would have done something, because whenever I do something, I go all in and I'm all about it. I mean, all about it to be, I mean, all about it to where I'm like fanatical, straight up fanatical. I'm not going to be outdone, and I'll do whatever I have to do to, you know, but like that steroid thing, that turned me off. And the prostitution that I saw in bodybuilding, we're talking men, you know, these young guys who are coming back. Yes, my brother, I'm still running my mouth, holding it down for you.
We get cut off. What happened? Periodically, it seems like we just get cut off I don't know why that happens.
I know. Well, I mean, things should even be better. It's something. It's not you, it's not me, it's something. And it happens like that. You know, we get these strong pulses of signals that it knocks things out. It was happening the other night when the other morning when me and Ella G were recording. It was all this static and all this noise and all this static and clicking and to her, I was blacking out. But then when I looked at the recording, listened to it, everything was perfect. I'm like, what the heck is this? So this is why I like to record at different times of the night and in the day, because these guys or whoever it is ain't gonna stay up all night and do what I do. You know what I mean? I might turn around and wake up early and do a morning show live. I might come back in 3 hours and do something. It's like, okay, you're ready? Yeah, I'm nuts like that. Yeah,
You
I keep
eradicate.
it that
They can
way.
pin. Yeah, they can. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
To
At
be
one
that way.
point, my internet shut down for like 20 minutes, but I didn't know it was going to be like 5 hours. I had something planned. I walked outside. I think I could have recorded something on the equipment, or not going live, but just recorded something from the phone into my equipment. I just took my
Right.
microphone and a recorder, and I'm walking down the street talking. Just no. Like, let them stop this. Let them shoot a beam from the sky and stop me. You're not gonna stop me.
Me neither.
It's all
The same
different types
thing.
of content that you can put out here. I can write and put it up on my site. You know what I mean?
True.
So
Yeah, that's good. That's good that you're dedicated like that. By the way, Robbie Robinson has a book out called The Black Prince.
Black Prince. Yeah, I remember when he was writing it a couple years ago. When I was when I did the interview with him, he was still writing it. It was going to come out soon, so I know it came out. And what I want to do, it's easy to get people on the phone these days and stuff like that. But I would really specialize in nostalgic, classic guys from back in the day. The real people who know stuff. I mean, I had a Frank Zane interview, and I'm going to start finding these things and sending it to you. And people say, well, he's a white man. Well, this guy's a guru.
Well, Frank Zane is intelligent. That's one thing I liked about him.
Man, everything about there was nothing left to chance with him. And he beat guys that were bigger than him. Of course, now, if Frank Zane, the physique that won the Olympia, would walk down the street now, it wouldn't even turn heads. I mean, he had a very hard body, vascular, and people would say, man, you work out, you must. But you got so much guys out here now pushing the drugs. They can't even get a chance to get old and happy. You want to be able to get into your older years and functional and live. These guys,
dying at 50.
And they'll say it. I don't care if I live or die. I don't care if I don't see 30. Well,
you saw, what's the guy's name? Rich
Piano. Rich Piano. Yeah.
And that guy was,
and the other guy, I forgot his name. He was a huge guy.
He had some confidence issues.
Oh yeah. And he was on other kind of drugs too. I mean, like street drugs. Like
he was. Yeah.
He didn't give a damn. He was just like. He
didn't care.
And see,
he didn't care.
But he made a lot of money with the online thing because see now, you can make lots of money. The personality, the muscles, and then see one thing about him, he was brutally honest about some of the stuff he took as far as steroids.
Yeah.
But I was watching something from him the other day, and he was in the video saying, "Listen, you don't want to do this." I was like,
really?
"Wow, this guy." It's almost like he's admitting to that kind of life and what can happen, and I thought that was noble of him. Even though the dude, they said he said some racial things or whatever. I'm just looking at it from a hardcore bodybuilding thing. A lot of guys, they ain't gonna talk to you about that anyway because they're gonna think that, you're gonna try to take my spot. There is no spot. But he was very honest about that to come out and say because he had a lot of emotional issues and I would believe beginning to get into the mental issues. And then you do get that developed. Regular people say big. I'll say developed. You get that developed and you look in the mirror and you can't see it. That's when you know you're off. It's like the really fat woman that lost a lot of weight and she sees that she lost weight. It's not so much that she can see it. She still feels that she's that fat woman. But the difference is the treatment she gets from the outside world that didn't know that she was fat. That's what blows her mind. So you get guys, you're in a different state now. You lost 200 pounds. You got a tiny waistline. Your breasts are up and your hips can show. Your face is a little more chiseled. You look younger. And the guy say, hey, girl, so-and-so, how you doing? Can I have your number, so-and-so? Now, when she was fat and with her girlfriends in the club and never got up to dance and didn't hardly want to go to the restroom because she was fat, nobody ever paid her no mind. So that drives her crazy. She's getting this attention now. So the insecure, but she still feels she's fat in her mind, but she's enjoying what the world sees. I've seen it happen so many times. The shy girl that comes into the gym and she keeping her head down. She has a certain demeanor. A year and a half later, she's screwing half the guys in the gym. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it always ends up that way, but oftentimes the attitude doesn't develop into a happy, healthy attitude. It's almost an attitude now like I'm the sugar honey iced tea now. You can't talk to me. You know, I've seen that time and time again. It all depends on the individual. I can talk about this gym stuff and working out stuff and the psychological, you know, stuff. That's another thing that people don't even know about me. I love to talk about that. There was a guy who was trying to get me to do a bodybuilding channel, but I told him, I said, I would have to figure out the angle. Like, okay, you talk about something, but what is your niche in it? You see what I mean? I know in boxing what it would be, and I'm going to do that also, but what is your niche? What do you bring in different than somebody else? And are you comfortable with producing this type of content, you know, month after month, year after year? And is there an audience that would appreciate you doing this? And I haven't figured out, but I haven't done it. You know, like I said, I got to make a few certain moves in my life, and it'll be easy. It'll be easy for me to jump around. It'll make me refreshed when I come back here, and I'm not leaving. It'll be the same me, same interesting conversation with a different world. You know, especially that it's a good thing, because so many people think that, you know, you're just an angry black man, a YouTube talking head, and I'm like, you're gonna put me into a little box like that? I've lived this life this long, and that's all I can be. You know, that's just so much more to me. Just the same way I know there's so much more to you. You know, so yeah. So my brother, I don't know if you're still here. I don't know if it blanked out, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm still here.
Yeah,
I was just saying. I saw a guy interview Robbie Robinson. I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah.
I saw him interview Robbie Robinson, and Robbie Robinson told him that Joe Weir was racist.
Oh,
and
he
it's
is.
like he didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to believe. He was like, well, but he gave contract to X, Y, Z.
Please.
But he told me that he didn't give contracts to blacks.
See that?
I think it was Vlad or whatever his name is was interviewed. It's like they don't want to hear it.
They don't want to hear it.
No.
Here is a man, and he was always talking that way, but we didn't have YouTube back then. He always talked that way. You know? And see, when he came down to the basement a couple of times to talk to us, he didn't just come out like that, because we're younger. So he saw us full of dreams and thinking we can do something. So he was encouraging that way. But, you know, he spoke the way, man, you got to find an interview with Wayne D'Amelio. It was so funny, because this is I know him. You know, he's in Florida. I got to reach out to him. If I could bring him on, oh boy, because he's a great storyteller. He doesn't miss a detail. He makes you feel like you're there. He's got that way, and it was that way the same way before. But it's so funny to see somebody that you know and you haven't spoken to in so many decades. They're there doing that. I swear, if I walk in the room and say, "Hey, Lance, how you doing? Wayne, what's going on?" That's the kind of guy he is. That's the kind of guy he is. So I do want to reach out to him and bring him on. Maybe I'll go down to him in real life. I got to see where he is in Florida. He's more down south below Orlando. Not all the way in Miami. But
get Robbie on there. Put Robbie on. Let people see the old school guy, man. He has superior physique. He's built like Tookie Williams. You know Tookie Williams?
Yeah. Of course.
He's built like that dude.
Yeah. And so I remember, I'll tell you this part, you know, he tells it when he admits to the steroids and stuff, and the stuff that he couldn't take and whatever. So he had to take a little bit at a time, because
he didn't take it like some other dudes, though.
No. And even in the 70s, most dudes did not abuse it. I know Arnold took a lot more than most people, and you know, he had to retire because he had certain issues. People say, "Oh, he slimmed down for the movies." No, when you saw how slim he got before he did those movies, like his last Olympia was, he came back in 80, but his last Olympia was 75. When you see him in 70, 76 and 77, he's straight skinny. When you get off that stuff, you go back to what you were supposed to be. There's no way.
Right.
So he painted it like, well, I had to lose all of this mass because I was going into Hollywood and the movies, and it's just too overpowering. No, you had to stop.
No, look at The Rock. Well,
yeah, okay. The Rock. I'm not hating, but come on, man.
You know, Rock's on that. He's
of course
on some
he
stuff
is.
too.
Of course. And a lot of guys, regular guys, for their movie roles to bulk up. I'm good at telling who's on what or whatever, but there's no way the human body just puts on 30 pounds in a year. No way.
Right.
Of real muscle.
Time,
of real muscle. Not that fat.
Over time, but not in 1 year. No.
And so, Fu Manchu says in here, Tony Atlas. I met Tony Atlas in, was it February or March of 1981? I think it was Springfield High School. And he competed. I think he was supposed to guest pose, but he competed. And it was because I had a magazine there, right? Because Dan Lurie's spot, who threw the competition, was like right there. So we had grabbed up some magazines that we were in from prior competitions, and we were looking at it, and we were backstage. And so I think he was just guest posing, and he came back there and he saw us looking at the magazines. And, you know, he has that funny way of talking, and we made fun of him, right? Not on the spot because the guy was too big, right? So he looked at the magazines. He said, "Who that supposed to be, you?" So I remember we were driving out. We were driving out to another competition. It was Jamestown, New York. Man, that was a long drive, like 7 hours. But it was New York State. It was near Buffalo, I think, like that, next to Pennsylvania. And the whole trip, a bunch of us were going out there to compete. And it was like, "Who that supposed to be, you?" It was just so funny. But that guy, he didn't have a balanced physique. He was a wrestler. You know, he didn't have any legs, no calves, and nothing like that. And he was on the stuff. But some guys are just big dudes that take a little bit of stuff and they stay that way. Now, I'll tell you another one, and another logic point before we go. Okay. We know Evander Holyfield hung out with Lee Haney when he wanted to put on weight. Okay. We know what that entailed. Evander Holyfield, okay? But remember. Really? Okay, but who? I think it was Paulie Malignaggi and some other boxer who was saying how in boxing steroids have always been an epidemic. Okay, because look at the logic. You're a smart man. You think Tyson did it? Yeah. But he was always a thick, big kid. But at some points, yeah, he was doing something. You know, of course. You know, I don't know if he'll even admit it right now, but. You know, and he's doing a little something right now. You know, I'm not hating, but it's just a trained eye, and I stand on that. And people dispute, but you'll find out. Now here it is, right? You're a boxer, you're a young boxer, like a Holyfield, right? He was in the 175-pound division when he was in the Olympics and got the bronze medal. Okay, so he didn't stay amateur; he decided to turn pro. But how is it that you train all of these years? You're running, you're hitting the bag, you're sparring. It's hard enough to put on weight when you're not doing that kind of stuff and you're just doing straight bodybuilding. You're running up and down. Now, how is it that you get out of the Olympics? Oh, your body now decides to put on an extra 20, 30, 40 pounds. Hell no. You're hanging out with Lee Haney. Your physique is looking right, but it's all up in your traps and all up here, and your face starts looking different. You're losing your hair. What do you think that is? What do you think that is?
I never thought about that. Never thought about that.
Look. Think of you training, and then you go out and you run for 5 miles. You go hit the bag. You're sparring. You're sweating. You're draining yourself down too much. But you decide at that time to put on weight. A lot of the lower weight class guys, they train. They run. They're that size for a long time, and their bodies decide to jump up to another division. Now, here's another one. Go look at Manny Pacquiao, as small as he is, when he first started his career. He didn't even have the knockout. He had, but he used to love. He had many losses, knocked down. A little guy, still a little guy, but he went up from flyweight, bantamweight, everything in between, featherweight, lightweight, welterweight, even fought at junior middleweight. And you bring your power up with you. Now, one guy would say that who could bring his power up with him back in the day was Tommy Hearns. If you looked at him when he was fighting as an amateur, he was a junior welterweight. Okay, he was 6 feet tall, so he had a lanky, skinny frame that can put the weight on. So when he got to light heavyweight and tried cruiserweight, which didn't work out for him too good, but he went to light heavyweight. You know, I mean, he had the frame. He still got knocked out. You know, at one point. So it's not even about the weight. It's about the nervous system, the chin, what part of the career you're in. You're fresh and you're young. That's one thing. You've been beat down. Yeah. You get older sometimes overnight. But Manny Pacquiao, come on, man. Come on. You fight all these years. You come up from such a small weight class, and you come up and you still maintain speed, power. And he's older now. And he beat Keith Thurman earlier. Was it no? It was last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. I never thought about those things though. Never thought about it.
How you doing all this aerobics and running and all this stuff, you're trying to make weight, and all of a sudden, well, I'm outgrowing that weight class, and it's not much when there's less space between the lower weight classes, okay? But when you're up middleweight, look, Roy Jones, it's proven that he was busted taking stuff before.
Roy Jones?
Oh yeah. I'm not saying every fight or all the time, but look at him now. He goes from super middle, I think it was middleweight in the Olympics or something, junior middleweight or middleweight. He's a middleweight, super middleweight as a pro, goes to light heavyweight, whatever, jumps past cruiserweight. Light heavyweight is no more than 175 pounds. From one fight to the next, which wasn't much, here he is at 205 pounds. You put on 30 pounds and you throw in almost as much punches. Of course, he had a weak opponent. What's the Latino guy that he beat? He wasn't all that.
Superior puncher, though. He was a hell of a fighter, though.
No. He had the skills, but see, what they do now is they mold the body to make more money and go up in weight. These guys got skills. No, I'm not saying he doesn't have skills, but guess what? He dropped all that weight to come back down to light heavyweight. You see? And he got knocked out in that fight. He lost too much weight.
Lost too much weight.
Yeah, it's a drain on you. You see? Because okay, even me, I got fat on me. I still got muscle. I'm still strong, but I got fat on me, right? So that weight, they don't care what it's made of your body. Oh, this proportion fat, this proportion muscle. I'm 240 pounds. I can lose the weight. Malaria taught me that last year, right? But I can lose weight, but you got to do it gradual because your body fights to hold on to what's normal. So if I've been 240 pounds for the last 15 years, that has become my new normal. I got to fight my body for that. And we don't mean anything extreme. You see what I mean? You got to slowly but surely, because you're dealing with your internal organs, you're draining yourself down. And then when you're older, you got to take a little, no excuse, you can look good. I still say with the moves I'm going to make soon, you know what they are. I know that living like that will bring me to the best shape of my life for now.
That's what you want.
Yeah. And I'm competing with myself. If I can look 65% of what I used to look like, I'm happy. Now, me being competitive, I'll get to 65 and try to be 75, 85.
Well, you could, because there's guys that are 75 and 80 that still have the same body.
Oh, yeah. No, I know I could. But what I want to do, I want to linger in that place of rediscovering the joy of it with no pressure. When I started, we used to play around with the weights and compete with each other. I'll curl this weight 15 times. Oh, you did it 15? I'm going to do it 20. The fun of it.
Yeah.
The fun of it.
Yeah.
When I got into competition, it got to be a business. It got to be serious. And, the politics, the homo judges, man, it was too much.
Homo judges.
Dick Chattel,
I don't want nothing
Tony
to do with that
Doll,
world.
Dick Roach, all of them guys, man. They had dudes that, they had a photographer named Bob Gruskin. I can show you Rich Gaspari talking about him. He was a photographer and he was a trainer, but the guy was a goofy looking, Benny Hill looking nerd. But he experimented with steroids on the side. He was no doctor. And he loved to get these young guys and walk up to them. He had respect because he never tried nobody. But he was a homo, man. He was a weirdo.
He was a homo.
Yeah.
He was waiting for an opportunity, though. He was in the right place.
Oh, but they gravitate toward that. Come on. If you're a child molester, you want to open up a daycare center because you'll be closer to what you want.
True.
So that's how human. That's what you got to watch people sometime.
That's true.
Why did you choose to do this?
Right.
So that's what it is.
Right. And sometimes they can't hide. They just cannot hide it. You just see it all over their face and everything.
No, they can't hide it. They got the mark on them.
All over them. Over them.
Look. You get a 75-year-old lesbian who's been gay for like the last 50 years of her life, 55 years of her life. What do you think she's going to look like? She's going to look dried out, unused, whatever. It's a mark that gets her. There was a dude that called me and he was like, man, I just recently turned straight. Okay, this is what you're saying, right? But then when but he talked about other things, right? But then he's like, I'm going to connect with you on Facebook. My name is so-and-so. So, I talked to a lot of people. When I saw his pictures, I'm like, he's with these girls, dating them. And he was about maybe in his 60s, but he knew he was gay for like 50 years of his life. He looked just as flaming as anything else.
He is who he is.
Spirit, it's a spiritual mark
that's
on
who
you.
He is.
Exactly.
That's who he is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm not mad at him.
Yeah.
That's who you are.
Right. That's that stamp.
I am who I am, and you is who you is. You know. Hey, we leave it at that. You know. But I hope the family enjoyed the information.
Oh, yeah.
I know it was a lot. Just something you got to chew on and regurgitate and chew on some more and digest it again, and etc. You know. So yeah. And there's more. I didn't finish, but you know, there's.
We're gonna do more. We're gonna do more. This is
a very. This topic is. It's just not discussed. You know.
That's where I like to discuss the things that people that you know, the topics that people want to shy away from. Mm-hmm. I want to go there. You know. Yeah.
Got to go there. So that's what I did tonight for the most part, but we'll finish it up.
Yes, we will.
I'll call you back either tomorrow or later this week.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep a little bit, get up. Listen, I might go to bed and wake up in 2 hours, have to go to the bathroom and come here and hit the button and go live. They'll be like, wait a second, this Negro is crazy. You wake up and see I did a 4-hour show or something. You're like, what is wrong with this guy?
I know, you're right. You're right. So, but it was a pleasure, man. I appreciate everybody.
Yes. And
hopefully we got some people from around the world that were on the show.
I know out of all the people that were here tonight, in and out and stuff, you know, I know somebody, you know, I like on the early show that Mr. SCURV did, we had somebody calling from Austria, a black woman from Austria. That's
really?
Yeah, I've been listening for a while. So it's amazing. And the, you know, the notes and text messages and emails that I get literally from all over the world now, you know. And
wow.
Like I said before, we touched down in Jamaica, we touched down in Ghana, we got off the plane, people, you know, Lance, Kwaku.
They know who you are. They really don't know who you are now.
Oh yeah, it's worse now. But since we crossed those magic numbers and Kwaku's video from last year hit 1 million, we got 1 million hit video now. Which I mean, you know, those are nice things, you know. But I don't go for like, oh, am I there yet? Am I there yet? You know, you just keep doing what you're doing every day and stay dedicated. And those who try to compete with you and try to run you down. No, this comes from the inside. This what I look. Yeah. When I wake up, I'm going live. Put it that way. Who does that? I might do it outside.
Nobody.
Yeah. I keep a microphone and a recorder next to my bed. I might wake up in the middle of the night and start talking. Sometimes if I get to upload them, I got about 50 different things that I never uploaded. Like just talking about a concept or something, you just file it away. Say, I won't put it up now. One day I may upload them all and say, where this guy get 50 videos from? But I'm not in the competition like that. You know,
being with yourself.
You go to a seamstress house, you'll see all kind of material and needles and like, man, that's a nice fabric right there. Oh, that's just sitting there. You go there for the next 6 months, it's just sitting there. Maybe she decides one day you see her wearing that fabric in the form of a dress because they live that. That's what they do.
Yep.
You know, so I'm very happy. So we're gonna start doing, and I'm gonna put it out there like on different channels and stuff. I'm gonna pull it off to do 2 live shows at the same time on 2 different channels.
What?
Yeah, give it a couple of weeks. They'll be like, where do you get that content from? So the trolls who want to watch and jump around, they won't even know what them channels are. Yeah, they won't even know. I might mute myself on the conference line and do this. I might do 3 at the same time. So now we're going to really blast off and treat them trolls like the fly on the windshield when you drive and you say, I'm going to drive fast so you can fly off. They hold on for dear life, 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. Boom! All the way. No. We got to take it to the next level.
You make it too hard for them. Oh, man, you got to make it easy for them. Come on, now. Man. That's unheard of. Yeah, let me let you go.
Yeah, definitely, man. Get some rest.
Appreciate everything, brother. I really appreciate it. And
we're always gonna put the time in, man. Like I said, when you're ready, you call me tomorrow, next day, whatever. Last minute, whatever. You free? Yeah, I'm free. Come on, let's go.
Cool, you know? Definitely will, man. Well, you have a good night.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening, and hit you back real soon.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, man.
All right.
This is gonna be something. That's right. Peace. All right.
Good night.
Good night. Just want to say to everybody that when you come back to the show, like if you This show may take like 2 or 3 hours before it processes. So because it is 6 hours and 17 minutes that we've been on, if you come back to listen to it from the beginning right now, over the next hour, it is not going to start from the beginning. It takes a little time to process. It may take, this being this long, it may take 2.5, 3 hours. Who knows, depending on your internet connection or whatever. So don't freak out. Just give a little time to process. You will hear some parts of it, but it may start you off 2 hours into the show. And you're like, wait a second, where'd the other 2 hours go? So I'm going to say that when we do live shows all the time at the end, that's something that's a very, it's mandatory. It has to. The bigger the show, the bigger the file, the more it's going to take before it processes. But we have some goodies tomorrow, some different surprises. I'm going to get up and get some sun in the morning and do something live. Within getting up, work on some other things. Should do another 5 shows tomorrow. You know what I mean? 4 or 5 shows tomorrow, recordings, live shows, whatever. I'm on a roll and I have a reason for it. Big surprises coming in a few weeks. Different type of stuff. Just put it this way. We want to do another meet and greet. You know what I mean? So we don't know where it is right now. I know where it is, but I'll put it out there right before when we get there. So just stay tuned and everything. And like I said, there's a lot of good surprises coming up. A lot. So we know we have this thing going on. But we have to still, we can't let this year go by. This is already July, getting ready to go into August. We can't let the outside stuff stop our momentum. I know for some it's going to be very challenging and everything, but we still have to look back on this year, no matter what happens, is a year of progress and a year where we made some leeway. I am not stopping my plans because of what they say is going on out there. I got what I have to do, and I'm not going to stop that. So now we just have to be tough, and we're going to do it. You see, that's the way I think. I'm not a spectator. I'm there to entertain and do and be the reason why you come to the stadium. That's not me being souped up. That's what's put on me. And the momentum and to push hard and to keep the platform going so we all can meet up and network and encourage each other and motivate each other. I've got to have a strong resolve. I've got to have a healthy ego. Nothing out of control because I'm ego free, but I have to have a healthy ego because we all have egos, but it's got to be healthy. It can't be this thing where, I'm still a servant, but I'm a very aggressive servant. So that's how we do it here. So for the people who remain, I really appreciate you being here. Subscribe, hit the subscribe button, smash the like button, reach out to me. I'm going to start dropping some of the links for contact. As we play the music, there'll be some links that you can hit and come on back. I mean, I really appreciate you hanging with me. 341 people was up to 500, but you're still hanging. So we're doing something right. Anyway, enjoy the music. Let me hit some links and explore the other not channels. Yeah, if you want to. This is YouTube, but the other content that we have put up. Of course, I'm getting sleepy and I sound that way. My throat feels like sandpaper. So you all have a good night and thank you for being here. Peace out. Hang out for the links, but everything is below in the description area. So if you want to do a little something here and there and see the other platforms, download the link. We got more platforms coming soon. I'm working on those. More podcast platforms to go on. Distribution is key, and that's a whole other job other than what we do. But thank you for the motivation. And we woke up this morning. Mr. SCURV had something going on. She put it out there. Elegy put out her morning show. Mr. Political put it down. Zamal Tamaray. So we did 4 good, strong shows a day. Watch time, not just a matter of a 2-minute video, but videos where you put some time in. How many hours did you put in? Anybody can do a minute video for 10 times a day, but how much time do you put in to let people engage in conversation and share the music, share the information, share everything, the jokes and the laughs? I'm going to rest. My throat's going to come back in a few, and we're going to burn the throat down again tomorrow. Peace out, everybody. Hold tight.
Yeah. Everybody's in fear, though.
That's what I'm saying. So it's strictly a place of fear that we're operating from. And the fact is that we're not gonna get out of that place. And even sometimes when I speak, and some people will look at me and say, "Man, you gotta be careful of what you say." And I tell people, please do not tell me to be careful in what I have to say. I am not afraid to speak. I am not afraid because, look, I am here to do work. The fact is that when I go to my job, I don't just stand here and look at my job and hoping that it get done in some other way. So the job that I'm here to do, I am doing. I don't want anybody to sit and say, "Oh man, I'm worried about this." Don't worry about me. I don't want people to go around and worry, when is white supremacy going to get him? These are the things that they want you to think. These are the places that they want to put you in.
Paralyzes.
See what I'm saying is, that's why we don't do nothing. We see our sisters being beaten down in the street as strong black men, and we stand here and we look, and all we can do is take up our phone and videotape it. And what happened after that? You see what I'm saying? We see these things, and yet we are paralyzed by them. But the fact is that here's where the danger comes in. The danger comes in because I will look at you, okay? I'll give you a scenario. Here's a white guy over here. He's got a lot of food, even food that he's just wasting. And you have a gun, but you ain't going over there to rob him. But here is it that me or you who live right next to him, who hardly can find enough to eat and feed your family, that's who he's coming to kill. So what does that say to you now? You see, this is so much self-hate. It is so much self-hate that is within you or me that is going to destroy the other person who look like you or me. And the food, all the food is over there. But you won't cross that line to go and get the food that you need. You're gonna cross the line to take away what this other person hardly even have. Because you hate yourself so much that you figure if you destroy yourself, then it's good for I don't have to worry about this God that's living over there, because the God ain't gonna give me no food. And if you don't volunteer to give me no food, I'm not gonna go over there to take it. That's what I'm saying. So that's the place that we live. That's the place that we live. And so we have to stop feeding into this narrative where we are living in such fear that when a brother starts to speak truth to power, we're ready to say, oh man, hush, hush, hush. I don't want the prisoner to come in and get you next or to get me. So be quiet, see, just don't say anything. Be careful what you say. And that's where we live. That's a very dangerous place to live. It is. But the fact is that we can't see that because we're so caught up. We're so caught up and we're hoping that we just wake up one day and everything magically change. And that is the thing where all of our people, a great deal of our people, is waiting for this magical person to come out of the sky and fix everything for them. That's what I'm saying. It is no magical person that is going to fix it for you. When you have a problem in your house, you must be the one to fix it. You see, what I'm saying is I'm dealing from a place of logic. I'm not dealing from a place of imagination. Because a lot of us, we're dealing from a place of imagination. And that's where the problem comes in.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and fire water. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.